You've called me worse than gross.
No.
You have.
I didn't mean it. Weird. What the fuck?
I told you you had a minute left. That was it.
I'm talking to Amy Bruni.
What?
I'm talking to Amy Bruni.
You're not allowed to talk to Amy Bruni unless she's calling into the show.
Well, I'm explaining that. I sent the
What's
link.
up, weirdos?
What's up, weirdos? No, I sent her the link and then she goes, wait, what is this? What did I agree to?
She didn't really agree to anything. She said she might do it because they were filming.
Nobody knows what they agreed to.
Oh, no one knows what they were agreeing to at all. And you have called me worse than gross. To continue the yes, you have.
Physically?
I mean, as a joking friend way to call someone a grossioso or something.
I don't think I've ever done that. If I did, I'm sorry, and you're stupid.
I know. Well, that goes without saying.
Does that make it better?
I think it does make it better. Hi, everybody. Welcome to What's Up Weirdo Live and Friends. Wait, I did that wrong.
You said it backwards. What's Up Weirdo and Friends Live?
Whoa, no.
Live.
I have no... Oh my God, this is what it's going to be. Is it going to be you checking your makeup for 5 hours?
I'm not checking it. I'm showing it off. There's a difference.
The funny thing is I haven't even asked yet if anyone can see this on YouTube.
Yeah, are we on?
Are you sure we on?
Are we talking to ourselves? I didn't check.
We could be. I'm not checking because I don't want my internet to be interrupted.
All right, hang on. I'm going to check. Are we on?
No. This is the amazing event where you watch us live to check and see if we've gone live.
Yeah, we're on.
We are? All right. Don't look at it anymore. Don't eat up the bandwidth.
No, I closed it. Anyway, hi, guys.
Okay.
Hi,
do you want to explain to people what we're doing?
Okay, so basically we wanted this to be like an extended happy hour. We see it as like, okay, so you're sitting at your neighborhood bar and you have your little drinks and you're with your friends. And then like, who walks in the door? Who's this? Who just got here? Join the conversation. And then one of our friends is going to fucking walk in. And quite honestly, we don't know.
Uh-oh. Wait, did you freeze already?
Did I? I'm here.
You did for a second. I can hear you. Now you're back.
Okay, sorry. But anyway, where did I cut off?
Someone walks into the bar and you're like, hey, welcome to the conversation.
Yeah, and then somebody passes out. That was what I was acting out. Then somebody's gone. But no, like our friends are just gonna walk into the party and we don't know who and we don't know in what order. We don't even know who the fuck is first. I have no idea what's going on right now.
I have no idea either.
We've sent out links to people and it's just gonna be like, oh, look who's here.
I haven't sent out any of my links yet.
Okay, well I sent out a lot, so we'll see who joins first.
Okay. What have you been doing? What have you been doing today? Since I haven't really talked to you.
I listened to Web Crawler's episode. I posted on every social media. I texted the link to my dad. I ate a lean cuisine. Really exciting stuff.
I haven't eaten.
Wait. Whoever up there said I look pretty, thank you. I feel ugly.
I haven't eaten anything today. So at some point during this podcast, video stream thing, whatever it is, I will be eating a veggie hot dog.
I thought you said you were going to literally order like DoorDash and get it and eat it on the thing.
I'm going to do that too. I'm going to have a hot dog before DoorDash though.
I'm going to have a hot dog.
Going to have a hot dog before DoorDash. Yeah, which lean cuisine?
It was a mini pizza.
Look what I can do.
What? Cute. Oh, our best friend Tanino.
Did it have fake pepperonis on it?
No, gross.
Oh.
I'm trying not to eat that much fake meat anymore.
I get it.
A, it was making me fat, and B, it's bad for my endometriosis, so I'm trying to cut it out. But I still eat. Oh my God, thanks, Joanna. But I still eat Oakhouse Deli because I can't not eat it. It's too good.
I haven't had Oakhouse Deli in like 3 weeks.
No, we just got it.
No, we didn't.
Oh, I got it myself.
Oh my God. Do this show by yourself.
Wait, listen, I got it DoorDashed the day.
What kind of friend are you?
You can get it DoorDashed too. You're an adult. I got a DoorDash the day after Paracon, the day after, because I was hungry.
You say that I'm an adult as if I'm an adult.
I mean, same. I know. Wait, are you guys doing an ep of web crawlers when Melissa's gone? Yes, I talked to Allie and I do get to be one of the guest hosts. So look out for that. What are we talking about on there? I don't even know, but I'm excited.
And then that's the end of What's Up Weirdo. You just become the third member of Web Crawlers, and John melts into his house by himself for the rest of
I can do both. I can do both.
The next solid 5 years that I have to live.
Wait, can I put up these? Wait, I have to. No, I don't know how to put these up. Why can't only you do it?
You should be able to, if you do roll over them, does it say show? Roll over the comments.
No.
It doesn't?
I don't even get hosting duties. I don't even get to.
I don't know how to do this. It's my first time.
Well, anyway, Joanna Little said, Tenney is a hottie MILF fantasy.
That is a nightmare, you mean?
Well, I wanted to put it on the screen and it won't let me. So I guess I'm just a peasant. Just not even on my own show. Right.
Oh, wait. Here we go. Here you go. Is that all right?
Somebody screenshot this.
What?
Okay.
What kind of crazy? I mean, that's a MILF nightmare.
Well, you got all dressed up. Hi, Katie Lester.
I assume at some point this tie will come off and I will be broadcasting from the floor.
Can you put it on your head?
I will put it around my head like Rambo style.
Rambo. Who's going to be first? Should we bet money on who's going to be first?
No, because then we would we've only been on for 7 minutes and you already want to talk to someone other than me? You've got 5 fucking hours of this nonsense.
Oh, God. I know, I'm gonna, like, pump the brakes. I'm not drinking.
I know. I'm tempering myself. I have orange juice, lemonade, vodka, and my Brita water pitcher.
I have a vodka Red Bull and a water.
Also, everyone that's watching right now is going to see how many times Jessica pees.
I know, I brought that up. I'm like, bro, they're going to see me have to pee like every 39 minutes. Thank you, Cynthia.
Should I just throw up the endless array of these comments?
Yes, it'll make me feel better. I feel bloated as fuck.
The real question of the day is...
Toda! Come here, Toady Monk.
Oh, don't start him already.
No, I'm just going to show him. Come here. Oh, he's pissed. Hang on. Oh, that was not the one. Who's there? And who's on there?
Toady Monk. Toady Monk. Toady Monk. Toady Monk.
Tenney. What are you saying hi to all the people? Are you famous? Are you famous? Are you famous?
Oh my God.
Okay. Go get your toy.
I hope people realize, like, when you do that, that's what it's like in the car for me for 5 to 10 hours whenever we drive anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, he's my best friend.
Just me sitting in the back seat and you going, "You're famous." Do you have plans for this week?
I have to be on the Activigant podcast tomorrow. Tuesday, I'm going to my dad's house. And what else do I have to do Tuesday? I think there's 2 things I have to do Tuesday. Wednesday, I'm going to that screening by myself because you can't go.
You're going to see Barbarian.
I am. There's a new horror movie coming out Friday called Barbarian, but I get advanced screening passes for Wednesday. But Tenney has to go be famous. Oh my God.
Uh-oh. You froze again. What are you doing?
I don't know. I didn't do anything.
You got to upgrade to the like $40 internet at your house.
Literally, I pay $70 a month for mine.
Unbelievable. Don't believe
you're
it.
Freezing. Maybe I'm not freezing. Maybe you're just not me.
Maybe your face is just froze.
Thank you. See, illusions from the side of the road. She is not freezing. Boom, roasted. My internet's better than yours.
I'm hardwired in. I'm not even going Wi-Fi.
That doesn't mean that your connection is fast. That doesn't mean that you have more whatever the fuck than me just because you have a wire.
That is true.
Yeah. Get off my back. Anyway, Wednesday I'm going to see Barbarian, and you're going to fly away to a secret location.
No, I'm going to Florida. That's not a secret.
See, original South Dogs, Tenney, it's your internet that's the problem.
What? How is that my problem?
It always is. Like when you think it's my iPhone 12, but it's your Android fucking Rosetta Stone. Anyway. What did you say? You're not going on a secret trip? Yes, you are. Oh, it's not.
No, it's not a secret. I'm going to Florida because it's a Strange Escapes event, but I'm going a couple days early.
I literally thought it was a Kindred thing. My bad. My bad.
Katie, I didn't take your question. Katie asked a question. Katie Lester asked a question, but I didn't take it because someone might call in later that would have to comment on your question. So I'm just waiting to see if that person calls in.
You didn't send any links, though.
Oh, I didn't send any links. Should I do that now?
Probably.
See, now I'm getting messages from people.
All right, you look at those, and I'll read some of the comments because I haven't been looking. Shanna Banana just writes, chili pepper, LOL, chili pepper.
What?
I'm just reading people's emojis out loud. Don't forget your sunscreen for Florida. Do I have to separate you two? Who are you writing to?
I'm sending emails.
Why don't you DM it to people?
You think that I know how to do that? Have you seen me? You just were complaining about my Rosetta Stone phone.
I know, literally.
Oh, there's my daughter. Look, my daughter showed up. Look. Oh, so sweet to finally see you after I ditched you 30 years ago. How long ago I ditched her. Oh, I'm not going to wear shorts. Just talk.
What do you want from me?
12 minutes in. 12 minutes in.
Oh, we got a new Patreon. Let's see who it is.
No one wants to hear about that.
I do. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it?
I am super surprised that we are 12 minutes in and I haven't been annoyed by Toad. He's doing such a good job.
I know he's biting on the squeaky pizza you got him from the dollar store. Our new pate is Michelle Weir. Welcome to the family.
Welcome.
Welcome. I was just going to look at it because I made a special thread in the Patreon so people could ask questions first. So I was just checking to see if there's any new questions because they get priority.
I think that everyone that we send links to this is my prediction. They're all going to come in at the same time.
Oh, I know. Well, I wouldn't want to be first either, if we're being honest. That's a hard spot.
You were first.
No, but I mean as them. Like a guest. That's like a big, you know what I mean? Like when you do like a roast or something, who wants to go first? Who wants to go last? That's hard.
Have you ever been roasted? I mean, aside from driving with me?
Like, no, not a real one, just you.
I think I need to start roasting you on our trips.
Yeah, let's have a What's Up Weirdo roast, real roast.
Oh my God, that would be fun.
We'll have Amy and Adam come.
Oh my goodness gracious, yes.
That would be so fun. You would be good at it though, because you're smart and you know how to write jokes.
Sometimes.
Has Toad met any ghosts yet? With Ghost Bean, I know he hangs out with Ghost Bean, and he's been to Belvoir, and where else did he go that was haunted? Where? Oh,
he went on the beep.
Beep. That we can't talk about, that we talked about in the last episode.
The Valley Camp.
Come on, Tenney!
If people are watching.
Yeah, this is gonna stay up on the internet.
Oh shit!
You're so stupid.
Now I'm gonna get sued for $1 billion.
You better give back all that money that you made from doing it.
Oh yeah.
Sip.
Yeah. I'll give back all those dollars I got.
Stop. Jessica, have you used tarot to communicate with Bean? I haven't. No, I should. Somebody was telling me, wait, what did somebody tell me lately? Or somebody DM'd me about talking to your dead pets through Ouija board because they're not like tethered to a body, or they're not like they don't necessarily have to be like a dog over there. They could be just like a person or a spirit, you know what I mean? So he could communicate with me. I'm like, I want to try that.
I had a convention with some people at Paracon because one of their dogs died, and the next day they were at home and they heard a voice call to the living dog, and they went in the kitchen and there was nobody there. And I suggested the hypothesis that it was the dog that spoke in a human voice because it wasn't in a dog body anymore.
Yeah, literally. And how you said the thing about me, I'm still having like weird dream man dreams, and it still could be Bean just hanging out.
He's portraying himself as the man of your dreams.
I know. And they're always different. It's weird. I don't know how many times Bean has lived, but I feel like it's a lot of times.
Yeah.
I still want to go to Bobby Mackey's really bad. Like one of my highest was Stanley, but I finally got to go to the Stanley a couple months ago. I still want to go to Waverly. What about you, Tenney?
I would like to see you at Bobby Mackey's. I feel like you would thrive in that environment.
Yeah. I really
Plus, I'd get Bobby to like play us like a song.
Yes.
Have you ever heard his Coca-Cola commercial?
Nope.
Back in like, I think it was like the 70s or 80s, Bobby Mackey wrote a Coca-Cola jingle called like Coca-Cola Delivery Man.
Yikes. Somebody just said that, wait, where'd it go? UFO contact in Houghton Lake is going to be awesome. Listen, I was taking screenshots last night because there's a Bigfoot, this like giant Bigfoot group on Facebook, and there was like a very credible sighting of a Bigfoot, like literally like a week ago in Houghton Lake, and there's 2 different maps of where it was, and I screenshot them, and we're going to go look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah. They said it was like it was standing right by the road, and it was way too big to be a human, and it was a black-haired Bigfoot, and there's like information about it, and I guess the source, like the person who reported it, is like not a crazy pants.
Did they see, was it just like you after you had just woken up?
Probably. It's like what I look like right now. What if they saw me from the back right now?
That's what I mean, just like a black-haired monster. You said earlier in the week your hair was matted.
It was. I almost cut the back of my hair off. I have a haircut scheduled for September 12th. I'm going to cut a lot of my hair off because I'm fucking sick of it.
Just go Tenney and shave it.
I know. I almost did before this. Bring the Squatch and gift basket. I know we should. Wait, what's your comfort food alcoholic drink that Jessica and Kenneth can't live without on a road trip? Vodka.
You can live without vodka though.
I could live without it, but that's not fun.
Yeah.
Tenney's is vodka ginger ale. Mine is usually vodka Rebel or vodka. My go-go juice is vodka with strawberry caffeine, wild strawberry caffeine, Crystal Light, and then you add water.
Ugh.
That's go juice. I'm going to make one tonight after this Red Bull one is over.
I can't live without, I don't know. I usually end up, I don't know if you've noticed this, I'm sure you have, but I usually end up buying Nutter Butters.
I was just going to say, you always get Nutter Butters. I was going to say it.
Yeah.
Tenney always gets Nutter Butters. We get like French fries everywhere we go. We always just need like French fries. We always need potatoes. Yeah. Potatoes. What else?
I have a guest that's in here.
You do?
I do.
Oh my God, who's our first guest? Are you
Let's
guys ready?
Let's see who this is. Ready?
Oh my God.
Oh no.
Did you do it on accident?
I didn't. I was just gonna hang out. No one was gonna come in. I was waiting for the guys to. But
no, you.
For you guys who don't know, this is Bex from Liminal Earth crew. Bex Liminal on all the socials. She's one of my closest friends. She's a cutie pants. Where are you driving to? Can you tell us or no, you don't want to?
Yeah, I'm all open now. So I was hanging out in Louisville for a few days in Kentucky. That's where all my buddies and a lot of my family live. So I'm heading back down to LBL region right now, but I just ate tacos. So that's spicy mouth.
I love that the first guest in, true to Jessica's insane nature, comes in driving a car.
Yeah.
Completely not paying attention to what's going on.
No.
Except Jessica would be eating the tacos right now and streaming.
I would. I am petting the dog.
I mean, I have like one of those, but I have like my little holder, so we're safe-ish.
Wait, are the guys gonna come in now? Do they even know what's going on?
I said
They're not.
this stuff.
They're not in the. I don't see them in the room yet.
Cool.
You're supposed to
we
come to us
don't
with plans.
have to do it together either. Like, I know that
Yeah.
Garrett and Coco and like Jeremy, we could be together, we could be separate. It's fine. However.
That's true.
Oh my God! It's gonna burn 3 guests at one time.
Oh my God.
What's the streamer limits? Do we know this?
I think it's 10.
Okay.
Hi,
10. I know
I
this
think
is super exciting. I wasn't expecting to come in.
Bex, talk to Jessica because I'm pouring my first drink of the podcast.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Cody's
that's
trying to
so
play with
crazy
me already.
thing.
Toady pants. This is chaos already.
Oh yeah. I was at the gas station getting my drink, and someone was like face down on the pavement.
Oh my God.
And like people were like walking by them, and I was like, have y'all called anybody? And okay, yeah. And so like watch the EMTs come, and like don't know what's wrong with this person. They just fell face down, and I was just sitting here like, people are just walking in and still getting their stuff. People are like still coming in and out. Like, this is really wild to just witness.
Oh my God.
I know.
Did they like wake up?
Eventually, like they helped like get onto the gurney, but they like took them away. So
Did you see that? Did you see that Twitter post earlier this week about the guy who was talking about how 7-Eleven is like going into like medieval times?
What?
no.
There was this guy on Twitter, and he was like, "Just walked into a 7-Eleven. I feel like I'm in medieval times because there's a guy in here with no shirt drinking a beer. There's a dog in a wheelchair, like a guy with a knife."
No, but then they posted a selfie. I saw that. It was on Twitter.
Oh no.
So cute.
I have like body connection.
No.
Well, if you drop out, I'll just get rid of you,
No.
and then you can come back whenever you want.
The connection might get really bad.
No.
Oh no! You can come back anytime you want, Bex, if you get a better signal.
Uh-oh.
Lost her.
Lost her. That's look at that.
That's live shows, baby. Bex is our first guest.
There you go.
I didn't think it was going to be Bex. I don't know who I thought it was going to be, but
Well, there you go. It was Bex driving in a car.
driving in a car. She'll be back.
All right, she'll be back.
Her and the Liminal Earth people have to talk about talking to plants.
Do you talk to your plants?
Yeah, I do, but they have machines to talk to plants, is what I mean.
I know, but I'm saying, oh, there's a little squirrel on my deck. I wish I could turn my camera around.
Chaos.
I talk to my plants whenever I warm them. I haven't even had one drink yet. Water them.
Yeah, I talk to mine too. When they have a new leaf, I'm like, good job.
You did a magic spell on one of your plants, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
And it worked, didn't it?
Yeah, I did.
Plants are helpful for magic.
It was a Gundella, the Green Witch spell.
Candella's got the magic. Everybody knows it. You just gotta do it.
You almost did the thing. It says, hang on. Make your own. Cute. Wait, Benny. You almost did your when we're sending Marco Polos to Adam Berry, and we went, oh my God, hi.
Oh my God, thank you so much. Thank you, I love you. Thank you, bye.
Oh my God. That's your South Park floppy head voice. Oh my god.
I don't know why my head moves around so much when I do Marco Polos and live streams.
I like it. Mine does too. Oh my god.
I got a wobbly neck. Oh, I might have to close my window because my neighbors just for some reason started doing yard work.
I can't hear anything.
Okay. Nothing like starting yard work at 5:30 on a Sunday.
Bro, Toto's been barking out the window all day. I'm surprised he hasn't barked yet. Like really bad. Like everybody.
He barked all day. Shocking.
Well, sometimes people go by and he doesn't notice, but today he's noticing fucking everybody. So I'm not. Hang on. Do we have any more questions? Hang on. John,
I can bring up questions if you want me to bring up questions.
Yeah, wish I could do it myself. John, if someone was to write a movie on your life, who would you have play you?
Oh, I don't know. I can never remember the guy's name. I don't know. There's not a lot of people in Hollywood that are 6'2".
I feel like somebody too did a version of us on Twitter before, and I like agreed with both of them, and I don't remember who they were.
I mean, if I'm going acting style, like an actor that I would like, I think that, what's the one guy's name? I think that Christoph Waltz could do a good me.
Christoph Waltz. Why am I not?
He was in Inglourious Bastards and Django.
Yeah. He has an accent, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he could do an American accent.
I feel like he's short.
They're all short. Tom Cruise is 4'3".
He's not 4'3".
He's like 4'9".
True. Oh my God, Billy Zane as Tenney.
No way.
That's what somebody said.
No way.
Oh,
I think
that's cute.
Here you go. Look at this.
What?
That's what it was.
I know. I love that.
That was the right one. That's a good call all the way around.
That's such a compliment.
Mark Evan Jackson is funny and balding, so that's perfect for me. Florence Pugh is weird. Perfect for you.
I know. I was waiting for you to say that. She's weird and intense and emotional. What else?
Bring your energy. You got 4.5 hours left. Oh, the squeaking has begun.
He's already been doing it.
Oh, but I'm just starting to hear it.
There's already some really good screenshots hitting the fucking internet.
Oh, no.
Wait, look at the... Hang on, I'm just going to show everybody in here.
You're showing the screenshots on the...
Look at...
Oh, perfect. Yeah. That is the chaos of What's Up Weirdo.
Chaos.
Here, look at this. You got that? Did you?
Some cool house.
Oh, wait, we can't answer that. Is Jess still there? She froze for me again. Oh, my goodness gracious. I can't tell if Jess is frozen or not.
Hey.
Oh, gosh. Hi.
Hi.
Sure.
Look at that. More guests back again.
I'm stationary now, you guys. So.
Garrett, shrimp costume and all.
Yeah, half of a shrimp costume. But...
Half of it.
Hi.
Hi, what's going on? This is it.
Here we go.
You're here.
Oh
I brought Coco.
Yes.
Yeah.
And some nice lighting.
Uh-oh.
Frozen again.
Jess.
I don't know if it's just me or what. Oh, I'm losing everyone.
No, I'm here.
I got you now.
When I go away, I can still see all of y'all, so don't leave me.
All right. That's fine.
I don't know why it's doing
I'm
that.
super. I don't know. Yeah, you were frozen. Tenney was frozen.
All right. Well, there we go. Can I do this? Let me see. I've never done this before. This is our first time using StreamYard. Let me see if I can do this. Wait, does this work?
Ooh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Ooh, look at that.
Ooh, that looks nice.
It looks nice. I've never done it before. This is for when Jessica starts to tell a story.
Oh my god.
You don't have any stories.
Oh, yeah, I have talk. You got all talk because I saw something in a book that I needed to show you, and I just found it the other day.
Oh, okay. Now I'm intrigued.
Oh my gosh.
So explain, like you guys have been going kind of viral, right, for the plant talking?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. It's been a while since I've checked. But Garrett, what were like some of our numbers for like? I think the neighbors one was the most popular. I can't remember.
I think it's the one with the walnut tree. Actually, there's this walnut, this like squirrel buried a nut in my backyard, and my wife Amber wanted me to dig it up because she didn't want a big walnut tree growing in her backyard. So I decided to attach this contraption, this device to it, to like see what it said while I'm digging it up, and to like talk to it about like, hey, I'm gonna have to move you. And it was pretty wild. It sounded like, I mean, it sounds like it's going like ow, ow, ow as I'm digging it up. And then I gave it water, and it sounded really excited to be drinking. It's like, it sounded like it was like a hungry dog, you know, or like it's pretty wild. So I think that was the most popular. It feels very like personified. It's like, it sounds like it's having a dialogue with me.
Well, explain how you do it, because it sounds like you just are saying that you guys talk to plants. Like you literally don't just talk to them, like you do it with a machine, right?
Right. Yeah. So like people may have seen, there's been for a while this like a plant wave is the like kind of the consumer thing, but there's these biodata sonification units that basically like you stick these pads to a plant, and it registers the electrical changes on the plant, and it does some like, you know, nerdy algorithm stuff that I don't understand to like turn those changes into MIDI notes. And then you can take those MIDI notes. That's kind of just like a score, like a music score, but it's not like music yet. But you take that MIDI score and you like say, you know, play that on a piano or a trombone or whatever. And so you could kind of listen to plants or mushroom make music. And there's videos on that all over, and it's really cool. But then I thought, oh, it'd be really neat, instead of music notes, if you had it trigger English phonemes, like what is in like a speak and spell, when you, that old like ET, you know, ET phone home speak and spell, that like a robot voice. Those have like every like sound that we make in English, like ta, ka, ga. So instead of like playing a, you know, F sharp on a piano, play ga. And so like now the plants can like talk, basically have all the capability to sound like English to us. And I thought that'd be an interesting way to do like Estes kind of with a plant, or like can try to communicate and like see what you can hear from the plant. And Garrett, I started talking to my bathroom plant called Coco. Yeah.
Garrett, I was wondering, have you, like with Coco or any other plants, have you like spent a day or like, I don't know, like an hour a week? I was thinking of like when kids are in kindergarten, like teaching them language.
Oh yeah.
Like having a class with the plants and being like, like teaching them the alphabet and then teaching them rudimentary words and see if they learn.
Yeah, no, I haven't done that, like a chalkboard and doing like that's a good TikTok idea though. I think I like this this going stepping through it.
And I was thinking too, like, because of the way that a plant would input information, like writing it in ultraviolet colors so they could see it. Like they're not necessarily seeing our shapes. You know what I mean?
Right, totally.
Or even using like cutouts so that they can see the shade and the shape of the letter.
That's a good idea.
So here's the thing I found. So I recently went on a secret trip to this place called Greene County, Pennsylvania.
Uh-huh.
And while I was there, I was talking to people about all the weird stuff that happens there. And so the woman is anonymous, and the time is, you would have to talk to her. But when she was 14 years old, she was in her room, and a giant lobster crawfish tried to pull her out of her room.
Oh, wait, is that like through like a hole, like in a dimension?
Through her window.
Oh, through the window.
Yeah.
Wow.
So she described it as a giant lobster or a giant shrimp.
There's more than one. That's amazing.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Gosh.
I have chills. Just
I don't know if people do people know about the shrimp significance? Oh my gosh, the gnome man.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on? This is it.
Party.
Welcome to the chaos.
Gnoming around.
I love it.
I couldn't decide between the gnome hat and the chicken hat. So I opted for the gnome because the chicken hat people find disturbing, I think.
I feel like I need some kind of hat or mask or something while you guys are outdoing me on my own podcast. What's going on?
Can you put up the rest of their socials? Why did you only put up one?
I'm sorry. I'm thinking about things.
Bex, you're in your car.
So yeah, you guys, this is the Liminal Earth team. There's 3 of them on the team, and they post all sorts of cool content. And yeah, and we'll get their socials up. And after this too, we'll put everybody's socials in the notes of the YouTube.
I wonder if this is gonna work. Hold on.
Oh God.
Have I missed my? Oh yay!
Yeah.
Ooh. There we go.
That's great.
Now it's like CNN.
Oh my God.
Yeah. We need some like breaking news.
Yeah.
Breaking news. Tenney found another big shrimp. Breaking news.
Breaking news. Tenney gave us like a month's worth of content.
Yeah, right. So like, what's the weirdest thing a plant has said so far?
I was on Jim Perry's show, the Night Drift, or it was on the radio, and he was interviewing the plant just directly. So I was just like, he was asking a question, and then I would just let it talk. And we were at, this question comes up a lot about like, like what does this mean for veganism, basically, and like because the plant, if the plant has, and then he has like, so what should we be eating? And it sounded like it said air. So I don't know if like Coco was just being sassy or what.
Gross.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Coco is being sassy.
Yeah.
Existential crisis.
What is the name? I'm sure you guys have heard, but what is the name of that group of human beings that tries to exist only on sunlight? You know what I'm talking about?
Breatharians.
Yeah, there you go.
Breatharians, yeah.
I love that.
Which I mean, couldn't they come up with something a little more creative?
For sure, right?
So
I guess, but humans have never been good with words anyway. Like we just take stuff and smash it together. I was just telling someone the other day because they were like, "What does wizard mean?" And I was like, "A wise man." I was like, "Drunk man, wise wizard, wise man." Like we're not very smart. We just smash words together and make a new word.
I had that thought when I drove out west. I thought it was so funny because like you'll see these giant like mountains and like rock formations, and it'll be like this way to balanced rock. I'm like, oh, that's it. That was the. Well, we'll look at this. It's a rock on another rock, balanced rock. There, we're done. Our job's done.
I should set one of those up in my yard.
I know.
And then put signs up.
Yeah.
Balancing rock way.
Yeah.
Old man of the mountain. Why? Because it looks like an old man.
Yes.
Well, if it's a thing that looks like something else, I mean that seems a little cooler to me. Like just like a couple of balancing rocks.
Yeah.
I'll take like a mountain that looks like a dude. I don't know.
Yeah, I was just because of the Lord of the Rings thing that just started on Prime. I was reading through Tolkien and I realized that he calls sea serpents fish dragons. And I think fish dragon is cooler to me than sea serpent.
Way cooler.
I'm only really gonna call Toad that now.
Yeah.
Maybe fish dragon.
Sometimes I feel like a fish dragon.
Are
I
you
was
just
a fish
on
dragon
the side of
yesterday.
the
You
road,
guys.
Bex?
No, I'm at a rest stop now.
Oh.
But like, I went to a water park yesterday, and I was literally a fish dragon.
Wait a second, I'm going to go and get something for my head because I feel out of place not having a hat or something.
Perfect.
Keep talking.
So yesterday I was at a water park, and I felt not so young anymore. But I really felt like a fish dragon in that I rode a water roller coaster.
Ooh.
And it's something that you're not strapped into it all. You hold on to the rack, right? And so, and like my date went, and we were like watching it. It was all gonna be fine. And like that first drop was great, but then we realized that there are moments when you are airborne in this fucking raft. And then sometimes when you're airborne, it kind of turns, and we were just screaming so hard the
Oh
whole
my god. Why?
like we got off the ride and we were just shaking. We were like, no, we were too old for this shit. You look like Britney, bitch.
This is all I had. This is the fastest thing I could grab.
You
It
look
works.
insane.
Oh, my water
It's got riffraff vibes, you know.
It kind of does, doesn't it?
Riffraff, yeah.
Time is fleeting. Madness takes its toll.
I literally listened to that today.
Funny.
The Tenacious D version. Anyways.
So,
What's the next big project up for Liminal Earth?
oh gosh,
Or is it secret and you can't talk about it?
we don't have many secrets, do we?
We really
I think
don't.
they might have secrets from me.
I'll tell you, one of the things that I love the most about what you guys do is that you don't have any secrets. Like, you come up with an idea and just give it to the world. And I think that's like one of the things that I just love, because I feel like so many people hold their ideas, even their thoughts. Like, when I'm doing a lecture, whatever comes out of my fucking mouth, I don't care if it's something, like, if I think somebody has never thought about it before, like, fuck it, just give it up to the universe. Maybe they got a better idea. Oh shit, look out, this is getting to be a full room.
Who's coming?
Oh, shit.
Adam! Investigator in training.
Yeah, I was like, what's my name? Investigator in training, kids.
Cute.
Yeah. Listen, I don't know if we're filming another season of Kindred Spirit.
Hey,
But-
wow, hey.
but-
Hi.
Are.
Hi. Oh, look at that.
Oh, look at that.
Hi, cuties.
Hello.
Hi. I had a brief moment to stop in and say hello. Here's some camera angles, and
Loves it.
that's whatever. I don't want to bother you. You're probably talking about some really great shit, and I'm just annoying.
You're a big fan, though.
I am a fan of the podcast. I was excited about the last episode. I was sad that they didn't talk about Match Game, but maybe in another week they'll talk about it.
Adam, it was the best match game ever.
It was so fun.
And I put your whole karaoke in our video.
It was terrible.
No,
I'm
it
like
was
Tenney.
so
No,
So was mine.
terrible
Mine was
because
terrible.
So good.
We were
It was
surrounded
so
by
good.
no. We were surrounded by smoke the whole time. We've been talking all day. I had done a workshop. By the time they were like, sing, and I was like, sure, why not? In the middle of the song, I was like, why would I do this to myself? And we sounded like whatever.
Adam, if you watch me singing, you see me rubbing my throat.
Yeah. No, at one point, the girl who's running the karaoke is like vaping, like her life depends on it. And I was like,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, the smoke up here.
I'm a smoker and I couldn't take it.
I know, it's crazy. I love this background, Garrett. Your
Yay.
background.
I know, isn't it? He's in like a
You-
cool
Well, that's his secret cave. That's
That's a
there's
secret
That's
cave.
his
Talk
plants
to
talking
plant.
about it.
plants.
our talking plant Coco.
Do you want to hear the talking plant?
I do, actually.
Yeah.
Let me turn it on real
We
quick.
can have a conversation.
You hear that?
Yeah.
Cute.
This is Coco. That's what they.
Hey, Coco.
She or they hang out in my bathroom, so don't ask too many questions.
They've
'cause
seen
They've seen a lot of me.
That's amazing.
This is
I
the best
love
thing
that.
ever.
Oh my god.
I feel like those are real words. Like, maybe not to us, but to them. Those are like, that's like a full conversation.
Yeah, like on Wednesday, we had another friend who built one too, and he put his on his plant. His plant is named Jim apparently, and we had them talking to each other, and they were like going. It sounded like they were getting in sync and like being
Yeah.
quiet at the same time. It was like, and Bex was doing the Estes, and like there was a cat meowing. It just felt like this big circus of weird stuff. It was wild.
And like the
That's
drinking
really-
phenomenon again that we were talking about. Like they were going like, and we were giving it water.
Yeah.
Wait, have you ever tried to do that when you're like watering it?
Yeah, so I watered it and it It sounded excited. It sounded like yes.
Well, you know about when when they first started doing the plant talking stuff with the polygraph machines.
Oh yeah.
When he started doing that stuff in the 1950s, and like when he would walk toward the plant with hot water, it would go fucking crazy because it knew that hot water was coming, like to be dumped on it. And then like when he would stroke its leaves, it would all calm back down, like super crazy.
Wow,
that's awesome.
I
Yeah, I
think
need to do more experiments with that.
I had a thought.
You should strap it to a weed plant and see if it's like really slow. Like, hi guys, what's up?
Have you ever tried strapping it to like a big piece of like limestone in an old haunted building and see if you get anything?
I don't know if it will register anything with that. I could try. I don't know if it has anything that it can read off of that.
Right.
But
Okay,
when we
I
were
love
at Dr. Ames' house in
pop in after, I don't know, whenever. It's a surprise. You never know what you're getting.
Nope, you don't. Oh, wait, Adam, you pop out. I'm popping someone else in.
Okay, I'll talk to you later. Maybe I'll pop in, and then otherwise send me the pay only link for later.
Yes.
Done.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, bye.
bye.
Okay, I'm going to answer too. Somebody in the chat said, "Does Liminal Earth have a YouTube?" It's at the bottom of the screen. Liminal Earth YouTube. Robyn.
Hello.
Oh my god.
Did I just kick off Adam?
You just kicked Adam off. I was like, I'm done talking to Adam. Get him out of here. I've seen him so much in the past week. I got to talk to my daughter.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my
really good to see you, Dad.
What's up?
What's up?
I just learned a really fun fact. If you put a straw into a soda can, it fizzes up out of it and all over yourself. So don't repeat my mistake, everyone.
No.
I would have taught you that had I not abandoned you at an early age.
Honestly, like I'm just looking for the validation of the dad who left. You know, I'm just waiting for someday for you to say you're proud of me, and I'm just grateful and I'm glad we have this platform. You know.
So if anybody doesn't know, Robyn continually on Twitter calls me her dad who left her at an early age.
No, you have to shut up. I'm gaslighting all of your fans. You're ruining
Okay,
it.
fine. Robyn, anyway, so I was at Paracon last week, and I think 3 different people came up to me and were like, "Is Robyn really your daughter?"
That's the greatest thing that anybody has ever said to me. I'm so glad to know this. That's so funny.
I was trying to figure out if you could be my daughter. I'm obviously not going to discuss your age on air.
In terms of like time span,
Well, I was thinking
could have been my dad.
Yeah, so if I would have produced a child the first time that I had sex,
that child is me.
That would have been in 1985.
Overshare.
That child is me. So, what's up, guys?
I don't
Is that
know.
Here I am, making my dad proud every day.
Timing of your first sexual encounter.
I don't have any secrets.
I'm glad that when you have your first sexual encounter, you can now think back on me.
Oh my God, the worst. I don't even want to think back on my first sexual encounter.
Oh my gosh.
And you gotta change the socials. You gotta put up Robyn's socials.
Oh, I will.
Okay. For you guys who don't know, this is Robyn, a tired witch from Twitter, Instagram. She has a big following. She's crazy. She's
First
pretty.
of all, how dare you?
She wrote a book called Magickal Tarot that's very successful and cute.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I am an occult annoyance. From
You have your book. Ow, ow, ow. Toad just like literally ran full force and then poked his feet into my thigh. Anyway, do you have your
He
book?
stood so many times on my head at the hotel.
I have a French version of my book.
Well, hold it up.
The other ones are all packed away. It's called Magickal Tarot, or this. I'm not going to butcher French on this live stream right now.
Jessica is learning France right now. Jessica's learning France right now.
I'm learning France.
I've been trying to learn French for similar-ish reasons to Jess. I'm trying to learn French, and I basically just learned that it's just a bunch of noises it's a bunch of like guttural grunts and noises, and I'm like, I don't know if this language is the one for me.
I used to date a woman who spoke fluent French, and it drove me crazy because whenever she would come across a French word in the English, like in our daily life, she would have to pronounce it with a French accent. So like if we went to Burger King, she would get like French fries and a croissant.
Oh, that's Frank. That's my husband. He's not even French. He's just European. They just do that. I'm like, it's not croissant, dickhead. We're in California.
It was like, I'm from Michigan. It's a crescent.
Yeah, he does it all the time. And I'm like, I'm not going to say it that way. He's like, yeah, but when we get to England, you're going to have to pronounce it that way. I'm like, why? Are we in France? I don't think so. I don't think so, buckaroo.
Wait, this is a good time for me to ask this question because we have so many people on. I speak English. I know zero. Well, I know a little bit of Spanish, a little bit of French, and then that's it. Jessica, what do you know?
I know some French, a tiny bit of Spanish, barely any English.
That's true. Bex?
I know a little bit of Portuguese and English.
Robyn?
I obviously speak but don't write English. I'm pretty fluent in Spanish, and I know a teensy bit of French and Italian.
Ingo Duck?
So I know a little bit of Spanish. My grandmother was actually Cuban, from Cuba, but like in the culture at the time in this country, like they didn't let her speak Spanish basically, which sucks. But I'm also teaching myself Italian on Duolingo right now. And I'm thinking maybe we need like a plant to English module on Duolingo once we have Coco figured out.
Genius.
What do you think? Like, could we?
For sure.
We need that whole vocab system set up.
I agree. Garrett, what do you speak?
Just
Anything?
English, just English, but yeah, working on the plant speak here. That's it.
You know what's weird is I feel like, because I've tried doing Duolingo for a bunch of different languages, and I feel like anybody with a minor interest in speaking any language can almost instantly read any other language. Like I feel like your brain figures out, and context clues like can really get you far in reading a different language.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, I can definitely read Spanish a lot better than I can speak it. But yeah, I totally agree with you. I think once you have like the foundational, words and stuff like that, then you can fill in the blank pretty quickly.
Yeah, for sure. So wait, we've talked to Coco the plant. Robyn, pull us a tarot card. Do you have a tarot deck near you?
First of all, I resent that statement.
Her book, if you buy her book on Instagram, there's a set that comes with a book and a tarot deck, companion tarot deck. So
I do. Oh, here we go. I got the Garbage Pail Kids deck that I got sent that I'm sending to Jess, actually. I just haven't put it in the box yet. So.
I need
it. Garbage Pail Kids Tarot has come up so much in the past week.
I need it.
I'm really grateful that I got sent this deck because it's one of those decks that I never would have bought for myself. Not that I don't think it's cool. It's just, you know what I mean? It's like one of those things where I'm like, it can either be really cool or really, really bad. There's no in between, right? So I never would have bought it for myself because I would have been like, is it worth the risk, right? And then they sent it to me, and it's actually really cool, and it's really well, like high quality for like a mass-produced deck. So I think it's pretty cool. Let's see. I have yet to properly shuffle this deck, so. The artwork's really neat. And I don't know if anybody else wasn't allowed to have Garbage Pail Kids when they were a kid, or if that was just me. I wasn't allowed them. If my dad was there, I probably could have gotten some, but he abandoned me.
I years and years ago would just read regular Garbage Pail Kids as a tarot deck. But recently I did my first tarot pull with my 1970s Kiss trading cards.
That's fun.
It was super fun.
Okay, I got this one. It's the 3 of coins, 3 of pentacles. I don't know if you can see it, but it's like a friar with like snot coming out of its nose. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So 3 of coins, 3 of pentacles is actually very appropriate for this because it's all about teamwork and building something fun and cool together. So that's really fun.
And 3, obviously, 3s.
The power of 3. Yeah, no, charmed. Everything does come back to charm at the end of the day. That is true.
I think it's weird explaining, like, when you're talking about tarot and numbers to people, and this comes up whether I'm paranormal investigating, but like, I don't think people, maybe in my magical practice and in my life, like, I know that traditionally 3 is one of those numbers, but like, it is fucking important. Like, it comes up so much. It's really ridiculous. Like, even people who don't have magical practices understand how powerful 3 is.
It's interesting, isn't it? Numerology and tarot, I think, is super interesting because it although it does overlap a lot of traditional numerology, it also kind of has its own numerology like happening as well. And I always think that's so interesting because like if you do have a basic understanding of numerology, then you can apply it to tarot, but then it also kind of expands into its own thing based off of the imagery.
Well, like for me, I've told people for years, like this goes back to before I was doing magic and stuff like that. Like my power number is 18, which I always look at as, obviously it's like a derivative of 3 because it's 3 9s. So like there's all this 3 interpreted into it. But I think back to way before I did magic, and even Jessica and I don't know if we've talked about this on the podcast, but there was this moment when I was like 15 and I was hanging out with my friends and we were kind of drunk. And I was talking about how 18 follows me around everywhere. And my friend Scott was like, you know where we're sitting right now, don't you? And I was like, yeah, we're just drinking Slurpees outside 7-Eleven. He's like, yeah, 7 and 11 is 18, motherfucker.
That's so funny.
I have a friend who is in this band. Funny enough, the band name's Pennyroyal. And they have been followed around by 33 everywhere. And like they're working on a music video right now. And they're like building this like little race car, and like within the wheel well there was the number 33. The order that they had for the order in for their restaurant, like lunch that day, was 33. It's just been like this huge thing for them, and they're like, what does it all mean? It's like, what is going on? So I've always been curious about what like numerologically that would mean, but I have no clue.
33 is like a long ass crazy like 30 King kills 33 and the Freemasons and 33 degrees and all kinds of cool stuff.
For sure. And it's always like but I mean, it always just comes back to 3, right? Like even me, I recognize, like I was saying, like it's 18 is my number, but like 18 is still just 3 9s and 9 is just 3 3s. Like it all just cascades back down to 3 again.
How did you come up with your power number? Like, is this like
so
kind of thing where you convert your name and stuff, or is it just
18 really followed me around my whole life? And then as like I think really the universe was like, no, you don't understand. 18 is your number. And that's when the universe killed me, because that's when I died. So I was 18 when I died, and then I was like, oh, I get it. 18 is the important number in my life. But then I think I've talked to Robyn about this too. I'm a Virgo. I'm born in August. I'm a cuspy Virgo. And so I was a Virgo from the time I was born up until the time I died at 18. And then I died on January 20th, and that's when they got my heart started again. So then that's my new birthday after that. So I become a cuspy Aquarian. And then as I got into magic, I started like reading about the Oak King and the Holly King and how they're this fight between these two different archetypes. And I realized that I was born in Royal Oak. And so I was kind of born the Oak King, spent the first 18 years as the Oak King. Now I spend the next 18 as the Holly King, then the next 18 as the Oak, and I go through transitionary phases. So it's just this thing that pops up over and over that I have applied significance to.
But the real question is, do you identify personally more as being a Virgo or being an Aquarius?
I really think it's when I'm like in which stage I'm in right now. So like right now I'm in oak and transitioning back toward holly. So I really identify right now as a Virgo.
Yeah.
I have a fun sync. I just sent a picture to Bex and Garrett because in our yard we had this enormous holly tree that we had to have cut down because it was just getting way too close to the house. So I'm sitting here as we're talking. I'm taking the holly, because I don't like letting anything off of the property if I can find some sort of weird use for it. So I've been breaking the tree down into like wands size stick lengths for gardening, but also for wands. And I'm sitting here removing green holly berries from a holly plant as we're talking right now. So,
and I don't know if you know this or not, but do you know what holly was called before it was called holly?
I don't.
So it was called the eternal oak because holly and oak trees always grew so close to each other, but holly stayed green through the winter. And so the original name of holly was eternal oak. So like there is a relationship between them. And then do you know that weird story about the Warner Brothers moving to California to start doing motion pictures there? Do you know that weird and why? So for anybody that's watching that hasn't heard this, and I don't know if it's true, but it's just something I've heard for decades, which is Thomas Edison used to own the movie industry in New York, and the movie industry was only in New York. So when the Warner Brothers wanted to not pay Edison money, they moved to California and bought a big tract of land. And one of the Warner Brothers said in an interview, "We're going there to create movie magic." And so when they were trying to figure out what they should name the place where they were going to make movie magic, they named it after the place where magical wands would be created. And so they called it Hollywood Land.
Whoa, that's wild.
That's awesome. I had no idea.
Yeah. So even Hollywood like is embedded with like magical ideas.
Yeah, but that's true. Isn't that just true like in general? Like don't they say that like Hollywood is just like one giant like occult, what a wheel?
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, isn't that America? I mean, everything's being crafted by Freemasons and Rosicrucians and who all are mystically thinking, and they're creating roads and like pyramid shaped patterns, and so I mean, whether or not they were actually trying to do something magical, like their magical thinking formed, I think, all of the stuff they created.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Robyn,
Edison was kind of an ass butt. I just saw somebody.
I just saw that too. Yeah, fuck you, Edison.
Yeah, he electrocuted an elephant live on, like, to show how unsafe his, or I can't remember exactly what the story goes.
Yeah, he literally was like, you know what? I've got a show for you guys. Let's go charbroil this living creature in front of everyone.
Yeah, let's go around the country and kill horses to show people that alternating current isn't a good thing.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God. He wasn't, Edison, not really a good guy. Just saying.
No. Not a great guy.
No. Tesla had his issues too, to be honest, but
yeah,
for sure.
At least he didn't go around killing large animals for kicks.
When I was growing up, when I was like 13, the first kind of like punk rock gang that I was in back then, we were called. So in Detroit, you had like the North Hammer Skins, which were all racist, and then you had the South Side Boot Boys, which were all racist. Then you had the East Side Vandals, which were all racist, and then you had like the West Hammer somebodies, and they were all racist. But Royal Oak, my city, was right in the middle of them. So my first gang was called the No Sides. And because we weren't racist, and we also weren't like we were in the middle of all of them. And then an opposite racist gang formed against our gang called the No Sides, and they called themselves the Edisons because no side backwards is Edison.
I have no words for that.
Why were 14-year-olds thinking that deeply at the time?
Boot boys.
Why are 14-year-olds always want to put themselves in little gangs? Like, relax, calm down, just join the chess club. It's fine. You don't have to like declare, your allegiance.
There was, I mean, it really was. It was more than anything. It was just racists in the Detroit area trying to hang out with other racists, so they didn't feel racist.
Right.
As one does.
As one
Right.
does.
Wow, that's wild. On that note, I'm gonna get back on the road. I didn't want to just like dip out, but I love you guys, and this is awesome, and I'm gonna keep listening. But thanks for having me so much.
Thanks, Beck.
Everybody go follow Liminal Earth.
Thanks. Yeah, I just got a text from Garrett, and his wife apparently came down and was having some sort of weird experience in their house, like something spooky, kind of. So I don't know what that's all about, but I'm gonna go and talk to him. And if for some reason he has some cool story, can we
just
pop
hop back on? You have the link. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll do. We'll keep listening too.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
See you later.
Bye.
Robyn, tell us about your podcast.
My podcast is called Coffee and Cauldrons. We are nearing the end of season 3. And-ish.
How many episodes is that?
We have 71 episodes.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. We've been doing this for a year and a half. We're already at 72.
Yeah,
Come on now.
We were
Come
bi-weekly
on.
for a really long time. We were bi-weekly for bi-monthly for a really long time. So now we're doing it weekly. So
And they're on Audio Boom.
We are. We just got signed with Audio Boom, which is so exciting.
That's sick.
Yeah, it's been really sick. I am very excited to see where that continues to grow.
And your co-host is Maria the Arcane.
Yes, Maria the Arcane, Maria the Angel, Maria the love of my life, the normal one out of the two of us. She like takes all these like ethereal pictures. She's like, oh, here I am in front of a bookshelf, and here I am lounging on this space lounge. Yeah, like look at my hair, look at the fire, look at the glitter, and I'm like, and also I'm here.
I saw a picture of her recently on a broom floating through a sky.
Yeah, and she's a photographer, like historically, right? So before doing any of the internet stuff. And she like just makes these crazy beautiful photos, and I'm so obsessed with her. Like I am so obsessed with her. She's so talented.
I keep trying. I almost messaged her the other day because I want her to do like, she can do it fancy and she can do it in her photographic style, but I want a picture of her like slobbed out on a couch in pajamas eating SpaghettiOs.
Literally same. I would pay actual money for that. We're planning. I live in California. She lives in South Carolina. And then we're moving at some point in the near future, whenever we can get my life together. And we're planning next year to get together, her and I, and do like a week-long like Patreon thing and recording and all that. And I will get that photo. I promise you, I will get that photo if I have to hold a gun to her head. She's so ethereal with everything she does. Even like our recording for the podcast, like I show up like I am now, like in an oversized shirt and like greasy hair, and she's got like her hair perfectly put together, and she's got her like special glasses that like don't have a reflection and don't have glare, and her beautiful backdrop, and I'm like, and I'm in a box. She's very ethereal. I love her lot.
Are you allowed to say that you're writing another book?
I'm working on 2 books.
Yeah.
So I'm working on a kid's book.
Get away from the kids' book market. That's what I'm writing.
Well, tough shit.
Okay, it's a big market.
We're about to fist fight. You and I over the kids market. Well, mine's targeted at like specifically unisex book. It's a nondescript, like it's specifically because all the books are just targeted for like young girls. Not that there's like anything wrong with that, but obviously I have personal reasons why I would like to have a book that is more unisex, right? So I'm working on that, and then I'm working on another book on death magic, but that one's not signed yet. I'm not contracted with that yet. So
does your father get to write pull quotes for any of these books?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I've already asked you to write the whole intro to the next book.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Yeah, you've already agreed. You can't back out now.
Tenney's wasted and we've only been on the air for an hour.
My kids' book is just a fun kids' book, and it's just got fun stories and fun poems, and they're about ghosts and haunted houses.
I love that. I love that though. Do you know Moon Dust Press? Do you guys know that book company?
I think I have.
They do like the like really cute witchy kids books. They
Like
do
the cryptid ones?
Yeah, like have you seen like The C is for Coven? Have you seen that?
Hang on.
Yeah, he is a typical deadbeat dad. Forgot that he's gonna be writing my foreword. Unreal. They do like C is for Coven and like What Witches Wear. I've talked with the owner of that about doing like a fun board book that would be like about a ghost, and I think it'd be so cute.
Do it.
I just want to do that just to do it though, because I think it'd be really fun.
There's these guys in, I think it's Sweden, and I might be remembering this all wrong, but I went and saw them do a lecture a few years ago at the art school Cranbrook that's here outside of Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
And they designed books that could be read in the sauna and not get soggy. And so they developed like a waterproof, steam-proof paper. And I thought like, what? And I was like, why aren't you making, why isn't every kid's book made out of this material?
Yeah. They got they have these books, like only, they're like, I've only seen them 1 or 2 times in the kids sections, and they're like tear-proof paper. Have you guys seen those?
Yeah.
I think they're waterproof too, and like they're like loose little floppy books that are kind of like board books, but they like, you can't tear them, you can't bite them, and I think they're waterproof also.
These books that they showed, which I thought would be great for kids' books, is they can literally, you can put them in the washing machine.
Oh, that's very cool. My audio
So like,
really that bad?
Kid dumps jelly and peanut butter all over his book. Like you just put it in the washing machine and it's fine.
If my audio is bad, I'm gonna plug in my microphone. Is that better? Well, now I can't freaking hear you guys.
I can hear you.
It's not that much different.
Does it sound different? Like better different?
No. It still kind of just sounds like you're underwater a little bit. We can still hear your words though.
Probably my headset.
Oh.
All I got to say, Robyn and Jessica and Toad and watchers, there you go. Hour 1, only 4 more left.
Okay, but extra time for Patreons.
Do I sound better?
And then another hour for Patreons.
So much better.
There, all I did was switch my foot.
Oh my god, world's better. Wait, so besides the kids' book, you're writing another?
You guys should have said something. I would have plugged in my microphone ages ago. I was just being lazy. That's why I didn't plug in the mic.
But you're writing another like adult witchy book.
Yeah, so the adult witchy book I am not contracted with yet, so that is to be determined, but I think that it will go well. I just have to finish the proposal. I just haven't done that yet because I've had a lot of stuff going on in my personal life. I was like really gung-ho about it, and then some stuff happened in my personal life, friendship wise. I think you know what I'm talking about, but I'm not going to say it. And it really took the wind out of my sails, and I've got the proposal basically done. I just need to edit it. I just haven't found the energy to do that yet, but I'm going to try to get it finished this month and get it sent off.
Cute.
I was talking earlier to on their show when I was talking to Katie Webb and Bex.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe for their Patreon stuff, but I think you're a really good person to ask this question to. But like a lot of my personal magic is all crafted from like the materials I grew up with, like the things that are important to me, like oak trees and dandelions and just regular clover off the ground. Mm-hmm. Like, do you feel like it's important for people to not like, oh, I have to use this berry? Oh yeah. Like I'm a big believer in UPG and the fact that like
I think books are really great stepping stones to like have an understanding, or even like a basic stepping stone, I guess you could say, like I'm struggling for the words here, but a really good foundation to, you know, give you inspiration, give you even an understanding of maybe what something was historically done, or something that are like traditional to certain practices, etc. But I think a big part of the key that people leave out is most books are written from a very like not just Eurocentric but British viewpoint, and that doesn't translate to the rest of the world. It just doesn't. And
Right.
there's nothing wrong with that, of course. Like there's nothing wrong with like British traditional magic. But if you don't live in England and you don't maybe have these sort of plants just in your backyard, like time to start researching other plants in your area.
Yeah, I mean, as a little kid, I think most of us, especially us that grew up in the States, in America, like I don't know why more. I mean, I do know because people want to follow the rules of magic or whatever.
People
but
are very, very afraid. They're very, and that is not their fault. Especially nowadays, you know, 2022, you've got the internet that basically is filled with people who make content, a platform, and a career based solely off of fear-mongering people into, let me tell you the right way. Everything you're doing is wrong. Let me tell you the right way. So that way you then come to my page, you get the clicks, you get the views, and I make money off of you because I've scared you now that, you know what I mean? I've created the problem and I'm going to sell you the solution. And places like TikTok especially are really big on that, I've noticed, and I think it's really gross.
Yeah. I mean, like I was saying, like for me, just if I think back to the energy and the emotion attached to, like I said earlier, like dandelions, like dandelions are so powerful to me. And then to grow up and realize that they do have a magical history, and that like the whole plant is completely edible and completely usable, and you can make tea from it, and like all the things you can do with dandelions. I'm like, oh yeah, this is an important plant, but because it's not some weird ceremonial British magic, like you very rarely see dandelions used.
Right. And I think the other problem, not the problem, but another part of the equation that a lot of people I think don't realize is that a lot of these traditional books, we'll call it, right, are done through a lens that is based from Wicca, which was based from the Golden Dawn or Thelema. And there's nothing wrong with these ceremonial practices. There's a lot of people who practice all of them and they're great. But that those practices exclude things like folk magic in like most countries that aren't European. And even in Europe, there's folk practices that don't translate into those kind of ceremonial practices. And I don't know, there's nothing wrong with following folk traditions and branching off from ceremonial things if you don't resonate with that.
Yeah, I think Gundella, the first witch that I ever met, I said something about like, I'm searching my memory back to 15 and 16 years of age, but I said something to her like, you have to pee in stuff to make magic work. And she laughed and she said, but you have to remember that a lot of that comes from the fact that people haven't always had water.
Mm-hmm.
And like that blew my mind like way open, and realizing like, oh, it's not like pee is pee and so it's magical. It's like, you have to remember we're dealing with hundreds, if not thousands of years of culture where people didn't have like potable water that they knew was slightly okay to drink. And in many cases, like urine, whether it was animal or human, was like cleaner water than you would get out of a ditch.
Yeah. And I also think too is that I know that you and I have talked about this a lot of times, but you have these you have children, right, that are so brave and so certain of their magic, and then we kind of lose that as adults, and we kind of get, you know, put in these little boxes of rules, and because it's society and there's not like that's normal.
Right.
But like, why can't we experiment and try things. All common gnosis started as unverified personal gnosis. So go out there and experiment and try things. And as long as you're not being harmful, like appropriative and, you know, educating people on, let's say, closed practices or something like that, why can't you go experiment and try things? Why not?
Yeah, I watched Jessica actually when we went to the beach after we went to Michigan Paracon, and I'm always just observing people's natural magic, and I was watching her interact with Toad and the water, and I was like, oh, like Jessica has like childlike magic. Like she still understands how to talk to animals and how to deal with nature and sand and water. And you can't really write that in a book. Like how do you write that? Like, I mean, you write it as a single sentence, right? Which is like, be nice to magic, be nice to animals. But it's really deep and has a massive influence on the external world.
Yeah. It's just crazy. I think I get why people have some fear. Do you know what I mean? I get why they have that. It's not their fault. Like, especially if you get into magic as an adult. We have all these societal rules and stuff. And especially if you come from like an Abrahamic religion that has structure and rules and books and like orthodox and all that, right? I totally understand why people would be afraid of doing things wrong. But like, really, if you're still just kind of figuring stuff out, the worst you're going to do is have like an unpleasant day. You're not going to ruin your life because you don't know enough to have that kind of, I don't know, power behind stuff. Like, at least not in a long lasting way. So go out and try. You know, read books, experiment, have fun. Like, I don't know.
Like this is a really simple and true thing. Like just someone started doing something because they were doing it, and then 400
pass
years
it
later,
on to somebody else, and here we are.
Yeah, 400 years later, you have to do it a certain way. When in reality, like if you go to a Catholic church, like they're just doing magic, like they're burning incense and waving smoke around.
Catholicism is a cult as fuck.
Yeah,
like,
it's magic. Crazy.
They're literally eating symbolic flesh of Christ, drinking.
It's not even symbolic; it's
blood
literal.
Of Christ.
It transmutes, right?
Yeah, they're eating the blood and flesh of a person. They've got, you know, incense going off to cleanse, purify, and be an offering, essentially.
They all chant together.
They chant together. They read in dead languages. Like, it's a cult as fuck. Like,
yeah, for
they
sure.
wear special outfits to freaking talk. Like, if that's not a ceremonial magic, I don't know what is.
I was going to say, too, something that all three of us talk about all the time is that witchcraft doesn't have to be fucking expensive, and you don't have to buy certain tools and certain supplies from certain sellers and certain influencers to make your magic work.
I think if you have the means and ability and you want to treat yourself to something really nice, like, hell yeah, treat yourself, go for it. But I'm a huge advocate of the dollar store magic.
That's where I was going.
Or
with
the backyard magic.
Yeah, one of your, like, I feel like most popular TikToks at the beginning was like your dollar store witchery one.
Yeah, I think that got like 1 million views or something crazy like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because
go get your
you can.
Dollar Tree.
Yep.
And the comments people were so mad at me about that video. They were so mad at me. They were like, you have to spend money. Like, their logic, and I get where they're coming from, is you have to spend money to make money, let's say. And I'm like, first of all, why is your magic focused solely on making money? Let's start with protection magic. Let's start with like happiness and friendship and just like normal everyday things that make us happy. Because you can be like rich as fuck and be the most miserable person to be around.
Well, that was even like
make happiness.
Yeah, that was even like because Jess and I made like friendship and family protection candles, and like we got the candles from the Dollar Tree because I'm like, the candles it doesn't matter where the candles come from. It's what I'm going to do with them when I clear them and press them. Like that's the important part of it.
Right. It's just crazy to me because like I think it's really cool that there's all these like small business owners for witchcraft and stuff now. But like I've been doing this for longer than I'm going to admit to age myself on the internet.
I've been doing this for several decades at this point. And it wasn't until like 2018 that we really had this boom of like witchy things, right? And when you look at like history, the history of witchcraft or magic, whatever you want to call it, globally, like especially people who love to be like, oh, I'm the daughter of the witches that you couldn't burn or whatever. Like your ancestors that you are saying you have, they made do with what was in their backyard.
Yeah.
Like they didn't go down to the Botanica and spend $20 on a candle. Like they probably didn't even use candles because until modern history, candles were a necessity to live. Like these weren't things that the average person would just like, for lack of a better term, waste on spells because this was like a commodity that they needed to survive. And I think a lot of people accidentally forget that part of history, if you will.
Yeah. I also saw a big discussion happening online about someone was screaming about like, because I do a lot of work with my ancestors and my future like generations.
Your future ancestors.
Yeah, well, I'm somebody's ancestor in the future.
Yeah.
Like, so like I'm trying to help them out too in the future, even though they're not here yet. Or I mean, they are here and I'm just not experiencing them yet. But there was a big argument on Twitter about like, don't forget, majority of your ancestors were assholes and don't venerate them and whatever. And I've always said like, no, the whole point is for your ancestors that were fucking terrible, which we all had, you're supposed to be better. And for the ones that were good, like you're supposed to make them proud.
Yeah. But I also think,
Tenney,
what?
Your sister's in the chat.
What?
She's our favorite.
Goodness. Oh my goodness
Yay.
gracious.
We love you.
Go ahead, Robyn.
oh, no, you're fine. I don't remember what I was going to say now. Oh, I think that it is really ignorant too to kind of put people like in the afterlife in this box that they hold the same beliefs that they held, let's say 200-300 years ago. Like there's a lot of assumption there then that not only do we know everything about the afterlife in that opinion, right, but that people are unable to change. You know what I'm saying? Like you would think, and this is just an assumption I'm making. There's no like whatever, right? But you would think that if somebody, let's say, died 200-300 years ago and they were this awful person, right? And let's say that they are died, and whether you believe in like a heaven or something like it, or you believe that people just walk the earth or freaking whatever, they've had 300 years to kind of observe things and see the world and learn from you, the ancestors, you know, the next generation, their relatives. And I like to believe, and perhaps this is, you know, my own naive optimism, but I like to believe that people who have passed on like kind of have like a knowing, and that we, you know what I mean? The things are not so linear as good, bad, behaving well, not behaving well. Like
to that point, like we recognize in some way that like this physical body isn't us anyway.
Yeah.
Right. And so like the mistakes that we made in the physical world, like hopefully I have ideas that perhaps they drop away.
Yeah. Hold on, my computer's screaming at me. Sorry.
Once
I actually left my job on and it's just like beeping at me incessantly.
But like once I'm no longer like a middle-class cis white male and I'm just back to being that thing that I was before this body I'm in now.
Yeah.
Like hopefully I will learn a lot more about reality and the experiences I had, and yeah,
and I don't know. I personally believe that like we kind of get these opportunities to kind of come back and better ourselves in other lifetimes, etc. Not exactly like the Hindu karma and what's the word I'm looking for here? Starts with an R.
Wait, what are you talking about? I'm sorry, I was drinking.
People come back when they reincarnation. Thank you. And I don't exactly believe in it like the way the Hindus do, but Like I on a personal level believe that I don't believe in heaven and hell, and I don't believe that like if somebody was like this, let's say the worst serial killer, just a really bad person, I think that they get to kind of come back and try again to be a better person. And I just think it's really egotistical of us to think that we like know so much that people can't, as ghosts, better themselves, whatever way that might look.
Well, and I think I was having a discussion with a friend of mine last night, actually. I think another part of it, too, is part of being in body and in this reality is at a point coming to a realization that all these other people around you are just aspects of yourself. And so, like, what is that person reflecting back to you that you don't like about them? There's probably something in your heart that's like, or your being or your mind that you don't like, but they portray it so heavily. You're like, I fucking hate that person because they're showing the kind of part of yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I don't know. I always struggle with people who think that they understand something that nobody really understands so well that they can like be so, I don't know, angry about it with such confidence. I think that's something that they maybe should personally unpack for themselves in their own life, because there's maybe something more going on there.
Well, that's the John Tenney quote of "No one knows anything. Don't be a dick."
Yeah, literally.
Like, we're all just here to talk to each other and hopefully hold on to each other as we spin into the void of the unknown. Like,
literally though. That's so funny.
I have to go to the bathroom. I'm the first bathroom break.
I know I have to go too, but you go first.
Okay, I'll go first. I'll be faster. Wait. Oh, I'm old man. My knees and my legs and hips from sitting for an hour.
You're literally like, somebody get this man a walker.
Literally.
Drama.
Oh, literally from where he's sitting right now to the bathroom is like 8 feet.
Drama.
Go in there.
I don't have any dad jokes to read you. I'm not a dad.
Robyn, so many people in the chat were saying, shout out McCormick Coven.
Oh, yeah, McCormick Coven, let's go.
Baby?
Oh, I don't have my purse in here. My purse is in my car. But on my purse, Frank made me the mini brands?
Yeah.
He made me a McCormick, like it was like thyme or something, organic thyme mini brands bottle with like a little pentacle next to it. It's my McCormick Coven keychain.
Loves it. What else?
I love that Tenney has been saying he's 51 for like the last 6 months. I'm like, it has literally not been your birthday yet. You need to relax.
No, it is. He's 52.
No, it is now.
I think he's 52 now.
No, he turned 50 last year because we got him that doormat last year for his birthday.
You're right.
Yeah, he's just dramatic.
Mary, is Tenney 51? Help us out here. I wish Tenney's sister could come on the chat. I'm not going to pressure her though, but that would be crazy. Wouldn't it be crazy if your sister came on the screen?
It would be pretty crazy.
It would be so cute. Everybody would like explode with the cuteness. They wouldn't even be able to handle it. They'd be like, well, I'm dead. Do you want to? Oh my God, come on!
I know my sister better than anyone else. She says that, but she's not getting the link. She doesn't have the link.
She wants to come on.
Don't give her the link.
I'm giving her the link.
Don't give her the link.
I already gave it to her.
I already gave it to her.
To come on?
Yes.
Oh, now she has it again.
You know, Tenney, I'm just gonna be the one to say it. You're not a very good liar, and I think
I'm not a good liar. That's why I tell the truth my whole life. Like, people always ask me, like, do more Realm of the Weirds. They're really cool. I'm like, I don't have any more stories. Like, I'm not making them up. That's just the fucking truth.
Yeah.
I used to lie all the fucking time. It just never got me anywhere.
I've never been a good liar.
As soon as I became a adult human, like, I just was like, what's the point of this? I'm just causing myself more
is that I think lying is very funny. Like, because my problem is that I have impulse control issues, and once I start lying, it just gets more grand, and then I'm like making myself laugh. So I will start laughing as soon as I'm lying, because I'm like, I know where I'm gonna take this story.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, like it just so I didn't drink any alcohol from 19 to 31, and everybody was drunk and everybody was being social and everybody had started like their adulthood and everybody was like just getting drunk and telling lies, and I was like, I don't ever want to do this.
Yeah.
Like I just want to tell
lying.
people the
I
truth,
really don't
and I don't
like
care if people believe me anyway. Like I'm dealing with topics most of the time that no one's going to believe anyway. So just tell the fucking truth.
Yeah. I just don't like lying. Like, yeah, it's funny, like when I lie, because it's always just such bullshit. But I don't like liars. I don't like lying. I think people who are like comfortable doing that are gross.
I think the biggest lie I can remember telling is when I was like 8, I had this story about how like my grandfather was an astronaut that I would tell to kids at school. And then like at some point a teacher like started asking me more questions and I couldn't answer
Pressing
them.
you on it.
Yeah, and it was bad. It was very bad. Jessica.
I don't lie to my son.
She
All
does.
right.
Who lies to their own child? Not me.
She tells Toad that he's not adopted. It's crazy. We're like, calm down.
Oh!
Look at that. You're on, Mary. Turn your microphone on. You have a microphone button. Click your microphone.
Unmute yourself.
On. Unmute yourself. You have a microphone button. Click your microphone. Oh, you got it.
Friends. I know I have a microphone button, but I'm getting a sound. I'm getting like the.
Oh, you got it.
Friends. I know.
Wait. So there's wait. Nobody talk. Nobody talk. You got. Oh, you got it.
Friends. I know.
Wait. So there's wait. Nobody talk. Nobody talk. You got. You have 3 buttons near you on your screen. Nobody talk. You have 3 buttons.
No.
She tried. Bless her.
She tried. That was close.
She tried.
She gotta come back. She just has to turn the show off, right?
I think so. Yes.
Yes. So it doesn't like echo.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my God! My people saw my sister.
I know. She gotta
My
come back.
aunt. Yeah, my biological aunt, guys. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
this is like a baby for you. This is like.
This I can't even believe it.
This
Like
is a
I'm like,
TLC show.
You're talking to your dad and your aunt. Unbelievable.
it's crazy. I just can't even believe it. I knew this day would come.
Is it everything you thought it would be?
Well, I just accidentally opened up a new tab, so yeah, I feel like it's pretty on
Perfect.
brand. Frank just texted me that the fire that's by us, because another one just started, they've done like a town hall meeting on it. So that's cool.
All right, wait. Let's see if this works.
Okay.
Unmute yourself, Mary. Your microphone is muted. Up there's my brother-in-law Michael's chin. Turn off YouTube. Hello, Michael. Turn off YouTube and turn her microphone on. There's a button above her. This is perfect.
Oh
What's
my
up, weirdo? This is perfect. This is exactly what it's supposed to be.
Why they keep closing it?
I don't know.
Michael will get it working.
Uh-oh.
Are they coming back?
No.
Is somebody else coming back?
I don't know. We're going to see what happens.
Oh my
This
God.
is it. Listen, we're in hour 130 of this, and it's starting to fall apart, which is
Oh, it's
exactly
falling apart.
as I predicted. It's me talking to Jessica and Robyn. Robyn mostly dominating the conversation.
Because I'm
and
very cute.
me slightly drunk, and Jessica just looking at the screen.
Me just being like, hi.
Oh my god, this screenshot of me is very cute.
Yeah, I look like a goblin in that one.
You look like a goblin, and I look like
Hey,
I'm
you did
like,
it.
You did it.
Hi.
Hello. Everyone that's watching, this is Mary and Michael. This is my brother-in-law and my sister. My brother and my sister.
Listen, we've talked about on the podcast how Mary is a natural witch, and now you guys understand.
Mary, show everyone just the amount of shit you have on your wrist right now.
I just broke 3 things yesterday, so
no.
All of her crystals and all of her
I'm
jewels.
missing 3 things. It was that outing we had, but yes. So I'm a little short today.
Wait, how was Saugatuck?
Oh, it wasn't the same without you. It was
I want to
a
go
little
again.
sad. Yeah.
I want to go again.
We'll come again for sure.
Ah. Did you get kicked out of any restaurants again?
Yes.
You did? Did you yell at people? What did you do?
It was just the normal Tenney fun. That's all.
Listen, let me explain to people who are watching. My sister and I are very sweet, kind, normal people.
Oh. Yeah.
But if you fuck us, the rage of my father, who is a bizarre, insane person, will immediately surface, and we will do everything in our power to make your life a living fucking hell.
But we are really super kind and caring people. That's,
Yes.
But don't
No.
mess with us.
No.
Like, no. Don't.
Wait, I want you to confirm some things since you're here. I love that you're here. I want you to confirm some things.
I have to go, guys. Frank just popped in the message and told me that our kid needs to sleep, so I gotta go.
All right.
Bye, Robyn.
Bye.
Hi, Robyn. Thank you.
Okay, so I need you to confirm some things. Let me get rid of that.
Yep.
There we go. Oh, you got a
Your drink.
Tenney's in the house.
Somebody get this screenshot.
Wait.
So cute. Wait, hang on.
So first things, and we'll just quickly go through these because I don't need to revisit my trauma too much. 1, you saved me when I fell out of the back of a car.
Back of a station wagon.
I opened the back door latch and fell out onto the dirt road.
And your dad was going to let you continue to roll.
Yes.
True story. True story.
True story.
I don't know if you remember this, and I don't know if I've ever mentioned this. Do you remember there was a 4th of July up north? We couldn't get into Grandpa's cabin, so they gave me a handful of sparklers and boosted me up through a window, and I got like sulfur poisoning. Do you remember that?
Yeah, just to be clear, it was not a cabin. It was a mobile home.
Right.
An aluminum structure on a quarter of an acre that was granted to your grandmother because she married the wrong man. So
yes,
everybody else got hundreds of acres, and she got a quarter of an acre with a aluminum mobile home. Yeah.
Right. And yes or no, the bathroom in that was a toilet, but it was just a toilet with a garbage bag.
Garbage bag.
There was no running water.
No running water. There was a toilet, but it had a garbage bag taped to it so you could go to the bathroom inside, but no.
And then, Jessica, are you ready for this?
Yup.
This will be proof. We're not going to go deep into this hole.
Oh, God.
Oh,
but I did have to wear a hat that said Mole Patrol on it.
Yeah.
When I was digging the hole under the house.
Yes.
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 Yeah.
From the basement to the
outside.
outside.
Dig holes for a whole day or a whole weekend.
It wasn't a whole weekend. It was summer.
Oh, it was a whole. Jessica, it was from the basement of the house to the outside in the backyard. Like, not like from the basement of the house through the dirt up to the backyard. It was.
No.
It's called child abuse in
any
form.
Literally.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel
probably why you're
to
so-
this day, being a little bit older than John, that I didn't call protective services myself.
That's why Tenney's so freakishly strong, because he just had to work out doing child labor.
We are very strong.
We are very
Do not
strong.
doubt that. We are very good at arm wrestling. I'm ready for you. We are.
He's so strong.
We got that.
Jessica is always amazed when I like just pick up a refrigerator and carry it.
Yeah, I'm always like, okay, what do I do? Let's help her. Who can we have over? And you're like, get out of my way.
Yes, that's our superpower.
Mhm.
Why do we love to arm wrestle people so much?
I don't know, but I think it's something about that. We really think that we can do anything. Yeah.
But here's the thing, though, right? With our arm wrestling people, it's not about your strength. It's that we are not going to lose to this person.
You're right. Yeah. Yeah.
Like that overrides all strength. I'm not going to let you win.
Yes, that's true.
We're all
Oh.
drinking together. We need to be at a beach.
Oh, I wish I was at the beach right now. Yes.
I know it's your favorite thing. You and your baby oil.
It is. It's totally true. I can't use any chemicals. I'm all natural, baby.
All natural, baby. Everybody's saying how pretty you are, Mary.
Oh, I can't see the chat. That's so nice. Thank you.
She is the pretty one of the two of us.
Oh, whatever. Stop all that bullshit.
You know that.
Whatever.
I'm
I'm a million years older than you. I'm the oldest.
You are the elder child.
No one
Uh-oh.
would ever know that if you didn't
I don't know
say
if I
it
would
the
be.
right way.
There we go. Perfect. I try and explain to people like I mean, probably you and I always feel like you and I had a super rough patch when we were like whatever.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But there was a period of time where like after 89, when everything had happened, like when you taught me how to like comb my hair, like how to like dress, like that was super, those like, that's I think when we really came into our own as like brother and sister.
Oh, yeah. I think at that point we figured out that we weren't going to have parenting the way that normal children would have parenting, and that we should take care of each other in like kind and generous ways, and we should be watching out for each other to the point that we could.
For
Right.
sure. And I think also realizing too,
We were still
like,
children. Like we were still children. So
yeah. And then also realizing like for those watching, my dad and his brother were estranged for like 25 years or 30 years.
Yeah.
And seeing that and the like what it can wreak, like the havoc on a family and the trauma that it can visit on a family, like realizing we don't ever want to be like that.
yeah, that's 100. Yeah, that was rough.
Yeah.
Knowing that they never spoke for like 30 years. Like
And then and the only reason they reconciled was because of you and me.
us. That's right.
Yeah.
We forced it.
Yeah.
And then it was, sad to watch the fact that they recognized they lost all that time and they shouldn't have. And then they wanted to be together, and then Uncle Bob died.
Yeah.
You have no control. So don't do that. Cherish
That's why we try and be nice to everyone unless you want to arm wrestle us.
And we'll still be nice to you, but we're just going to win. We'll lose. All right, I have to go. I go to bed really early. Michael's going to say hi, and Miles might jump in later. He's out with his friends, and I told him to come in before 10 o'clock.
Okay, great. Hello, Michael.
Hello.
Here's the man who you killed with gin. He can never drink gin ever again in his life.
No.
He's not allowed to go Dusters ever again.
True story.
Don't drink with Tenney.
No more Jen.
I love the two of you. Thanks for coming on.
Oh, we
Thank
love
you.
you.
We love you.
Toad. Oh my gosh. We'll go on a vacation again soon.
Let's go on one. Say bye, Toad.
Toad's so cute. We love you. I'll
you.
try
Love
to
you.
get off this now without creating havoc.
Okay.
Jesus, sorry about that, Lord.
It's all right. You're fine.
Oh my God.
This whole podcast is havoc.
That was so cute.
Look at that. A very rare and uncommon fucking sister sighting.
I'm stunned.
And an even more uncommon and rare brother-in-law sighting.
I know. everybody loves them. The chat is on fire. Everybody loves them.
Too funny.
All right, I have to get some questions for us because people are going crazy.
Okay.
Tenney, are you going to continue Realm of the Weird?
I have a Realm of the Weird that's been finished for 3 years now that I've never posted. And then I have one about Macy, which I think is about 3 years old that I've never posted. And I started working on another one 2 weeks ago because of something that happened when I was investigated with Kindred Spirits. So there's the possibility of 3 more appearing in the next few months.
Heyo.
Heyo.
All right, and then Mike Archer wants to know about the buffalo painting behind me. First of all, it's a picture that I took at Badlands National Park, and I turned it into a giant canvas. And I actually have 2 of them because I don't know why. So if you want to buy one, you can just DM me. But it's one of my favorite pictures ever. I was at Badlands. This was with Bean, and I was way too close to this fucking bison. It was on like an iPhone 7 or something, and I was like 3 feet from the fucking bison. Like I should be dead.
Yeah.
So it makes me happy when I look at it because it was just such a moment. We were just like staring at each other. So anyway, so that's where the photo's from. Let me refresh and see if there's any more Patreon questions. I feel bad. Listen, you guys in the chat or you guys questions, blah, blah, blah. If you have questions for the guests, do that stuff when they're here. And then we'll try and get to your questions about us in between. Because I don't want to just talk about our fucking selves when somebody's on the screen. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to time it right. Okay. Hang on. Tenney, what's the freakiest place you've ever investigated in Ghost Stalkers? Well, should we save that one?
No, because I don't know who's popping in and who's not.
Okay.
I'll just tell. It's apparent if you watch Ghost Stalkers, the place that fucked me up the most was Holmesburg Prison in Pennsylvania. Just because being locked in a prison is like the antithesis of everything that I live my life to be free. And so already you're beginning with, we're going to lock you in a prison. That's already does something to your psychology.
Yeah.
And then when you go into the prison, you go into the yard, you go through the gate. And then, so you're in the prison at that point. But then when you get into the prison itself, then you're in the actual prison. And then when I started, having heart palpitations and thinking that something was going to happen to me, everything started flowing through my mind. The only person outside of the prison is Chad Lindbergh. There's not an ambulance out there. There's not a hospital out there. So there's not a doctor out there. There's Chad. Mm-hmm. And even if I get out of the prison, I'm still just in the courtyard of the prison. I still can't get beyond that. And so all of my anxiety just popped. And then when I started crying because I was done with that episode, I looked up and Chad's filming me and I realized, oh, we're making a fucking television show.
Mm-hmm.
What you don't see in the episode is when I start yelling at Chad, I started telling Chad, don't fucking film me. I'm not going to cry on camera, not dying for a 3rd-tier cable channel ghost show. And then I became super. So Holmesburg Prison, absolutely the worst, the freakiest. So many terrible things had happened there. The warden, we had to deal with the warden for months to get him to even come back to the prison because he hated it so much.
Dang.
In the 1950s, I don't know if we even talked about this on the episode, but in the 1950s, the warden at the time had taken 3 guys down to the boiler room and handcuffed them to a steam pipe and then left them down there for 3 days and forgot about them and didn't tell anybody they were down there. And when they went down, after 3 days, they were there's no good way to say this. They're literally, they were just like bacon.
I think you said that before.
Yeah, hanging from the steam pipe. So just a fucking terrible place, horrible place. Not my favorite.
What's your favorite book of all time?
Mine?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's The Giving Tree. That's the easy one.
That's cute.
That's been my favorite since I was obviously a little kid. But yeah, give and give and give and get and get and get and love and appreciate what you're getting and giving.
Perfect.
What's your favorite book, Jess?
I don't know. I feel like mine change. And then, yeah, I have like favorite children's books, but I have favorite adult books. I don't know. One of my favorite books I ever read was The Talisman by Stephen King and Peter Staub.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Or Straub, however you say it. My bad. I like true crime books. I read murdery books.
Yeah.
The Phantom Prince, the Bundy book is so good.
I mean, I have a lot of kids' books. I love The Giving Tree is my favorite. The Little Prince is another good one. But I feel like, I don't know, like I feel like children's books are perfect in the way that they are for you at the time, and you obviously get more out of them as you become an adult. There are obviously books I love now, which are not uplifting. Like I have probably 30 copies of George Orwell's 1984. So if somebody came in my house, there's only one Giving Tree, which is upstairs in my bedroom, but there's 30 copies of 1984, and people will be like, that must be his favorite book. Like, I love that book, but like, it's not uplifting and hopeful.
No. What else? Are you going to use the same methods as you used in Ghost Stalkers in upcoming Kindred Spirits episodes, like you did previous with the old tape recorder?
It depends. I really don't. It's crazy when you hear people say, excuse me, like the last episode, not the last, one of the last episodes I filmed for Kindred Spirits. Like I literally didn't know where I was going and didn't know what I would be doing until I got there.
Yeah.
Like I flew in, they told me it was in Pittsburgh, and then I got to Pittsburgh, and then they put me in a car and drove me for an hour to this location. And they had already been investigating for 3 days. And so I have to think of a way to become relevant in that moment. And so it's like sometimes we did stuff on Ghost Stalkers, which I still haven't seen people do. And so sometimes I might redo those ideas, and I've rethought them. But like, and sometimes there's old ideas, you know this from investigating with me. Like sometimes I'll use old ideas that people don't use anymore, which I think were good ideas up to the past.
Yeah. Yeah, people are asking if you have what is it now? Any good cemetery stories, which I know you have a few.
I mean, my favorite cemetery stories aren't really ghost stories. They're like when I fell into graves, like walking.
There's the cat story.
Yeah, there's the white woman in Gannog Cemetery in Westland, Michigan, and the little black cat that told me where the ghost was at. That's like a good story, and that's a realm of the weird. If people ever want to listen, that episode is called "The Tallest Stone," and I tell the story in detail.
Yeah, if you guys haven't listened to him yet, like go to Apple Podcasts or Spotify or whatever and just type Realm of the Weird. That's Tenney's other podcast that he had forever before What's Up Weirdo. And it's like real cases that he worked on in the form of like almost like Twilight Zone episodes. They're very short and very spooky and usually have like a twist, but they're real stories.
But no, I mean, for me, cemeteries are always, and you know this because we go to them all the time. Like they're just these like super special places to go and like feel the energy and sometimes have a really nice wind down and remember people. But I love cemeteries. What are you looking at?
Just the chat. Can we hear a story about Tenney's first investigation? I know there's like your first ghost story where you ran out of that house, but that's not like an investigation, really.
I think that would have been my first investigation because I really thought I was doing something. Like I had brought a Bible and candles with me and was telling a ghost to get out of the house and it couldn't be there anymore. And I feel like that's my first attempt at an investigation.
Yeah.
But like, I think probably 17 or 18, there was a haunted house in Hamtramck that I investigated. And that's when I actually had like a Geiger counter and a tape recorder and really thought I knew what I was doing. And there didn't end up being anything in that house that I could find. But I mean, that was maybe just over the course, 3 or 4 times over the course of 2 weeks in Hamtramck. There was another house in Hamtramck that I investigated from 91 to like 2003. I would go to this location, like first I would go on Monday and I would be there for 12 hours. Then I'd go on Tuesday and be there for 12 hours. Then I'd do the whole week and then I'd come back and then I'd do the 12 hours that I hadn't been there because I wanted to investigate the house at all times of the day and night during all days of the week, during all months of the year, to see if paranormal activity spiked at a certain time. And so after like 11 years, I had just figured out that the house was most active on like Tuesday nights at 10 o'clock. And about 3 weeks after I started collecting that data, it's Hamtramck, someone burned the fucking house to the ground.
What the fuck? Zaz, hi Zaz. Wants to know if we could live somewhere else, where would it be? Or would you still choose where you live now?
I like Royal Oak.
I do too, but I would like to have other houses. I would get a house in Vegas. I would get a house in Europe, like England or Ireland or Hawaii or Alaska, somewhere.
Yeah, but Royal Oak is a good home nest.
It is. It's great here. Oh, hi.
How's it going?
Surprise. Wait, did you have a ghost story going on? What happened?
Oh yeah. I should let Garrett. I think that. So Garrett, I guess his wife like came down and was like, I just had something really weird happen up here, but I haven't heard back what the specifics were. Something to do with a bag and a door and maybe moving on their own. But he thought it might be, she thought it might be related to what he was doing somehow. That
interesting.
Being here kind of sparked some sort of weird activity in their house. So yeah, so that's what happened. But I don't know what the full story is, though. I'm still trying to get it out of him. But
yeah,
because
I feel like we could be all of our energy together and whatever the fuck was coming through. I don't know.
Yeah. I wonder if anybody else in the chat is or anybody else who's watching is having anything strange going on right now.
Yeah, let us know if you.
Yeah, I always wonder that. Jeremy, when did you get into paranormal stuff, supernatural stuff?
So, a long time ago. Some of the people here may know this, but I actually grew up in St. Augustine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we were talking because I was going there. You gave me some suggestions.
Yeah. I gave you some secret insider knowledge. So wink, wink. Yeah. So I grew up in St. Augustine, and like it's not just I mean the lighthouse is what most people know as the spooky haunted place in St. Augustine, but I mean it's the oldest permanently occupied European settlement in the United States. It's like back when I was a kid.
We have arguments with that in Michigan.
Really?
I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, because there's this argument between St. Augustine and where we were just at Sault Ste. Marie, where they argue over who like got there first. Like, was it the Spanish or was it the French? Like, that's a big, huge thing.
Really?
Yeah.
And but when was that? When was the?
Like I think the late 1600s or something like that.
So I think the thing is like they would say like it's when I was a kid it was the oldest city, like St. Augustine, it's the oldest city, but then people were like, well no, it wasn't really the oldest city, there were some other cities and settlements there first, and so they say okay, well it was the oldest, obviously like the indigenous communities had massive cities, I mean just
of course,
and so they would say okay, well it's the oldest European city. And then, somebody would come back and say, well, the French actually had a settlement there first. Okay, so it's the oldest continually occupied European city. And that's kind of what they landed on. So I always have to say that whole thing because it's amusing. But, as somebody growing up in St. Augustine, I mean, you either went full weird or you went full kind of Southern, jockey.
Right.
Tourist industry, good old boy kind of stuff. So I was always into weird stuff growing up. Did you go to weird places around Florida, like as you got older? Yeah, Casadega. I was about to ask about Casadega. Yeah, that's a great place. It's a town full of psychics, basically. Right, and that's pretty close too. But I mean, the weird stuff in Florida, like the really weirdest stuff in Florida to me is like stuff that doesn't have anything to do with, the paranormal necessarily. It's just a weird place. I mean, kayaking in the Everglades with alligators and, Orlando as a, construct. Like, Orlando is basically like America in this tiny little area. Yeah. with Disney and all the other theme parks, and because Disney isn't the only theme park, there's tons of other ones down there. For people who don't want to deal with Disney.
Well, I've always said, like, I think one of the things that, like, Florida, I mean, when I'm looking at, oh my God, there's Toad. One of the things that I always talk about when Michigan gets weird is because we're surrounded on three sides by water. And I mean, that's the same thing with Florida. Like, it's surrounded, right? And we always talk about, like, water is this conduit for whether it's liminality or strangeness or weirdness. Like, the movement, the ever-changing presence of water seems to have some type of effect on the environment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. And then in Florida, that water is also underneath it. I mean, it's all limestone.
Right.
So it's all like aquifers underneath the whole place. And that's why you have like sinkholes, but you also have in Florida something people don't see, which is these natural springs. That's kind of something that I think mainly residents know about Florida, is these incredibly beautiful, like very, very deep, like 80-foot deep springs that are like filled with manatees, and you can just go in and swim with them. And it's really, really cool, but it gets you to thinking, like, what's down there? What's under the, what's in the limestone that's making this place so as weird as it is. So
yeah, and in Michigan, like, I try to explain to people too. I think Jess and I were just talking about this on our trip up north. Like, Michigan, like, if you do fossil finding or you're looking for any kind of tool working or anything like that, like, you don't really find any in Michigan, because up until like the last mini ice age, which was like 12 or 13,000 years ago, like, Michigan was under 1.5 miles of ice. And as it receded, it just scraped everything away, which is why Michigan is so flat. And so, like, the only stuff you're going to find is maybe 6,000 or 8,000 years ago, because everything was taken away with that glacier. But I try and explain to people, like, how weird would it have been to be standing in Ohio looking toward Michigan, and there's just a fucking mile of ice that went up and disappeared into the sky.
That would have been incredible.
And probably people living on top of it.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, and then some of that came out our way, the Pacific Northwest way as well. The great floods of the actually, I forget what they call the floods, but like, yeah, it's interesting because, like, so Washington and Oregon are kind of sitting in the area of these floods. And I guess, like, Oregon got hit by most of them, and so they got like all the fertile soil. So like, if you go to Oregon, people's gardens are always really easy, and it's like really nice to grow stuff in Oregon. But here in Washington, it just kind of scraped stuff off and left a bunch of rocks.
Yeah, Michigan is all sand. Like, you dig like a foot down and it's just sand. But
yeah, super cool. But there you can still see the like where the flood waters, like, and it was an event too. It wasn't just like, it happened over geological time. Like, there was like a massive tidal wave of flood waters that went from, the north central United States and like swept this way through Oregon and Washington. And that would have been something to see.
I wrote a fanzine / little mini book a few years ago that was called Obscured Colossus. And it dealt with, like, the legends from the original inhabitants of North America, talking about, like, the floods and the waters and receding. And when the Europeans came here, so the original inhabitants of the continent had this whole cosmology, and much to cross-culturally and worldwide, except for Asia, the constellation Orion has always been a hunter. Like, whether it's in the Middle East, in Africa, in Europe, that constellation has always been a giant hunter in the sky, or someone who is hunting. And so I wrote this little fanzine about when the Europeans came here and the original inhabitants were telling their cosmology story about this big man in the sky and the havoc that he would wreak through flooding and all of this stuff. They're actually telling a story about Orion, but since the language is obviously getting telephoned back and forth to the French, they create what we now have as the kind of folklore of Paul Bunyan, So we have this story of this giant hunter that lives up in the northern area of the United States. And of course, the closest the closest star next to Orion is Taurus, which is a blue star. So you have a blue bowl next to Orion. So then all these years later, we get a story of a giant guy in like plaid chopping down trees and like flooding the plains. And Paul Bunyan is really just like the cosmological retelling of Orion. Sorry, am I getting too nerdy for this podcast, Jess?
Are you kidding?
You're always a nerd. I'm just chilling. I'm trying to read. I would have put like 27,000 questions on the screen, but no, I can't. I'm not allowed. So not questions, but like comments. I like everybody's comments. I also like how when somebody asks a question, they're like answering for each other or answering to each other, and it's really cute. Like when I asked you about your favorite book, they were like telling each other their favorite book. That's so cute. Is that cute? Is that cute?
It's really cute.
Is that cute?
So here's the question: is how do we summon Paul Bunyan?
Listen, since I wrote that fanzine, I've been trying to figure out how to summon Paul Bunyan. It has a lot to do with Orion and Taurus and like getting out there. That's why I've been watching UFO Wednesday. Like I'm looking for patterns in Orion because, you know, when you travel the North United States, you see giant Paul Bunyans all over the place. He's like another mythological egregore tulpa that's being created and passed down through generations and generations of people. Like, I think we should be able to summon Paul Bunyan.
Absolutely, yeah. Maybe that can be our next contact attempt during WUFO.
Do we have to can we go to the statue though and do like a live feed?
Yeah.
So awesome. Yeah.
There's a huge Paul Bunyan statue up near my father's house. We could go there and do that.
I've never been. I always want to go, and I want to see the giant clam, man-eating clam.
The man-eating clam.
Michigan has a giant man-eating clam in a museum up there, and you just go there and see this giant clam.
Oh man, I really want to see that.
Yeah, you gotta Google it.
Why do I keep getting blurry?
Because you're a ghost. I gotta say hi to Maggie in the chat. Maggie Carney. She was in an episode of American Horror Stories. If you guys go on Hulu. Season 2 of American Horror Stories. It's called Bloody Mary, and she was in the episode. She's the shit. We're very proud of her.
Well, I'm coming up. Am I supposed to say that I'm coming on UFO Wednesday? Am I
you can't. We've announced.
He never says it right. It's WUFO.
It is. It's
I know. I know. It's WUFO.
He's like UFO Wednesday. Wednesday UFO time. He says everything but WUFO.
Anyway, so we should do a Paul Bunyan experiment then.
Okay, yeah, totally. That sounds awesome. Yeah.
Well, I want to. Can I play?
Nope. I'm going to even bring my pictures and post. I grew up north in northern Michigan. Paul Bunyan's everywhere. Right now, in my bedroom, on my altar, I have a Paul Bunyan miniature tea set. Because when you bought the tea set, they wanted you to feel as big as Paul Bunyan. So they made like these teapots that are like this big. And then I have postcards of that Paul Bunyan in his original location from when I was a little kid. Like, he used to be up on a mountain. Now he's kind of down in a valley. But like, Paul Bunyan has been very important to me as a child in Michigan.
Robyn that was just on here texted me, and all it says is, "You're the man-eating clam." She's not wrong.
Love it.
She's not wrong. She's not wrong.
Oh, it's my bathroom break.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead. Talk amongst yourselves.
We will. Yeah. Robyn wants to know, what is my favorite piece of mid-century furniture I've ever thrifted? Good question. Probably my fireplace. Let me see if I can show it to you guys. Ready? It's over there. Wait, hang on. If I go turn it on, you're going to see that I have sleep shorts on. Hang on. Wait, we have to show them. Hang on. Is it working?
Oh, that's cool.
Can you see it?
That's cool. You can see it.
Yeah, it's so cute.
Is it electric? Yeah. Well, I guess what else would it be, right? I mean, turned it on.
It's really hot. It makes this room so fucking hot.
Yeah.
Tiny town.
Oh.
He walked away. He wants this ball real bad.
Oh man, yeah.
Ready?
I know
go over
that.
there. Here, show them how you can catch.
Thrift Sigil.
There, go over there. Ready?
Thrifting Sigil.
Yeah, the thrift sigil. But we didn't. No, I found that on Facebook Marketplace, and then we had to go there and get it at a antique market.
But I'm just saying, whether or not people believe it or not, my thrift sigil fucking works.
It works like a charm every time. Every time. I have it on my phone. I have it saved on my phone.
I have it folded up. I have it folded up in my wallet.
Yeah. Yeah. I found awesome shit. It works in bookstores too.
It does.
I noticed. Yeah.
Yeah. And then there's a chant. No, most people, Jessica knows this because of thrifting with me, but there's a chant that goes along with it.
Yep.
Which is when you're.
We gonna do it?
You can do it if you want. You want me to do it?
We'll both do it together.
Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Gotta get a good
one. Gotta get a good one. Give me a good one.
And then we say that from the car to the door.
Yeah, as you're walking into the thrift store, you have to go, gotta get a good one. Gotta get a good one. Give me a good one. Gotta get a good one.
Yeah,
Well, they want to see the thrift sigil. Can you show it on here? Would it be backwards?
Here's the thing. I mean, I'm one of those people with sigils where I think you're supposed to like have it and then forget about it.
Well, then don't talk about it because now I can't see it. They want to know.
No, but I'm saying like they can look it up on my Twitter and they can find it there. But I think that sigils are best when they're constructed and then kind of deconstructed by your memory.
Okay, but I'll put it in the Patreon then.
Okay.
I'll put it in the Patreon.
It's a good one though. I mean, it's a nice compact sigil, you know. That's it. Like some people, they make these sigils and they're like really, really bizarre looking and complicated and have like crazy like. I mean, there has to be a certain je ne sais quoi when you're coming up with a sigil that you know adds to the oomph. I think.
Yes.
Well, I think a lot of people still make sigils based, like my sigil work. For people who don't know, because I just saw someone in the chat. Like for people who don't know, sigil is just a magical symbol that's constructed for a predetermined purpose, hopefully. But like my sigil work is like I stopped using words a long time ago. Like I know that people take words and will deconstruct them and move the letter forms around and
that's like the chaos magic method of
yeah. And my sigil work has always been very like just in the moment. If I'm looking at something, I'll start to outline it. And so it almost goes from a drawing, like that thrift store sigil. Like it started with a sketch pad outside of a thrift store. I started drawing like the doors and then like it kind of evolved from there. And so it's not even words. It's like encompassing a whole like visual aspect that I think sometimes sigil and symbol work misses.
I saw somebody was asking like why should you forget about it? And to me, I always heard that like you forget about it so that when you do remember it, that's the flash of like
right.
Bing, that activates it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the way that I learned back in the day was like construct and construction includes like putting an intention into it, and then either destroying it or putting it away so that you don't obsess about it. And then like, just like you said, Jeremy, like later on when you're going through your day, you're like, oh, bing. And then that imaginative process recharges the whole thing. Like all of the process of creating it, the intention you put into it, like bursts like for a moment. And that's where kind of the energy comes from.
Yeah.
I think people staring at sigils for a long time don't do, like, that's just my personal thing. I don't think that really does anything like staring at it. Like, I think that sometimes that complicates it in people's minds because people like to see patterns and they like to look at letter forms. And when you're just staring at it, I don't know if you're really doing anything to it.
I think it just makes it uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Staring at it like the sigil's like, who's this looking at me? Like,
just like someone at the bar just staring at you across the counter. Yeah. Jessica, look at your fucking floor.
You need to stop.
That looks like mine. I mean, we have dogs. Yeah, you know we have dogs.
Yeah, we just got back from Paracon. I got like 30 toys. It's fine. Everything's fine.
I got like 30 toys too.
They always go through
a lot of good stuff. I'm drinking vodka that I got from Paracon as a gift.
Does Toad like leave little stuffing?
Yes. I cleaned
everywhere?
up so many last night, but there's still a lot more.
We have like the internal stuffing of these dog toys. They're like tumbleweeds in our house.
Yeah.
And you know what they're doing though is that when they tear into them like that, they're like, they think that's like the guts. Like they're spewing guts all over the house.
No, we killed it.
That's why I was telling Jessica, we were in the hotel room and she was like, he'll stop playing with that squeaky toy as soon as he pulls the squeaky out of it. And I was like, yeah, because he thinks he killed it. He thinks it ripped its throat out.
Yeah, it's true. It's sad for the toys.
Yeah. Happy for the dog.
Hey, so we just finished updating the map for August.
Yeah.
Liminal Earth. And
wait. Explain to people what you do and what that's about.
oh yeah, sure. So so we like, I don't know if we would call ourselves like a, you know, paranormal investigation team per se. Our main deal is that we have a map online at liminal.earth. Like that's the URL, liminal.earth. And the map is a crowdsourced map of like weird experiences. It could be, you know, ghosts and UFOs and that kind of thing, like the normal thing you would expect to see. But we also like stories about like somebody sees a dog wearing shoes, or somebody sees like, there's one there with like a crow that like goes through a crosswalk and, you know, actually follows the crosswalk symbol. And or somebody found like a bag of hair on a bus and thought, well, let's put that up on Liminal Earth.
Yeah.
Well, because they were curious, like they were like, is this, because they see the bag, like it's like a pet, you know, like one of these guys, because there's a picture there. And all I could see is that there's hair on top. So he's like, is it just full of hair? Is it wigs? Is it like full of heads? Like, what is that? You know? And that's enough of an amazing story that they thought that they should submit it. So anybody who wants to can come to that map and submit their story. I think it was darker hair than your wig there. Maybe
you guys have that
start your own bag
too, the fruit thing.
Yeah, and we keep finding like weird reports of. So we have this like, there's this place near us called
Wait, Jeremy, I'm sorry to interrupt. Before you go any further, I got so fucking excited the other day because I was riding my bike to the gas station to get cigarettes. It was like 2:00 in the morning, and I saw what I thought was 2 oranges, and I was so fucking excited. And then I got near them, and they were just tennis balls, and I was not excited anymore.
Yeah, no, forget it.
You could have saved them for Toad.
He doesn't want somebody's dirty ass tennis balls. Who knows what dog's mouth they've been in?
He probably does. Wait, let me see. Want to see what he just brought me?
Oh, he's ghost hunting.
Wait, how can I? It's glittery. Anyway,
I'm sorry, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. So we have this this recurring theme that people are finding like mysterious produce all over the place. But the weirdest one is that here it's this town called Renton, and there's this opening to this trail right next to basically like an office park or something like that. Very nondescript, like city walking trail or whatever. And for years, people have been finding piles of peeled oranges at the opening of this trail.
I love it.
Nobody knows who's leaving them. Nobody knows why. We've done the legwork, the research to see if we could find, you know, everybody says, oh, you know, it's a bar that's, you know, just using the peels for their drinks, or it's a candy factory, or it's, you know, a grocery store or something like that. There's nothing like that anywhere near there. It's just these piles of peeled oranges, like a lot, like hundreds and hundreds of oranges. And, you know, you can see it. You go back on our TikTok, you can see it. Or I think actually these days, like, you can just Google pile of peeled oranges and we'll come up. But since then, people have been finding other, you know, somebody found like 9 apples in a row in the New York subway system. Somebody else found like a pile of lemons somewhere. Somebody found a bag of lettuce, like there's a salad sitting on a pole. I mean, it's just become this thing, the mysterious produce sightings from around the world. And we want to know. I mean, we want to know what's leaving them, but we also kind of don't. It's just one of those things that, you know, if it turns out to be something totally mundane, we're going to be very sad.
I mean, but the thing is even like mundane food finds, like, at least for me, they give me a certain amount of joy and happiness. So there's like a squirrel who keeps his food like in the undercarriage of my rafter on my front porch. So randomly I will go outside to get my mail and there'll be like a bagel like in the undercarriage. And I know it's the squirrel, but I'm still like, there's joy in finding like, oh, he's doing his business. He's got his like secret places and he's doing his secret animal thing.
Oh, that's right. Vanessa, I saw her in the apples were in Chicago. That's right. Yeah.
Katie brought up too that those food trucks crashed and made the Alfredo and the pasta sauce all over the road. Or the tomatoes. Was it tomatoes and then Alfredo? There was 2 different trucks.
Yeah.
I didn't hear about that.
But anyway, I remember when you guys first posted the oranges, we were all theorizing, like, is it a bar and they're making twists and then they're just throwing the oranges away? Like, why would you waste all the oranges? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
No.
I like the extra dimensional orange. Oh, we've been doing this AI, we've been having fun with these AI image generators. And there's this freaky, I put in like, what's leaving the oranges in Renton, and it came up with this weird, like, orange entity, like the orange lever, as somebody called it the other day. And I can't, like, I'd have to find the picture somewhere, but it's on our Twitter. This is like the creepiest looking, like, orange cryptid, and now I totally think that's what it is. Like, that's what there's an interdimensional thing that leaves oranges for people.
I mean, what'd you say, Jess?
Does it like eat the peels? I don't get that part.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. And the funny thing is that, so we went back once recently and we were like, okay, well, let's go see if we can find the piles of oranges. We've gone there enough times that, like, there are people who are local to the area who have confirmed that this has been happening for decades. Like, this is not just something that happened once or twice. It's like known in, like, the local Facebook group. There's threads on, like, who keeps leaving the oranges here. But we went back, and the only time we've gone there that we haven't seen the oranges, right where the oranges were, there was an empty carton of orange juice. And we're like, what? That's weird too.
But also, is it like an offering? What if it's like a 90-year-old man who just like leaves shit for some creature that we don't know about and is like, here's all your oranges?
Yeah. Well, we had some other strange experiences in that same spot, which is why it's weird. There was this time, so Garrett and I, there's this urban legend here in the north and in the Seattle area, and you can find it online, but it's usually on like the top 10 weirdest blah 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 of the Pacific Northwest, and it's something called the Screaming Well. And the story says that it's a well, and if you listen into it, you can hear voices like screaming, and if you're not careful, they might follow you home. And so, like, my first impulse is like, okay, I want that to happen. So I want to find the Screaming Well. But nobody will say where it is. Supposedly it's on private property somewhere, but it's supposedly in this area, like near where the oranges appear. So we've gone in there tons of times and found all kinds of weird, like, synchronicities and coincidences. And, we've done like tried to do some oracle work out there. And, it's by a river that was basically dredged by the settlers and drained so that they could increase ship traffic. But when it happened, like, the indigenous communities who live here, like, lost all of their food source bases or something. Right. So there's a lot of, like, trauma in the land, but also a lot of, like, weirdnesses. And there's all these weird structures, like, people go back in these woods and build things like pyramids made of wood, or something that looks like a football shoulder pad kind of thing, but it was like up on a cross. I don't know. Anyhow, very weird liminal spot. So one day, Garrett and I were there, and we took our sons. So we both have kids, and we bring them along on our weird adventures sometimes. And we came out of the woods right at this trail, and we saw there was this guy there, and he had this kind of fancy looking car, but he was wearing these goggles that had these big antennas coming.
I think I saw the video of that.
You might, yeah. It's there. I can't remember I think we did a TikTok on it. And so he has messing around with this equipment, and he looked like he reminded us of, like, Doc from Back to the Future.
Didn't he ask you if you wanted to, like, look in the future or something like that?
No, so he turned to us and he goes, "Hey, you guys, you want to go flying? You guys want to go fly?" And we were like, because we had just come out of the woods, and we're in this spot known for strangeness. So we're like, okay. So we walk over to him, and he opens his trunk, and he takes out more of these goggles. And it turns out he had a drone. And the goggles were these like AR VR goggles. And so when you put the goggles on, it made you look like, it made you feel like you were flying through the sky, because you could see this thing like flying around. And so, we all took turns and did it, and it was really cool, and we could kind of see ourselves with the drone and stuff. And so we just thought like, oh, that was neat. We had a cool experience, and we took it with us and went home, and we're telling people about it. And one of our friends said, "You guys know what happened, right? You guys just had a fairy encounter. You just had a fae encounter.
Yeah.
You met somebody at a crossroads, because it's at a crossroads, who was using weird equipment that you weren't familiar with to give you the power of flight."
Yeah, for sure.
And we were like, holy shit, that's absolutely right. So we call him the drone gnome.
That's awesome.
And we hope to see him someday again. And he had like TikTok on his knuckles, like TikTok.
Weird.
Yeah.
I love the food stuff because, like, I don't think people realize how embedded food and drink mythology is into the supernatural. And I mean, it's everywhere. I mean, we always, like, obviously, like, now I'm super happy. I mean, I spent the first 15 years of like my lecture career getting people to like understand the Joe Simonton pancake story. I'm so happy that like everyone knows it now. That makes me super happy. But there are so many others, like Buck Nelson getting mashed potatoes on Venus, and the Mitchell sisters like taking on board this UFO and having this huge feast of like purple and like blue fruits that they were eating, or Orfeo Angelucci, who could only interact with the UFOs after he took a sip of green liquid. Like, just like it's all over. And it's the kind of part of supernatural and paranormal phenomena that gets wiped out because either it's funny to say, it seems too strange for a UFO encounter, or it seems like, well, it doesn't really matter because of course they were eating blue food, they were on Mars.
Right.
But there's always like, when you look at a lot of the old cases, whether it's fairy encounters or UFOs, there's always a consumption of food or some type of drink that has to happen for the experience to like really begin.
Yeah, it's amazing. And then what was the one, the Witness of Another World, the guy in Argentina? Didn't he also, like, they were grilling meat or something like that?
Yeah, they were barbecuing or grilling something. Yeah.
Well, we always have snacks at WUFO. That's part of our tradition.
Right.
I mean, earlier on in WUFO, when we were doing the Estes method and trying to talk to aerial entities, which we do every Wednesday, by the by, for our viewers who don't know, they started bringing up like snacks every time, like pretzels and pizza, and this would all come through. And so now we always have a snack share as part of that experience to incorporate that in there.
I've always thought it's strange. Sin, my friend, just mentioned Josh Cutchin's book, A Trojan Feast, which is really good, all about food and weird experiences. But I've always found it weird as a person who does magic, like from the beginnings of my magical practices, like there have always been, of course, there's going to be snacks and treats on my altars. Like, it's always been crazy to me when I see someone's altar and there's no like cookie or pretzel or cracker or something to like snack on. Like, if you're going to traverse the voids and dimensions to get here, like, you're probably going to be a little parched or maybe a little hungry.
Wait, we have a question for Jeremy. What is your favorite Liminal Earth story or your weirdest personal experience? I guess that's two questions.
Boy, yeah. It's really hard to say what my favorite Liminal Earth story is because there are so many now. And I'm often on autopilot when I add them to the map because I'm like usually the person who adds them to the map. And so a lot of the times it's like, because it's kind of complicated how we have to add them on right now. We're trying to streamline it, but I don't know if I have a favorite. Like, I like all of them, but I particularly like the ones that are like somebody having an experience that would seem mundane on the surface, but to them it was remarkable. Like, there's one that was on pretty early on that I thought was really cool, which is somebody just saw a really cool looking deer walking down their street at night. They were sitting on the porch. They saw a deer. It stopped in the street light, and they just said like, this was just an amazing experience. And then the deer walked away, and that was like the whole thing.
Yeah.
And to me, yeah, that's awesome. Like, we need more of that. We need more people who are like, deer are freaking cool.
Yeah.
You know, put it on there, you know,
I
if
love
you have
that.
experience like that.
I think it's interesting that, and I talk about this at my lectures a lot. I think it's interesting that so many bizarre, quote unquote, and weird things happen to us that they have become completely normalized as an experience, and we don't even consider them supernatural, paranormal, or out of, like, how many times, like, people will tell me all the time, I've never seen a ghost, I've never had a paranormal experience, whatever. And I'll say, like, have you ever been sitting alone in your house and answered, like, asked someone, like, what, huh? And there's just no one there. And they're like, yeah, I do that all the time. And it's like, yeah, of course you do. We all do. Like, it's become such a normal thing to be sitting around in your house and like reading, and you look over where you think you saw someone or heard something, and then you just go back to reading. Like, we know that there's all of this stuff around us, and we react to it. Our body responds to it. And we're like, yeah, that's just, we're misunderstanding our nervous system. We're not understanding the shake in our eyes. We're responding to a low frequency sound wave. Like, all of that, seeing colors is fucking weird.
I also still, like, I am very firm in my conviction that the paranormal field is often too anthropocentric, like it's too human focused, and that we assume that ghosts are always going to be like people involved,
yeah.
People related. Whereas, you know, first of all, there are a lot of reports of like spirit ghost animals, but ghost animals, like, why can't they be insects? Why can't they be, you know, I mean, you feel something, like everybody's done the thing where they, you know, oh gosh, I feel like something's crawling on me, and look down and there's nothing there. That might have been a ghost spider.
Yeah, I talk about ghost spiders endlessly at my lectures. When I was at Paracon, one of the things that I was talking about was, like, if you are a person who believes in ghosts and believes that living things can persist beyond their biological form, it's much better for you to pick up a spider and take it outside than smash it carelessly in your house, because all you really did was create a ghost spider in your house that is now there forever.
Yeah, and you know, I know people, there's that old canard about every, you know, that you always swallow 8 spiders in your sleep or something like that. If that's the case, think about how many ghost spiders you've been swallowing all these years.
Right? And just the magic, Jess and I talk about this all the time, just the magic of animals in and of themselves, experiencing so much of a kinder world than we do. Like, I woke up this morning, perfect example. I woke up this morning, I went to the bathroom, and when I looked in the bathroom sink, there was this tiny little spider, and he was trying to crawl out, and he kept sliding back down because it's the sink, and so he just couldn't get up. And I was like, you'll make it, buddy. And I kind of walked into the kitchen and poured myself a glass of coffee. And I forgot about him. And then, like, 2 hours later, I went back in the bathroom, and he was still in there, still trying to get to the top. And I was like, oh, buddy, you've been working so hard. I'm sorry I forgot about you. Like, you are the best example of, like, not giving up. Like, I've been going through my day, all this mundane garbage, and this guy has just been trying all day long to get to the top of the sink. I'm like, I'll take you outside. And I released him back out into the world. And I was like, what a good example that, like, he was just trying to get his shit done.
Yeah.
How'd you let him struggle for so long?
I did. I forgot he was there. He was doing his thing. I thought he was going to get out.
I don't like that story. You need to
I
help.
thought he was going to get out.
Oh,
Katie.
hi. I
Hi.
have something to add to the spider story. So
Oh my
I
God,
thought I'd
tell
pop
us.
in.
Yay.
So one time Bex and I were doing like an Estes method session with like a bottle of graveyard dirt, and I kind of like connected with something, and I was like talking to it, and I got the urge to like open the jar, and I opened the jar and a spider literally like came out, and I don't remember exactly like what. I feel like I can't hear you guys. oh shit. I don't remember exactly what was what I said, like what the spider said, but it was something about being like let out.
Aww.
So Yeah, I feel like we can connect with insects in all kinds of ways.
He psychically told you to let him out.
And I did. And then I accidentally tossed him across my bed.
Oops.
And I think a lot of times, like I understand that there's like this thing in people's heads about bugs because of movies and television and whatever like that. But like a lot of times, if you see a spider like by your sink, and even if you don't take it outside, it's very common for you to go back 20 minutes later and it's just not there anymore. Like just let him do his thing. Like let him go. He's just hanging out.
Absolutely.
Well,
you got a whole house that messed up where him and her and all of their people have been for millions of years.
We're going to introduce Katie now. This is our good friend Katie. She's an awesome tarot reader. She does these things called horoscopes every month? Once a month?
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about it? Do you want me to say it?
Sure. I guess so. Sure. Yeah, I do. Top of the month, monthly horoscope. You get a tarot reading for your sign. You can look at your sun and your rising, but I use a horror movie as the metaphor. And sometimes I say stuff like, "Oh, you're gonna kill your mom," but you have to take that as a metaphor, you guys. Like, please just substitute kill with, I don't know, give her a beautiful gift, or I don't know, whatever you need.
Change.
Yeah, change.
Right? Yeah, like TikTok does not get it. Very funny.
And you recently had like an awesome interview with Bloody Disgusting about your horoscopes.
Yeah. And and like how I use tarot cards to communicate with ghosts.
Yes. Yeah, you do it on I was say you do it on vacations. That's what I was gonna say. You do it on investigations. You were on a YouTube show called Haunt Me, and now you do a show with Bex, who was on here before. Bex from the Liminal Earth crew. Shut up. They have a live show on YouTube under the Liminal Earth YouTube page. It's called Bex and Katie Live every week. And they have guests and stuff too. Tenney's been on. I've been on. You've probably been on.
We are gonna have Jeremy on.
No, I need to be on. I want to come on. I'll come on.
Oh, yeah.
Just anytime. Just say, hey, come on. I want to be on more stuff. So
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was something on Twitter that you wanted to talk about. I forget now, but I clocked it.
Yeah, no, I mean, just, anything, whatever.
I think that people forget, like, because of the way the internet is now, like, I know that seems strange. It's strange for me too, but like even doing this thing that we're doing right now, there's still this anxiety in me, which is a kind of imposter syndrome of like asking people to do something. And you'll look at someone and like people want to talk about their weird shit.
Yeah.
Like just ask them. Like it doesn't matter if you have 2 followers for your podcast or 2 million. Like if you reach out to people, usually they'll be like, oh yeah, come on.
It's so fun to talk about weird shit.
Yeah.
Yesterday I was like, I DJ'd this wedding and it was like 2 hours away and I needed to come home that night. And so their like shuttle bus driver drove me home and he was like this like, he's like 50, an army vet type of guy. I was a little intimidated by him at first. So I like introduced myself to him at the wedding and he talked a lot about how much he loved his wife. So it made me feel a little bit better. I was like, okay, he's got like a gentleness. This ride won't be weird. Dude had 1,000 ghost stories and they were all surrounding water.
Oh,
yeah.
Boom. Dude scuba dives as a second job. And so I was like, is the ocean haunted? Because I think it is.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, I think it is. And I was like, boom.
Did you see that conversation on Twitter that earlier? Because we were talking about how years ago I pitched a show where people would fly in airplanes and look for ghosts. We would look for ghosts in the air. And then
that's fun.
We were like, there should also be we should be looking for ghosts in the ocean. Like Michigan has 30,000 like unfound bodies in Michigan, like in our lakes.
Boom.
Like the water's
haunted. Humans.
The air is haunted. Like, let's get off the ground. Let's start exploring the planet.
Do you think they care about like water density?
No.
Or atmospheric density.
Literally, like, come on now.
Yeah.
Wait, what
And
was the
you know
weird
what,
story
there's a
that
whole,
guy
like-
told you?
So he had a real like people ghosts kind of perspective.
Wait a second. I'll be right back. I have to eat my hot dog I never ate.
Oh God,
Okay.
go
I'm
eat
eating
your
Yeah,
hot
eat
dog.
something.
I got Domino's.
I'll be right
I
back.
have the biggest craving for pretzels. I just want some pretzels so bad, and I don't have any.
Oh,
Well, yo, I thought that guy told you. What the fuck else did that guy tell you that was so weird? I don't know if it was a ghost story or just a regular story.
he told me so many stories. We had a 2-hour ride.
I know.
Wow.
Oh, the crow.
Yes,
Oh,
tell
the
that story.
crow. Wait, Tenney will like this story, so
Yeah,
we
he
should wait
will.
for him to come back. Yeah, he will.
Yeah.
He has a good crow. He had total like gentle soul kind of a dude. But we talked a lot about the magnetism to living with around water. Like he lives in Auburn, but he lives on the lake. Oh, you guys don't know Maine. Auburn. I live in Maine. Auburn, Maine is like central Maine. So Maine is obviously like surrounded by water on technically 3-ish sides. We have like, I live on a peninsula, so I'm surrounded by water on 3 sides. Maine's like, got that crazy coastline. So anyway, Auburn central, but it's got some lakes, and he just is like, he works down here on the ocean and lives on a lake, and then he has a lake house at a different place because we talked about the way that the water changes air and all of those kinds of things. Where did Jess go?
I don't know.
But anyway,
That's okay. I'm still here. And
you live
interested.
around. You live near water too, though, right, Jeremy?
Oh, yeah. We're surrounded
Yeah.
by water over here.
So
Totally. Yeah.
what
And
do
we
you
have,
think?
that's like a total, we found like, okay, so we have a thing now, which is actually related to the pile of peeled oranges, where we've noticed that a lot of weird liminal sort of activity around here happens near water treatment plants.
Oh, interesting.
Like if a lot of these times, like in this area too, there's this place called Waterworks Gardens, and so there's a water treatment plant, and they also treat the runoff from the like parking lots and buildings at the plant, but they do that by filtering it through these gardens, so it descends down into the river, and every level down the water is cleaner and cleaner and cleaner. So theoretically, by the time it gets down to the river, it's safe enough for the river to be there. And that's where the peeled oranges are. And then there's a bunch of other places around here where water treatment plants seem to be magnets for this like liminal activity around here.
That is interesting. That's interesting. Okay, I'm gonna tell the crow story because Tenney's back and he'll like the story as he wiggles his fucking hot dog.
What the fuck?
I don't know, dude. Okay. Dude was out on his back porch. There's a crow on his little like thing. The arm where you put your arms. What is that? The railing. The railing.
Really? Armrest?
that part. And he starts talking to it, and it kind of like talks back a little bit. And so he starts inching closer to it because he wants to touch it, and it just stays there until he gets close enough. And next thing he knows, he's literally holding this fucking crow in his hands, and he notices that its wing is broken. And so he lives at that time. He lived in Gray, which is a little town in Maine, but they actually have the animal rescue place in Gray. Like the States is in Gray. So he was like telling his wife, he's like, oh, I got to run out and bring this crow to the rescue. Like she was literally getting ready because they were going to Boston for her like breast cancer treatments. And he's like, I got to go bring this crow. I will be right back. So he takes the crow and he puts it in his car, and the crow is sitting shotgun in his car, and he drives it to the little animal rescue center. The guy comes out and he just hands over the crow to the guy, and hopefully they save the crow. But then he was like, I've been watching and trying to communicate with the crows ever since because I know they have a memory and I've been wanting it to come back. I love that story.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Honey, put some comments on the screen. Get this.
I want a crow.
I know. Oh, he held a crow.
Go back like 10 comments.
He rode
and get this.
down the street with a crow.
What, you already put this on there?
No. The one above where I said ghost bean.
Where's Ghost Bean?
Go up like 15 comments. No, above that one. On my own comments. There we go.
Stop. No, stop. Everyone stop.
Dear Lord.
We where I live, we back up onto a green belt. And there's these trees out here called big leaf maples, which are like enormous maple trees. Like they're maple trees that, you know, get up to, 70, 80 feet tall. And we have like crows that hang out there. Like they just nest there. So like I get sit on my back deck and we like know the crows. And like earlier today, we were having a picnic and the crows, there's like a crowd of like 10, I guess a murder of 10 crows that chased a hawk right over our heads. Whoa. It was the wildest thing I've ever, and the hawk made that like archetypal hawk noise, like like it was really cool.
For fantasy metal songs.
Yeah, no,
the weirdest thing for me, I remember I was probably about 13. I was up north, and there was this tree line that was just, it was like literally just 100 crows sitting in the tops of the tall trees. And they were all cawing, just caw, 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 and walking down the dirt road. And they got so loud that I stopped and turned and looked at them. And like when I turned and looked, they just went fucking silent. And I was like, oh, they're all fucking watching me. Like, and I ran back to my grandfather's house and I was like, birds are aware of things. Like I was so scared.
They know too much.
They know too much. They're waiting for me to fall down and eat me.
They're practicing the baneful magic.
We have one big hawk around here, and I can tell he's around. I have a baby bunny in my backyard, and when I don't, the days I don't see the baby bunny, I know the hawk is around. Like I'll see the hawk within 20 minutes of going outside, and I know the baby bunny is like, fuck that dude up there. I'm not dealing with this today.
Jessica is saying that she tells her best friend's husband that he needs to be nice to crows and ravens because they remember the nice people and the mean ones. Yep. It's true.
There's some researcher out here who did a thing where he wore a mask and was really mean to crows. And then he took the mask off and was nice to them. And then like whenever he wore the mask from that point on, he would walk around and the crows would, Wasn't he or she, the scientist, they were wearing a mask and they would carry a fake dead crow, right? That was. Yes. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. Yeah. And so when they would show up without the mask on, like the birds were fine. But as soon as they put the mask on, the birds would like go fucking crazy because they had seen that person with carrying a dead crow. Yeah.
A little Pavlov-y.
Yeah. I wonder if this is a way we could train crows to attack people we don't like.
All I can think of is Schitt's Creek right now.
One of my friends who lives in Los Angeles, like he has a huge murder of crows that come in his backyard all the time, and they gift him stuff all the time. Like he puts food down for them, and they bring him like pieces of glass and like shiny objects, and like so there's like this weird trade going on between them.
That would be
so cool. Yeah, that's a crow gang. That's cool. Gang.
I mean, how much more magical could it fucking be? How much cooler could you be if you were like walking down the street and someone like fucking said something to you and you just held out your arm and you were like, crows! And they swooped down out of the fucking sky. Like
that is the dream.
Right, yeah, for sure.
Metal.
One time I had this dream that I had this like white tiger like on my body, and it wasn't like a skin of a white tiger. It was like a real white tiger that like flattened, that like would come to life when I like needed it.
Yeah.
Equally as the crows.
Right? I'm trying to think if I ever had an animal come to my rescue.
Oh, I don't think I have.
I mean, Jessica's whole life is being rescued by animals that she rescues.
Yeah.
True. 100%.
That's
I mean, I
crazy.
think mentally we've all been rescued by animals at one point or another, psychologically and mentally.
Totally.
Very true.
And I
Very
think that's
true.
probably even better than being rescued physically. Like some of those dark, depressing moments when you're like, how am I going to fucking get through this? And then a cat or a dog is like, hey, you're going to get through it. You're like, oh, yeah, I am. Hi, buddy.
Hi. Hi, Tina. I was hoping to get Argento up in here. Maybe he could talk about some aliens, but I don't know where he is.
I got a jet soon, but somebody had asked what my creepiest experience ever was. I thought I could, if that person still wants, should I share that or
just go for it? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't want to like change the subject, but I gotta go do
what you want to do.
So listen, this was wild. Okay. So some people might have heard this story because I've told it before a couple times, but it's one of those stories that you just don't get tired of hearing. So when I was growing up in Florida, I had a mentor, and she was basically like she referred to herself as like a swamp witch. Her name was Willie, and she was like a long time Florida resident. Like her family had lived in Florida for years and years, and like there's old Florida like mojo there. I don't know. She was albino, and because of her albinism, which actually comes into play, she couldn't see. Like most of her sight was gone. I think she was like 90% blind or something. But all of her life, she had been taught by her family and had learned for herself that this lack of ability to see gave her increased psychic abilities. Like her perception was just being used in different ways. And so she was a psychic, and she was an amazing psychic. Like she, first of all, she didn't charge. She was just, the person in your community you went to. Actually, no, she would charge people who she thought deserved to be charged. If you came here looking for that, then she would be like, all right, well, but for the most part, she was just like the community person who had that wisdom. And she ran a summer camp for kids. And she was a student in one of my father's writing classes. And my dad was a single dad back when that was not usually done. And so he was looking for sitters and ended up putting us in her camp. And that's where she and I kind of, got to know each other. And she would always sneak me like books on UFOs and, the old mass market paperbacks and stuff like that. Because my dad was like, I don't know if I want you reading that because I think it'll freak you out. But I was like, I'm 10, I can handle it, So anyhow, I remained close to her throughout my life. And she was a mentor in many ways. But primarily the way that I think about the paranormal and how it surrounds us at all times. And she was very much a folk witch. She wasn't part of a tradition or anything like that. She just used what was around her. But she was also a character. And one of the things that she always wanted to do was, it was one of her lifelong dreams to start a doll museum. And you have to, her house is in the middle of the Florida.
When you say doll.
Yeah, I know, right? Okay. You can see where this is going. She wanted to start a doll museum. So her house was like back in the middle of nowhere in St. Augustine, in this area called the Wildwood area. And her husband, he was a tinkerer who had this old Quonset hut that he would build stuff in, and he repaired like small appliances and stuff. So this is all the backdrop. So anyhow, I'm in college and I'm still friends with Willie. And one of my favorite things to do in college is that she also enjoyed, was to bring my friends over to meet her. And we would just sit and talk. We would just bullshit about whatever. It didn't matter. And sometimes weird things would happen. So her sitting room also happened to be the room where she kept most of the dolls that she had planned to, put in this eventual museum, right? So the sitting room, you have to picture, it's this room, it's lined just ceiling to floor with shelves with every kind of doll you can imagine. A lot of them were antiques, some of them were new ones. Her whole collection was there in this sitting room, and you would be sitting on her couch. And like their house didn't have air conditioning. which was kind of common for this kind of house in this area at the time. So they had fans running everywhere. And all the fans they had been repaired by her husband. So I'm still setting the scene here. So there's this, I was over at her house with one of my friends, and there's this fan on the floor. And the fan looks like, if you took, it looked like if R2-D2 was like more steampunk. Mm-hmm. It was this like cylindrical thing sitting in the middle of the floor. And you could kind of see it, and the fans were going whoosh, 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 whoosh. So I brought my friend in. We were just chatting. And she offhandedly had mentioned that, you know, her mother had passed a week ago. And she, you know, was just still coming through this. But she's like, oh, but that's okay with me because, you know, she still visits me and still talks to me. And then she says, in fact, I think she's here with us right now. And as soon as she said that, the fan that had been going vroom, 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 vroom started going vroom, 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 and slowing down. And she's like, oh, yep, she's here. Is that you? Is that you? And then all of a sudden, from one of the walls, one of the dolls said, Mama.
No.
Clear wall said, Mama.
No.
And she looked at us and she was like, that's Mama. She's here. And she's like, hi, Mama. I'm talking with these boys right now, and we're just having a nice time. That I'll be able to free up some time to, you know, talk to you later. So you just go ahead and enjoy your day. And as soon as she had said that, the fan started spinning like at the normal speed again. And so my friend and I were like, what? And so the thing about Willie is she also had a kind of a playful side, like a very sort of trickstery side. And she knew, you know, she was a very smart person. She knew that we were like, what the heck just happened? And she goes, you guys want to see something really interesting? She walks across the room to the doll that had said Mama and takes it down off the shelf, turns it over, opens the little battery thing. There's no batteries in it.
Nope.
Oh, right.
No battery.
Nope.
Fucking love it.
Not a one. So we were like, what? Okay, so that just happened.
Love it.
And she put it back and she was just like, yep, Mama comes to visit sometimes and she always likes to talk with that doll.
Gross.
So that was it.
Where's that doll now?
Well, actually, I think so. She's passed a few years ago. Actually, it's interesting because after she passed, my wife kept getting Facebook messages from her. It would just be like, hello, how are you today? You know, I mean, it was Facebook, you know, it could have been like somebody, but I don't think it was.
She's in the doll.
She's in the doll.
In the
those doll hands.
I was already grossed out by the story. Listen, you said all these dolls are in the room in a hot house in Florida. I'm just like picturing dolls smell so fucking weird, and you're in this hot doll stink house. Gross. Oh.
Yeah.
That bummed me out so bad.
Well, the whole area where she is, like, that's one of the areas in where she was is one of the parts of St. Augustine that people just don't know about. You know, there's like an old abandoned, well, it was abandoned. I think they reopened the church, but it was this place called the Wildwood Church and Cemetery. And, you know, people would see angels like hovering above the gravestones there.
Like all the eyes angels?
No, like you know, the angels, like and like
humans
white,
with
yeah. And she would be like, oh yeah, we were just sitting on the porch back last night, just watching the forest. We had a Bigfoot walk by, and yeah, and then I got to do some chores tomorrow, and like just like pepper it into conversation. Like
I've always been fascinated when I travel around and go to like smaller cities. Like asking people, has anything ever happened here? And they're like, no. Oh. And then you talk to them for an hour, but they're saying no to what they think what they experience every single day, which is strange to me, but not to them.
Right.
And so they're like, no, nothing weird ever happens here. And then you're talking to them and they're like, oh yeah. And then, you know, if you go down to that bridge where the alligator man is, then and you're like, wait a minute. Is there an alligator man around here? And they're like, oh yeah, over by Bachman's Bridge. And like, And I'm like, that's not weird. And they're like, no, everybody knows the alligator man's over there.
That's totally Willie. Yeah. I have 1,000 more stories I could tell about her and the place in general, but unfortunately I got a jet. So I'll put them up on Liminal Earth.
Oh,
Yeah.
go subscribe to Liminal Earth.
Yeah.
Subscribe to Liminal Earth. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thank
Hope
you
you
so
had fun.
much.
Yeah. I'll be listening.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Me.
Hi, I'm still here.
All right, Katie, talk about yourself.
What? No.
What? You?
Ew.
Do you want to do tarot readings? What should we do?
Would you want to save that for Pates?
We can do like, I feel like maybe you could do one for me and Tenney now. And then if you come on with the Pates later, you could pick like 1 or 2 Pates and do one for them.
Katie, why don't you pick one for me and Jess, and I'll pick one for you and
Wait, Jess picks 2. We all do the other 2.
yeah, Jess, you get a deck.
I don't feel like
Okay,
it.
Jess doesn't want to do it. She's not feeling it.
No.
So it'll just be me and you, Katie.
Okay. Where'd I put that tarot deck? I got it. I got 50.
I'll man the questions. Does anybody have a question for Katie? For example, how is she so cool? How is her hair so cute? How is she the nicest person ever?
I'm not nice. I'm only nice to nice people. I'm not actually nice.
No, when you came here, you weren't nice at all.
Yeah, you were.
You all think I'm
you
nice.
weren't nice.
Because you're nice to me. But I'm actually not that nice.
Zaz, her hair used to be bright red and now it has faded to
This
like
is
pinkish.
just grown out. Hold on. We can look at the roots. There you go. Wait, what am I doing?
How is she so hella dope?
I listened to a lot of new metal growing up, so that's obviously my first concert was Korn, so that's like obviously why I'm
Get
really
out of here.
I saw Korn several times.
Get out of here.
Korn, Helmet, and Limp Bizkit.
What? Helmet's the only band I would have gone and seen out of those. Come on.
Yep. I hold a grudge against my parents because White Zombie came to Lewiston, Maine, and they didn't let me go. The Deftones were opening, and then the next year they broke up, and my parents started letting me go to concerts. And so I have a grudge against my parents for the rest of my life.
You going to see Limp Bizkit and Korn for your first concert made me feel so fucking old. Like, as someone who went and saw like Journey and Rick Springfield, like
you're not like that much older than me. You're literally like 10 years older than me. I'm like gonna be 40 in a month. You're not even that much older than me.
So it seems like a lot these days.
Tenney, put our Patreon on the screen. People are asking how you join our Patreon.
My Patreon's so easy, you guys.
Did you send it to me? Do I have it?
$1 a month.
It's fucking literally patreon.com/what'supweirdo. What do you mean? Do I need to send that to you?
Yeah, maybe.
You're a bonehead.
What is it?
Patreon.com/what'supweirdo.
Today. Carrie went
Did
and saw Talking Heads in the 70s, so I just wanted her to know that I played Burning Down the House at the wedding today.
Dang, that's sick.
Did I do that right?
Yes, perfect. There's our Patreon. And then wait, they want to know Katie's.
Yeah,
Patreon.
join mine too. Mine's the same thing, just /Gorgonized. Like the Hammer style. Gorgonized! He was Gorgonized!
Can I do this for Katie? And how about this?
I think you can do them both on that line, can't you?
Oh my goodness gracious. You're asking me to do so much.
You're literally not doing anything though right now. So just do the one thing.
All right, a card just flew out of here somewhere.
I'm trying.
Oh, right here. Oh, Tenney, I got a really Virgo style card for you. It's the Hermit.
Oh, there you go. What number is that, Katie?
Oh, it's 9, isn't it?
Yeah.
Interesting.
There you go.
My favorite part is that I wasn't necessarily like done shuffling. It like literally leaped.
Why are they so close to each other?
Oh my God, I'm trying.
Jesus.
I put a space between them, and it didn't do anything.
Well, put some symbols or some shit.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Asterisks. Put some dots. Put some ellipses.
Ellipsi. Never lies.
Look, there are literally 10 spaces between weirdo, the exclamation point, and 10 more spaces to begin. Yes.
Well, there's our Patreon and there's Katie, so
join them.
Hashtag join them.
That's funny that we almost have the Tenney extra time uploaded.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we need that. I need to put, okay, Tenney was on the Katie and Beck show recently, and then they did a Patreon only extra show, and we're going to put that on our Patreon. Yeah, we'll put that on our Patreon, and they're putting it on their Patreon. No, I'm not, Marley. Shh.
Marley. Hi, Marley.
Hey, Marley.
So did you pulled Hermit for me, Katie?
Yeah. What did you pull?
Oh, that's kind of perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, right?
All right, hold on. I'll pick yours.
Okay.
Ready? Let me do my 3. Oh, fucking jeez, oh, Pete's a whole fucking night.
Oh, boom. That is me.
Jiminy Christmas.
Baby.
Woo!
I mean, now I'm excited to see what Jess is going to get for her polls.
I know. We have Jinx in the chat said request. Can we have the next shindig be, there we go, a Tenney, Jess, Toad, Katie, spooky sleepover? Yes.
Cute. We all
Yes,
our PJs.
for sure, and I will not be there for it.
Well, then fine. Me and Katie will go on the camera at my house, and you can stay at your house.
Okay, that sounds good.
Cool. Fucking weird. So weird that you got the Hermit. It's so weird.
Wait until you get the fucking hag card.
There's not a hag card, doofus.
I'm drawing it right now.
Look, I'm going back in time and submitting it to fucking right away.
Yes. You got Ace of Wands.
Okay, tell
Fire,
me about
baby.
it. The Phoenix, baby.
Start it up.
Pew, 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 pew.
New paths. I had to announce like karaoke and stuff at the wedding, and I literally did that. I was like,
yes. Yes.
I asked
1,
if I could.
2, 3. Jess gets.
What? I get another one?
You got. I'm picking for you too.
All right. Let's let her rip. Ooh, I love that card.
Ooh, nice.
I got a good one.
Nice.
I get that card a lot, actually.
The star is closest to the hag. A lot of people don't know that.
So fucking stupid.
The Ace of Wands is gonna set Tenney's house on fire.
Whatever. Burn it all to the fucking ground. I don't care.
Tenney's getting the card of bald, cranky pants. 8 of Wands.
I just ate a hot dog with a bagel bun.
Yeah, you're the 8 of hot dogs.
I ate a hot dog.
It looked like it had no bun. You were wiggling that thing around like it had no bun.
It was because the bagel got hard and it wasn't delicious. So I just ate the hot dog.
Bagel bun. I have a dry bagel just sitting in my toaster right now that I forgot about this morning.
I can't tell you how often I put stuff in my air fryer and then go to put something else in my air fryer 2 days later, and I'm like, oh yeah, there's stuff in there.
Does bagel smell anything? What's wrong with your sense of smell?
I'm like, oh yeah, there's those fries I put in there 2 days ago.
Y'all are fucked up. It has a timer on it. Don't you hear the bell?
Yeah, but I don't pay attention to that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, Katie, you have to pull. Look at Katie.
What? What am I looking at?
Pull Toad card.
Oh. Yep. Angel. That's the Toad card.
Toad
Sweet baby angel.
Wait, let's get a Toad cam.
Ready? Okay, yeah, Toad cam. Oh my god, look at that pig belly.
Just fucking buried.
Look at his
If only he could have been like that on any of our trips.
Comfort load.
Yep.
Comfort load.
I wonder what the variable is.
Ready? 1,
Toad.
2. Toad card.
Oh, he woke up. He knows. What is it?
He gets the Queen of Pentacles.
Ooh. You hear that, Toad?
We got the Hierophant over here.
Yeah.
Oh shit, Toad.
Toad's all magical.
Toad's all
He
magical.
already knows. He already knows. He already knows.
I feel like Toad and Bean definitely chill. I
They
feel like
do.
they're cool.
They do. Wait, he's gonna
They do,
flop
for sure.
over.
Oh,
Oh,
Look
here
at
it
him.
comes. That belly. I love the eyeball where he's like, "Are you gonna make me draw my belly?"
He's got his face like on his knocked over food bowl.
look
Stinky.
at him.
Stinky.
What
This
a
how
body.
you- This how you live?
Knocked Over Food Bowl is the name of my autobiography.
Big chunky monkey.
Now.
You big chunky boo.
Oh.
Look at his face. What are you doing, Chunk? Oh, gotta sneeze.
Toad really is.
Yes, for sure.
For sure. Oh
He's
my
a
god, I saw videos of you guys on the beach. I think it was from your like Patreon, your What's Up Weirdo Patreon.
Mm-hmm.
Toad looks so freaking magical, just like with his little like he was like sinking into the sand and he was like walking all different and cute. A little magic baby.
Oh, magic baby. I love that.
Yeah, I think Bean does.
Yeah.
When I was at Jess's house, there's definitely Bean vibes a few
Yeah.
times.
Yes.
Yep, he's definitely
I
kicking.
feel like sometimes too, because Toad goes a little nuts when Jess leaves the house.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I feel like Bean, as soon as Jess leaves, Bean is like, "Fucking go for it."
Let's party.
He's like, "Nobody's here. Go. Rip everything apart. Go."
Bean Eternal. You guys can see my ready. There's my wait. I can't zoom in, but there's my Bean Eternal banner up there.
Bean Eternal.
Bean Eternal. I love Beauty Pants. I miss him every day. His ashes box sits next to my bed, and we say good morning to him every day.
Oh.
Say hi to your brother. Cuteness.
Dog brothers.
Sorry to go, you guys, but I'll be back.
Oh yeah, come back for our Patreon part,
Yeah.
and we'll have you do some tarot pulls for some
weed.
some for some Patreons.
Yeah, I'll be back with the Pates.
Okay, I'll send you
Wait.
that link in a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna just keep watching. I'll be in the chat, you guys. I'm gonna be here. I just want to like go roll a blunt and smoke.
Do it.
All right.
Hey.
Hey.
Okay, wait. I have to hit leave. I'm like waiting for it to go away.
I don't take you out. Take yourself out.
Bye.
Uh-oh, it's just you and me again.
Stupid.
For real stupid. You know how many compliments I've given you on this fucking podcast?
Ew, when?
Saying you were magical and fucking all that nice stuff about you.
Thank you.
Jesus, worst compliment getter ever.
You are.
I am bad at compliments,
People
but
come up to you at Paracon table and you'd be like, they'd be like, "Oh my god, your lecture is the best. You're the best." And you'd be like, "Well, I don't know about that, but thanks."
all right. I don't know what to do when people like me.
What else? Why don't you play that cute music video?
I don't know how to do that.
Okay, cool.
So I'm not going to do it because I don't know how to do it.
Okay.
When I'm gone to Florida, you're going to have to pick up my dry cleaning.
What the fuck am I? Your personal assistant?
Yes, please.
Are they even gonna give it to me?
I mean, I'll give you the ticket so you can be able to pick it up.
You better bring me something back fun.
I will. You'll have to pay for it too because I won't be here.
Bro,
What?
pay for it over the phone.
Just go pick up my fucking dry cleaning. It's not that big of a deal.
You're so rude.
You're
You
so
know hundreds of dollars worth of dry cleaning?
you're a bad friend if you don't go pick up my dry cleaning.
Bitch, who brought you there to drop it off? Bad friend, my left foot.
Look, there's a question. What are your thoughts on why we enjoy creepy vibes, reactions to the weird, strange, and paranormal?
See, I've seen shit before about how, like, scary, especially people with anxiety and depression, like horror movies and creepy shit, because it makes you feel a different feeling than like the weirdness that you're already feeling. Like it takes you out of it, or like scared is, you know what I'm trying to say?
I think so. There's been a lot of research into when you're in a scary situation or watching a scary movie where your brain knows that you're not actually in a scary situation.
Yes.
So you're allowed to feel the fear and creepiness and weirdness without the underlying you're going to die emotion.
Like it's not your problem.
Right.
Somebody else's problem. But
I also think that I think, there are various ranges of, I don't think, emotions or feelings are pretty like individualized. Like you can be like, I don't know how this even sounds because I'm just kind of saying it for the first time, but you can be like happy, sad, and you can be like happy, bored. And I think sometimes creepy comes along with that. Like you can be like creepy, happy. There's been a lot of times I've been investigating places and something spooky will happen. And I'm like, oh, cool.
Yeah.
Like, right. And so it's like creepy, but it has the happy aspect to it.
Yeah, for sure. Also, there's just like naturally, like there's some people who are set in their ways or set in like routine, blah, blah, blah. And then there's other people who are just like natural seekers or like curious people. And like that just falls in line with that. Like, what can I see? What can happen to me? What if this happened? And some people like don't like that. I fucking love that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Another question. How do you handle dreams being paranormal? Got physically jolted out of a dream after trying to see shadow people, like got punched.
Yeah, I have the worst dreams you've ever heard of in your entire life almost every day. I have abduction dreams, murdery dreams, fucking creature dreams, ghost dreams, everything you can think of, and they're always terrible. And then I wake up exhausted. So I don't know why they happen, but I relate to you, and I'm sorry that it also happens to you. I write a lot of them down. As like horror movie ideas.
What's happening?
Here? Is somebody here?
No.
Did you lose me again?
For a second I did.
It wasn't me, it was you.
All right.
I'm not gone.
All right, that's fine.
Not gone, bitches.
I would put your nightmares up against my nightmares.
You said you never dream ever.
No, I dream every fucking night. I have sleep paralysis 3 times a month. I had a dream last night that I was in the dimension where the guy who knows how to control your dreams lives, and I had to fight him.
Gross.
Yeah, it's not a fun dream, especially when you get to the part where you know that he's eating people's memories and dreams. And every time I encounter him, I realize a moment before I encounter him that he knows that I'm coming because he eats dreams, and I'm in a dream.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
It's okay.
Liz Beck wants to know, what are each of our favorite crystals?
I like carnelian and peridot and serpentine.
Nice. I like tourmaline, black tourmaline. I like hematite. I like both for protection reasons. Black obsidian, protection reasons. I like. I tend to lean towards like I call them like universe color crystals. I like blue, pink, clear, black crystals. I don't really gravitate towards like yellow ones, orange ones. I like berry colored crystals. So I really like celestite. I really like just clear quartz. Regular clear quartz is so pretty. I like smoky quartz, amethyst. I think those are my favorites.
I like green stones.
Yeah, green is good. I have peridot. I like peridot. I like malachite. I like my favorites are like universe color ones. I like tiger's eye a lot. I have a lot of tiger's eye. Yeah.
Do you know the thing about serpentine, about its temperature?
Mm-mm.
Serpentine is one of those stones where it has a self-regulating temperature because of the way it's formed.
Mm-hmm.
So it's always, I can't remember the exact number, but it's always like 63 degrees. So like I used to have a serpentine ashtray, and I could put it in my freezer and leave it there for a week. And then when I would reach in, it would be warm because it's 60 something degrees. But then I could also put it on like my stove and turn the fire on beneath it and then pick it up right off the fire, and it would still only be like 60 degrees.
Yeah, that's really weird. But a lot of people too, that's how you know. There's so many fakes that go around the internet now, and so many like Instagram sellers. Like a lot of the times you can tell crystals are real because they're really fucking cold.
Yes.
If you pick up a crystal and it's like room temperature, it's probably fucking plastic.
Yeah. Well, and there's people too who do that stuff where they mix like plastic with some real stones. Like they'll crush it up and then like just put epoxy on it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you have to really figure out who you're getting your sources from.
Yeah, my favorite is the Crystal Council. They have a really great Instagram. They send me really pretty stuff. They're awesome. They get their stuff ethically sourced. They know every fucking crystal. They have a really cool crystal app. If you go in the app store and look up Crystal Council, they have the best app. You can look up any property, any crystal. It's so useful and it's fucking free. You don't have to pay for anything. It's like the crystal app that you've always wanted. So go find it. Crystal Council.
Crystal Council.
Crystal Council. They're the best. I'm putting out magic books. I've had to be honest. I am writing a book that is magic related. It's not done yet, but I'm going to work on it.
I would have problems writing a magic book because it would be a page long and it would say, do what you want to do, magic, John Tenney.
Yeah, mine's like some magic, but then it's like astrology based and some other shit. It's hard to explain. You'll see. I don't want to talk about it yet, but yeah, I'm writing a book.
You'll see.
You'll see. And I have another.
My name's Jessica. This is my voice.
My name's John Tenney. Oh, Courtney!
Hi.
Yay!
Oh
Hello, Courtney.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you guys are great.
All right, wait,
sorry.
let me introduce you so people know who the fuck you are.
Okay.
If you've seen, we talk about her a lot. We talked about her on the podcast. She has a really great Instagram. I literally in conversation call you Liminal Librarian. That's not your fucking name. Her name is Courtney Block, but she goes by Liminal Librarian. Tenney put up her socials. She goes by Liminal Librarian on all of her socials, and she's like a historian and researcher and librarian, and she on her Instagram tells like the coolest old stories, like historical ghost stories. And she wrote a book called Researching the Paranormal.
Yes. Oh my gosh, thank you.
You're
I'm
welcome.
so excited to be here.
Yeah. And you're where right now? Mississippi? Where the fuck are you?
I am in New Orleans with my sister.
Oh, you're so lucky.
Yay. Yeah, I've had a couple of drinks, so
So have we.
Okay,
Wait,
wonderful.
on your face?
It's 4:30.
Oh, I have glitter on my face. Ooh.
I want glitter on my face.
Oh, this is perfect. Another time Jess, you haven't gone to the bathroom like once, have you?
No, I went once. That's it.
Okay, well, I'm going again, and you can look at this.
Oh, Bex is back.
Bex! Oh my god!
Hi.
I was just thinking about weird dreams, and then you guys started talking about them. So I've been trying to find signal.
Oh my gosh!
But I have like a really pretty sunset happening too. I'm trying to figure out how to show you. But yes, dream talk. But yeah, Courtney!
Bex! Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to see you too.
She just wanted to celebrate your arrival.
Yay!
Yes, I can't wait to get coffee.
Yes.
I want to go.
You want
Oh
to
my
come?
gosh. Yes.
I'll come down there. It's not that far.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes. Wait, Jess, were you talking about your book?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm so excited.
Yeah. Have I told you anything? Have I told you about? Don't say it out loud, but.
Hello?
Okay, I'll tell you about it. Right now.
No, I will order all the copies for the library and have all my other librarian friends order all the copies.
You're so cute. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh, and Jess, my sister and I saw a 3-legged dog wearing beads.
Ah!
We did.
Oh my god.
I also saw a hat that just said cheese whore. And I never identified with something stronger.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
I mean, if that's the one thing that I think unites everyone in the world, right?
Yes. Must love cheese.
Must love cheese.
That was literally me all weekend with like finding a place that just has like chips and queso on them. I'm good. That's my meal.
I know all me and Tenney ever want is a soft pretzel. Like, just give me a soft pretzel.
I'm just really happy that like the vegan world is like understanding how much people love cheese and starting to get it right now.
Yeah. It's actually, some of it's good, like edible and good. Some of it's very bad. So wait,
there's this.
Courtney, were you going to tell us a ghostly Detroit story?
Oh my god, yes, I have a ghost story that I can read you.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to, but that would be sick.
Okay, wait, let me search for a little stoop to put my drink down.
Yeah,
okay.
you need like a little cafe table.
Okay. I'm digging around in my purse for it. Oh wait, yes. You know you're a librarian when you carry primary source documents around in your purse.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, I can read this to you. It'll probably take me like 4 minutes.
Perfect.
Okay, all right. I will try to be a little theatrical about it.
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the things that I like to do, like you said, Jess, is I like to find like weird, ghost stories or just weird stories in general in historic newspaper databases, which, by the way, if anybody listening is interested in a really cool newspaper database that you can access for free anywhere that you have an internet connection, is Chronicling America newspapers from the Library of Congress. I see Tenney like nodding. Yeah.
It's the best.
It is such, oh my God, it is so cool. So you guys just, get crazy with your keywords and go Google that. And so one of the articles that I found is this one here. And it is titled "The Story of a Ghost That Sang." And it was published in the Detroit Free Press, February 23rd of 1913.
Awesome.
Oh my God. So are we ready for a little spooky story time?
Wait, let me just tell you too that the Detroit Free Press still exists.
Yes.
So this is like old.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I love it. I love it. Okay. So, a story of a ghost that sang, subtitled "Weird Midnight Experience of an Englishman and His Companion in a Haunted House." Okay. So this was published in the Detroit Free Press, but it took place in London. So,
I might have to get up at some point, Courtney, and I'm having pizza delivered, and it's coming soon.
Okay, no worries.
Oh my God, just get up and get it and let her read.
I'm going to say I didn't want to interrupt if I got up.
You just did.
Go ahead, Courtney.
Oh my gosh, this is great. Okay. I have never seen a ghost, but once in the company of a friend, I heard a ghost sing. It was in London. I must not mention the house because to say a house is haunted in London is criminal libel. The house was haunted. I knew it was haunted, but the ghost never troubled me. It bothered a friend of mine who spent an autumn in the house by tramping up the stairs in the middle of the night, relates a writer in the Metropolitan magazine. It troubled my secretary, who used to work alone in the house in the evening sometimes, by opening and shutting the doors. It troubled the police by lighting up the house and giving a false alarm of burglars in the middle of the night. But it never troubled me. I never saw it. I never felt it. I never heard it until this once. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning. I was sitting in my sitting room with a friend who I will just call X, who is a well-known author. One generally adds in a ghost story, and who was a hard-headed man of business, utterly skeptical and completely matter-of-fact, as if that had anything to do with it. We had just come in and were expecting another friend who lived in the house, and we were sitting up for him. Oh my God, Tenney's pizza is like,
where
I'm
is
living
that
for
from?
this.
When did you order?
God.
This is amazing. Okay. we were talking about Swinburne's verse, some sort of, book or poetry. And I took down the first edition of Atalanta in Calydon, a name of a book, a publication, which I then possessed and which I foolishly sold for a small sum. And it was immediately afterward resold at an auction for a large sum. I read a passage. As I was reading, we heard singing next door. And I said, "There's Phil." I love that there were just like Phils, like in 1913. Okay, there's Phil. And I didn't pay any further attention as I expected him to come in. And so I went on reading, but the singing continued. It sounded foreign, maybe Spanish. This didn't surprise us as Phil was in the habit of singing provincial songs. The singing went on, and as he didn't come in, we went to meet him and opened the door. The next room was a tiny anteroom opening into another sitting room, and beyond this again was the smallest of bedrooms, not bigger than a cupboard. There was nobody there, but the singing went on. Such curious singing, too. Strange, alien, faint, tinkly, as if 4 confused voices were singing the song of an earlier century. It was unreal, and it had a kind of burr in it, as if you were listening to voices on a telephone that is out of order. We walked through the rooms, and we walked through the singing, and we heard it behind us still going on, and in the bedroom we found Phil asleep in his bed. Then the singing stopped. As we walked through that sitting room, I noticed my friend's hair, in Kipling's phrase, sitting up. I dare say he noticed the same about mine, or he would have if I had any hair to notice. The end.
Yay!
Yay!
That was cute.
Amazing.
So these, like, I love the way that they wrote, like, back then, and it's just a reason that, like, archives and research is fun, right? Because, like, you just find weird shit like this. And I love the description of the singing as, like, otherworldly, as if, like, 4 voices were singing at once. And yeah.
So cute.
Wall of sound.
I love too, Courtney, especially in older ghost stories. I mean, obviously, if a person was writing for a paper or a magazine at the time, they were somewhat erudite and like learned, but they were really writing a lot of the time knowing that people weren't heavily educated. And so they used these really cool descriptive terms, knowing that they're working into someone's brain who's sitting alone in their house by gaslight. And, one of my favorite things is always like the flickering light. Like you'll hear in old ghost stories, the flickering light. And like they're restating it because they know the person reading it is in the same atmosphere. And so it builds the tension and the spookiness. Like I just love stuff like that.
Yes. Yeah. I'm with you.
Like, the language isn't even that different. That's over 100 years old, and it sounds like it was written like 3 days ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just like embellished a little bit and fun. And I just think like, I just love to envision like the people who like would have opened the newspaper that day in February of 1913 and was like, what's going on? Like, oh, here's a little ghost story about some dudes in London. Like, that's what I want to read in the newspapers,
Right.
You said it was February. It wasn't even like October. They were just like, let's just roll out this ghost story in February.
Yes. Yes.
Well, that's why when people now are like, oh, we've never been more open to the paranormal as a society. Like, think about that long ago, there weren't social media and newspapers the way that there are now, and with exchanging information. Like in February, they just did a story about ghosts. Like people have been open-minded to it. It's just whether or not the publishers at the time want to publish it.
I see so many people saying like that was lovely and that was perfect and blah blah blah. And I want you guys to follow her on Instagram because she retweets all the time. She'll just go live out of nowhere and tell like 1 or 2 ghost stories in like a live like video, and they're like in your videos in your Instagram too. People can watch back ones, but they're like so fun when they come up and like so cozy. Like you make it such a cozy vibe.
Did you see me listening and eating pizza? I was ready to go.
You're so cozy.
Cozy spooky. Where's that t-shirt?
Cozy spooky.
Cozy spooky. Hashtag. Cryptid.com.
Loves it.
Sorry, I muted myself for a second.
We don't care if it's loud. It's cute.
Okay.
You're partying in New Orleans.
I know.
It
I really took time to like read us a story on the street.
It is wild. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's that point that you made, John, is really interesting because it's one of the reasons that I love talking, like spreading these stories and showing people, like telling them, go to Chronicling America, like this stuff is out there because there's such a long history of like interest in the paranormal and experiences with the paranormal and research into the paranormal and acceptance of the paranormal and yeah, I don't know. And I think it's just kind of romantic to dig into these stories and like hear people's names and read people's names who probably haven't been read for like 100 years, and just in a way it kind of pays homage to them. And I don't know, I could get philosophical.
Yeah, I mean, I got into this is probably 10 years ago or so, but someone on Twitter or Facebook, when I used to be on Facebook, someone had said something like, I can't remember what it was. They wrote an article that was called like Ghost and Ghost Hunters or something like that. And someone was like, you shouldn't write that because Ghost Hunters was made up for the television show Ghost Hunters. And I was like, motherfucker, I was like, Bruce Addington wrote a story called The Ghost Hunters in 1901 about people who chase ghosts. Like, it's not a new thing.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, you guys want to hear something else funny? That you just reminded me of an article that I found in my hometown from like 1898, I think. And there was a guy who was being haunted by the ghost of a gentleman that he had killed 3 years prior. And oh my God, it's wild. And you can find that whole story like on my Instagram. But so basically, he said that he was like being visited nightly by the ghost of this man that he killed like 3 years prior, and the ghost would sit at the foot of his bed and steal his cigars and ask him where he thought would be the best place to be buried in the new cemetery in town. And but what reminds me of what you just said, John, is the fact that this man eventually contacts this guy who was calling himself a ghost eradicator.
Love
and
it.
This is 1898, and so this guy who was like probably just like a shyster, right, like came, and I say that because the guy comes and like says, oh yeah, I will solve all of your problems, I will capture the ghost, and I'm going to relocate it to Owensboro, Owensboro, Kentucky. And ghost eradicators, the precursors to the ghost hunters in 1898.
Yeah, for sure. I wrote a little article on Weird Lectures somewhere, but it was when not the newest Ghostbusters film came out, but when the all-female Ghostbusters film came out, and people were complaining, like, why do you have to remake the Ghostbusters, blah, 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 blah. And so I went back and I was like, okay, but Ghostbusters, the original film, was based on a film with Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis in the 1950s where they were hunting ghosts, which was based on a film with Bob Hope in the 1940s where he was hunting ghosts, which was based on the Cat Mary, which was a 1932 film, which was based on a stage play in 1890 called The Ghost Hunter.
I love it.
We've just been telling the same stories over and over again. Like, who cares if people update them? Like, they have to be made fresh and new for a new generation to keep people in. And then, if you have the interest, you can track it backwards.
Exactly. Oh my God, that is such a great point, because I love to tell people all the time, because I think sometimes people get caught up in, especially if you want to, have a social media, like, Instagram or whatever, and like talk about ghosts or, read spooky things or whatever. It's like you think that you have to sometimes like reinvent the wheel or whatever, but it's like, no, there's whole new generations of people who, don't know these stories exist and who want to hear these stories. And like, I even like to remind people, I'm not by any means the first librarian to like do the things that I do and talk about the things that I talk about. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Yeah, for sure. And like you said, and if anybody that's listening, like, it is so easy, like, to go on Google, type Library of Congress, even just type LOC and go to the Library of Congress page, and then hit digital collections. And then you have Archiving America, which is the newspaper files. You can search by year, you can search by state, keyword search, and just see like, oh my God, it's so much. One of my friends who works for the National Archives and sometimes bounces over to the Library of Congress. The other thing that's really kind of breaks my heart sometimes is the fact that she has said like, but no matter how much we digitize, we'll never have it all.
No, never.
Some of it is just going to be, you're going to have to go to a library or a historical community and dig through an old book because it's not all ever going to get digitized. And we lose stuff every day that will never be recovered.
Yes, absolutely. That's such a good point. Like, as much as it is so easy to go online and access these things, don't forget about visiting your archives, visiting your libraries, visiting your historical societies. Yes, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Bex, I love the vibe. It's like, I love it.
I'm sitting outside a KFC.
I'm having a second piece of pizza. Courtney, when did you start drinking?
Oh my God, when did I start drinking? A couple of hours ago.
Me too. What a surprise!
Yeah. Well, I heard. I caught the very first part of this stream before my sister and I headed out. And Bex, you were on, and Jeremy and Garrett was on, and I really loved what Tenney, like what you were saying about why Liminal Earth is so great, because of like, you guys don't gatekeep. Like, you're all about spreading information and sharing information and, you know, connecting people with information. And I'm just like, you guys should just all be honorary librarians, because that's also like what I love to do. And also what I think sometimes too gets lost in like the paranormal community. You know, where, because, you know, like there is a lot of gatekeeping and like a lot of gatekeeping in general of just information. And so I just love to remind people, like, information is out there. You have a right to information. It's easy to access. And sometimes if you're having trouble, just, you know, go ask a librarian.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know. You might be able to tell me if this is still a thing. When I was like probably up until the age of 16 or 17, I don't know if you can still do this, but you used to be able to call libraries and ask a librarian, like, what's the third chapter of Hamlet? What does that mean?
Absolutely.
And then they'll just tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still a thing. It's still a thing. So I started my professional library career in public libraries before I switched over to academic libraries. And there used to be a lady when I worked at the public library every single day who would call, and she was working the crossword puzzle. And she would call and she'd be like, what's a 7-letter, you know, 6 or 7-letter word for this or that? Oh my God, you guys want to hear something funny? One time, and I'm out at like the big reference desk, like in the middle of like this room full of people, like on the computers and everything. And one time sometimes what she would also do is she would read romance novels, and words that she didn't understand, she would call and ask you the definition. And one time she called and she asked me, she said, I'm reading this book and I came across this word and I don't know the definition. Can you tell me? And the word was areola. And I was like, son of a bitch. I was like, everybody can hear me. And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to lean into this moment and tell you and tell everyone else within earshot what the definition of an areola is. So
love it.
Librarianship is fun, and it's also very weird.
Oh my gosh.
Was that a prank or were they serious?
No, she was serious. She was the sweetest little old lady. She would either call because she needed help with her crossword answers that she could not get, or she read a lot of romance novels, and if she came across a word that she didn't know, she would just call and ask.
That's cute.
I love it.
She was cute.
Ask Courtney.
And people forget, I mean, we've mentioned it a million times, but it bears repeating a million times, right? Like, the smartest people in the world, and yes, I'm not talking about just like, I'm just talking about some of the smartest people in the world, have written their thoughts down, and they are freely accessible to you at a library. Like, you can go to a library and read the thoughts of some of the smartest people that have ever existed for free.
Yeah.
True.
And the thing is too, like, that I know I feel like a lot of people have like library anxiety, because to go in and admit to somebody that like you don't know something is a vulnerable thing. And to go in sometimes and ask for information about all sorts of things, no matter how weird they might be, is also a vulnerable thing. But I guarantee you, your librarians do not care. Like, that is what we are here for. Like, I always loved the weirdest questions. So, you know, just, yeah, go ask your librarians. We love it.
Does your library have a microfiche machine still?
Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I've been drinking a little bit, and friends also like to sort of lament, like, they'll always say, like, if you invite her to a party, don't ask her about libraries, because she'll never fucking shut up. But I just really want to reiterate to people that, like, all the weirdos who are, you know, watching and listening or whatever, like, your weirdness is valid. It has a place in this world. The information is out there. Your libraries can help, and there's so many ways to do that.
For sure.
Yay.
I love it.
Also just a shout out to you guys, Jess and Tenney, for being so supportive and like creating the community that you've created of weirdos, and just I can't say enough good things. I love you guys.
We love you back. We're obsessed with you.
Oh, and I'm just living for Bex's like shadow moment here.
I know. She's like creeping around.
I am. I'm like, I like heard a point, like we were talking about dreams, and I was like, oh my gosh, I had the craziest dream I need to share. And then I just popped on right as Courtney popped on. So I'm just in the shadow, gonna be talking about shadows. So.
I have a guest I have a guest that's waiting, but he doesn't have his camera on, and I don't know if he's just waiting.
I know who it is.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
You do?
Wait, maybe I don't.
Who do you think it is? Give me his initials. Give me his first initial.
M.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's okay. I can pop off because our reservations.
Camera is on. Ready for this? Court, just step to say hello. Ready for this? Man, this is a full fucking What's Up Weirdo Tenney family. This is my nephew, Miles. Showed up.
What's up, Miles?
Nothing much. I'm at a horrible angle right now.
It's cool.
You're fine. It
looks like you're in like a what's the word? What are those globe things?
I don't know.
A snow globe?
Yes, it looks like you're in a snow globe.
I was going to say he's coming from like an ethereal realm.
Yes.
Like he looks like he's like drifting forth through the light.
You know, horrible lighting, horrible angle. I'm sorry. I went through the effort of. I got on one of your older.
Oh yeah. Miles, you have to be squeezed into that fucking thing.
I am. It's not good.
That shirt is not big enough for you to be wearing now.
No. It's like 10 years
You're
old.
such a supportive family.
Yeah, absolutely.
So cute.
Thank you.
Love to see it.
How was your day today, Miles?
It was great. You know, it was good. I just got back from doing a fantasy football draft, which was.
See, this is the part of my family that I do not understand. Is
Well, that's why me and Miles get along, because we're sports bros.
Exactly. Yes.
We are.
I love it. I don't want to interrupt. My sister is waving at me because our reservations just came up, so I'm gonna pop off.
Okay.
I hate to go because I love you guys, but
We love you, Courtney.
Hi, Courtney. Thank you.
Have
fun. You. Miles, what is all this pink shit in your room?
This is not my room.
Yeah, it is. Don't lie.
The laptop is like on my mom's knees right now. That's why she's on the couch and I'm next to the couch, which is how this all happened to be so.
Tell your mother at some point to give me that fucking piano back.
We can't get this thing out of here. I don't know how we got it in here. The door is like, it's one of the, there's like 6 things in this living room that I just have no idea. They're never leaving.
Listen, we were talking.
Down, look at the picture back there.
Oh, there is a picture of my sister and me as baby over back. That's that picture back there.
Wait,
it's hard to
Tenney,
see, but we can see it.
Maggie wants to know, did you babysit Miles when he was little?
I did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Yes.
And we would watch Godzilla and Ultraman and Dragon Ball. And strangely enough, this kid ended up being interested in Japan.
Yeah, somehow.
Go figure.
Yup.
And sometime within the next year, we're going to go to Japan.
Yeah, definitely.
He just graduated. What is it? What it is?
I mean, I majored in English and I have a minor in Japanese.
There we go.
Yeah. So that was nice.
We went to your graduation party.
Yeah, you did. It was great. It was a very fun time. Yes.
And they talked about fucking UFC.
Yeah, we did. We watched it on my phone.
Yeah, we were watching it.
I know, it's so fun.
I couldn't talk to Jessica at all yesterday because of Paris UFC.
Yeah, that was great. I was watching that.
That was such a good card. I know it was a banger.
That was pretty. Yeah, I wasn't expecting a ton, but the main event was wonderful.
Yeah, it was.
It was great.
Dang, I thought he was gonna pull it off. That was so sad.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, but whatever.
Did somebody kick somebody in the mouth?
Yeah, there was a lot of
mouth.
Yeah.
That was gross.
You have the Paris flag right there.
Yeah.
Oh snap! Wait, let's all go to Paris. Wait, can they come to Paris when we go?
Look,
my sister's already trying to put that.
Yeah,
wouldn't that be so cute?
Yeah.
Oh my God, let's do it.
Yeah, we're there.
My goodness gracious.
Let's do it. Miles, did you go to Saugatuck?
Yeah, I did. In August.
Gosh, I'm lucky. I want to go.
Yeah, a couple of my friends came up, so that was enjoyable.
Oh yeah.
I was going to say, you guys were there together. Did you wreck the town?
No, not a little. There was a couple adventures, but nothing too crazy.
Listen, I get, not for nothing, but like I have in the past 3 years built up, I get nervous hanging out with your family because like between me getting your father just smashed, between me and you drinking on your 21st birthday party, me having no memory of it whatsoever, and your mother falling asleep on pizza boxes and pizza in Chicago, like I get worried about family getting near each other.
Yeah. Well, listen, you can't go wrong with me. These people you can beat down a little bit, but
okay, Milo.
I'm the one who's in charge when we're going out.
All right. Well, the next time we go to Saugatuck, you're in charge because when Jess and I went there, it was weird.
Yeah, it was. The one night that we went out with my friends, it was a little. It was weird. They were talking to some guy named Terry the pterodactyl. I was uninvolved with that. I was in another corner of the bar, and I was just taking care of my business. But they were mingling with the regular folk, and it was weird to observe.
We talked to some weird guy at that bar that had.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. Is that guy's name Terry?
I think it was.
I think it was too. I think we talked to the same guy.
Was he making weird screeches when he approached you?
I don't remember.
No, but we were in a bar that was filled with taxidermied animals and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Was that Wally's? Yeah.
Wait, Tenney put that comment on the screen. So cute.
Which one? The one I just put up?
No, 4 back.
This one?
Oh.
They are
wholesome.
Trust me, we are not cute. Well, we might be cute, but we are not fucking wholesome.
Yeah, you are.
There's some fucking dark secrets in the Tenney family.
Okay, but you have persevered.
Yeah,
we have persevered.
Yeah,
exactly.
The Revenant.
Yes. Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah. Do you remember the Revenant story, Jessica? So for people who are watching, my dad went out in the snow a few years ago to get salt out of the back of his truck.
Yeah.
And when he pulled the salt bag out, his legs slipped out from underneath him. So he fell down in the snow and broke his hip.
No.
And then, right?
Hang on.
Femur.
Oh, he broke his femur. Right. And then how long, Mary, did he lay in the snow?
He lay there for 3 hours.
Yeah, in the snow. And my dad to this day calls it his Revenant story.
Yeah.
Because much like Leonardo DiCaprio in a movie, The Revenant, he was cold.
Yeah.
The last time he told me that story, he's down. The last time he told me that story, he's down to, he was out there for almost an hour.
There you go. See, that's like the reverse.
Yeah.
That's like believable.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I feel like in the next couple years or so, he's going to tell us about when he slipped and fell, crawled to the truck, got his coat, and then got an ambulance. Like he's not going to have been out there for more than like 15 minutes.
That was at your house, right?
It was at his house up north.
Up north.
Didn't he? No, but he did that at your house before, and you found him. He's like, I've been laying here for 2 hours.
Oh, when my mom and dad lived here, he did that a couple times. He tried to ride a bike once and got on it and immediately fell over in the driveway. Like didn't even get a pedal in. Like just sat on it, down immediately. And then there was one time he went out in the garage to sneak some booze, and I went out there and he was just laying on the floor of the garage. And I was like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I fell down." I'm like, "You've been out here for an hour and a half."
Yeah.
Yeah, sadly, but true.
But then you also have electrocuted yourself and laid in the garage by yourself.
Yeah, that is true. I get that after him, though. I mean, Mary can tell you, like, before Miles was born, when my dad was mechanic, like, he was constantly fucking himself up. I get that from him. I've electrocuted myself and knocked myself out a few times, but, like, he would come home with, like, you remember Mary, the time he came home and almost all of his finger was cut off?
Yeah.
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 And so he just wrapped
one of his fingers off too. He cut the end of his thumb off.
my dad wrapped it in electrical tape and like black like paper towel.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah,
Nope.
we're pretty much just about, taking care of stuff at home.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
And he always wounds himself and then just deals with it.
Yep. Got a little tumor, cut it off.
See? Yes. See, I told you.
I know.
This is how we deal with stuff.
I know.
Mary, when's the last time you went actually to a doctor proper for a checkup?
When I had Miles.
Oh my God.
Yeah, 22 years ago.
That's
You have not been to the doctor.
22 years.
Come on, man. Y'all are fucked up.
Self-care.
You have to go to the doctor.
You see, you were saying we were all good,
Self-care.
this group, and now it's just starting to fall apart slowly the more we
I'm
talk.
the healthiest person I know.
Yeah.
I am the healthiest person I know.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah.
Come
I don't know
on.
if
You are.
I run 6 miles every morning.
Dang. Yeah, like 5 in the morning. Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I'm vegan.
Miles, do you wake up at a normal time? Please say yes.
Yeah. Now I do. College messed me up that I can't wake up early anymore. That like I used to be able to.
No, he's going to the gym with me every morning.
Not at 5 in the morning.
6:30.
No.
6:30. Yeah.
That's true.
Too early. Too early.
I love it. But yeah, I'm trying to think. I probably didn't start babysitting you, Miles, until you were probably like 4 or 5.
Maybe.
That's young.
You shouldn't have any real memories of that stuff because you were too young.
I remember when stuff got messed up when I was being babysat, but I don't think that was with you. Like I remember windows being broken, but I don't think you ever broke a window.
I don't think I ever broke a window. Do you remember any of the like carriage houses parties?
Yeah, I do remember. Yeah, for sure.
Where I would kill it at karaoke.
Yes.
Oh yeah. We're big on karaoke, by the way. Miles also has a karaoke life.
That's just not true.
George Michael.
I did that once.
Careless Whisper.
Yeah.
That's his song.
One time.
You did it once.
Careless Whisper.
One time, yes.
Someone is literally blowing up like M80s in my neighborhood.
I can't hear anything.
They're so fucking loud. All right, I think I'm safe.
So,
Jiminy
all right,
Christmas.
man, we gotta go.
All right, you go.
it was nice to see you. Thanks for popping in.
Love you both.
Thanks for popping in.
Sure. Hey,
We love you.
You got to bring this design back, my man.
Everybody tells me I should bring that design back. Maybe I'll bring it back. I need to do one that doesn't have the hair on top, though.
Yeah. Well, we can update it. Make it modern.
Yes. Did you guys see me earlier with the wig?
No.
No.
Oh God.
Let's see.
How's that? How's that? Is that a new good Tenney look? Look at
Honestly,
that.
I'm a little mad I don't have one like that. I got a Jerry curl in there from when I was Jules from Pulp Fiction for Halloween, but I don't have anything that majestic.
You didn't have to wear. You didn't wear a wig when you were Black Jesus, did you?
Oh,
No, I did. I
he
wore a
did.
really long one.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah.
That's gone though. That's long in the grave.
That one
All
looks a little like Courtney Love. Or
I look like Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Wrong.
All right, gang.
We got you. Love you.
Love you.
Love you. Jessica, love you.
Love you.
Goodbye, my friends.
Peace.
My sister. Get out. Holy shit. There's another one of those explosions.
I don't hear shit.
You should be able to hear them at your house.
I know I can't.
Jiminy Christmas. Holy smokes. We start out the final hour with the final member. Well, the only thing we're missing now is my dad. That's not going to fucking happen.
Yeah, where are your friends?
I don't know. Well, one of the things is I sent out the link pretty late.
Like when?
Like, pretty late.
Why are you like this?
I'm just bad with it. Like I sent one. Oh no. I sent some. Oh, I sent two at 10 minutes after 5. Then I sent one at 6. Then I sent one at 8. And then I sent one at 8:30.
You're so stupid. Nobody checks their fucking email, bro.
They're not in the same time zone, bro.
Okay, well.
Oh, none of my friends ever come on.
All my people showed up. Oh shit!
Oh shit! None of my friends ever show up.
Finally, somebody
right here
shows up.
Save
What's
the
up?
fucking day.
What's up?
Hey, I didn't fix the drink. I brought a whole bottle of Southern Comfort.
Okay, we're
I
18
have
again.
the rest of this 2 James bottle of vodka.
Oh yeah, that looks good.
Everybody's 17 years old.
Yeah.
Southern Comfort in the room.
Yeah, I don't think Jessica. I don't think I've had this since then. I don't even remember the last time I had this.
No.
Oh boy, yeah, it smells like first drink.
Yeah. Back.
Oh my! Cheers, John. Tennis.
So wait, cheers. Cheers.
Cheers. Pow, 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 pow. Josh Malerman, look at you.
Okay,
coming in, saving
introduce
me.
Josh like I did with everybody else.
What?
Introduce Josh. Say who he is, what he does.
Hey everybody, this is my friend Josh Malerman. He is a super creative, funny horror author, musician, Renaissance bon vivant. How's that?
That was a much better introduction than the one I gave for you at our house. You know, that still kind of haunts me. Still to this day, I'm like, what? I should have given him a huge intro, but I like assumed everyone knew you or something. And then I'm like, afterwards, I was like, I should have given him a real thunderous. I could have had music playing while I introduced you. Could have.
But one of the reasons we get along is because neither of us care.
Yeah, I know. There's also that. So
you're home alone tonight?
Yeah. And you know, every time Allison goes away, there's that one moment of like, oh, this is gonna be amazing. I'm gonna get all this, like, I'm gonna watch all these movies, I'm gonna do all this, I'm gonna go see these friends. And I have like all these ideas what I'm gonna do in these 2 days alone or something, 3 days. And then like an hour into her being gone, it feels like all those things are done. And I'm like, hey, when are you coming back?
Yeah. Jess knows this. Like, she'll call me on the phone and say, like, what are you going to do this week? And I'll say, like, I'm going to remodel my bathroom. And then like 6 hours later, we'll talk on the phone and she'll be like, what'd you do today? And I said, I remodeled my bathroom. She's like, you're done already? I'm like, yeah, I was done in like 3 hours. Now I've got nothing.
He forgets to mention that he does it in the span of time when he's supposed to be doing something else. Like we'll record the podcast. It'll be like the next 24 hours when he's supposed to be editing and posting it. And he'll be like, oh, I'm painting the bathroom. So I'm like, yeah, that could have waited. He doesn't do things in the right order.
I can't here's the thing. And I don't know if I've ever talked about this on the podcast. I don't know who can relate to this, if anyone. Maybe it's just a John Tenney thing. Jess and I have a conversation. We record it for the podcast. Mm-hmm. And then it has to be edited to take out sniffles, sneezes, stuff like that. But I can't listen to a conversation I just had.
Yeah. I'm totally with you. That sounds like that's like This Way Lies Madness.
Yes, I need 24 hours to let that conversation kind of fade from my memory, and then I can listen to it again with like fresh ears. But to listen to it like bing bong right after each other is fucking madness. You're absolutely right.
Do you both edit?
No,
just me.
Just you.
I do all the socials and the Patreon videos and other stuff.
And I set up all this nonsense.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've already talked about this in the last 4 hours and 9 minutes. But how was the convention up north?
It was fun.
Yeah, it was great. So many people and so many like new. I feel like I don't know what it was this year, but I feel like maybe quarantine made people say like, "Oh, I'm a fucking weirdo. I need to go and be around other weirdos."
Oh yeah,
because there were so many new people that I'd never met before, and it was. I mean, not that it's not always great, but it was just super great. Like there were so many. You'd just walk by a table and you'd hear like the conversation would be like, "But could it be a hyperdimensional ghost?" And then you'd walk past another table and they'd be like, "But is Bigfoot reading my mind?" And then you'd walk past another table and the conversations were just so fucking spectacularly weird. I was like, this is the best place in the world.
You know, Alice and I went to like the first like horror author convention we've been doing years, and it was like south of Richmond in Virginia. And we even drove there. We made like a road trip out of it, whatever. And that convention was like a total love fest. It was one of the warmest conventions I've ever been to, and I understand that Brian Keene, like he runs it, and he's awesome, and all of his stuff is really good like that. But this felt peaked in a way like what you're describing in terms of we were all like holed up for so fucking long, and now we're at this thing, and we were all like so glad to just be around each other, like getting wasted. I pretty much just handed all my books out for free and was like, I'll just be at the bar.
Jess gets so mad when I do that.
What? Give all your shit away for free?
Yes.
Every time.
I'm the same. You're like that? I'm the same thing.
No, listen, Josh, listen. He, for the first time ever, brought his personal sketchbook to Paracon, right? With his like crazy drawings, all different kinds. Like, I know from tattoo art, like when you buy tattoo flash, like prints, original flash, 150, 200, 250, 300. So we go, he brings his sketchbook. He's like, how much should I sell them for? I'm like, Tenney, get like 50, 60 bucks. They're fucking original drawings. We get there. He sells them for $10. $10. There's people selling $25 autograph, like print, like photos that you sign, that. And your original drawing is selling for $10. Like, what the fuck? That's like
okay, but
less than Taco Bell.
I'm not going to speak for John, but I wonder if it's the same thing with me. I just have this sense when I go, I want people to have the books more than I want the money from it or something, if that makes sense. And that's not to say like, I don't need the money. It's like, I just don't want to walk away with the whole point of me bringing these books is that readers here have them.
Yeah.
So right. For me, it's like if someone bought like Unburied Carol, I'm like, here, take inspection also. And, or, if they're like,
it's nice if they bought one thing, but it's like, and there's the thing, like people want to support you. People will go to his end of the table, pay a certain amount, go to my end and give me more money to sneak him fucking later, like somebody's grandma. Like
I told Jessica this when we were at the convention. I have a very visceral memory of being 10 years old. My dad dropped me off with $5 at a comic book convention on 12 Mile and Rochester Road at a VFW hall. Probably like 30 people at the whole convention, right? Like it's not the way comic book conventions are now. It was a VFW hall. And there were two artists there, Neil Adams, who was doing Batman at the time, and another guy that I didn't know whose name was Joe Stanton, who draws a comic book called E-Man. And I had $5. I waited in line to get Neil Adams' autograph. I got up there. He said autographs were $10. I didn't get a fucking Neil Adams autograph. I was crushed. I wanted something because I was 10 years old at a comic book convention, and I walked past this table, and this other guy I didn't know, Joe Stanton, was like, "Hey, have you ever read E-Man?" And I was like, "No." And he was like, "Have a couple E-Man comics. Let me sign them for you." And he signed them for me. And now when I do conventions, I can't help but feel that there's a 10-year-old me with $5 walking around.
Yeah.
And like, I want to be Joe Stanton. I don't want to be Neil Adams.
Yep.
Okay, listen, that's adorable, but you are not giving stuff away for free to kids. You're giving away to people who are fucking 48. They came there with money.
Don't be ageist.
When the very first horror convention I ever went to, I had a box of hardcover of Bird Box, and like the book wasn't even out yet. And I'm sitting in this room, you know, all of us writers, and I'm sitting there like, who the hell's gonna buy this? Like, no one's ever heard of it, or me. You know, like, what am I doing? Like, oh, here, buy my. So there was a sign that said like $20 or whatever, and I was just like, changed it to free, and all of a sudden, all 60 books gone in boop, like minutes. And then now 60 people had Bird Box, and I'm walking around talking to people, meeting people instead. But I totally hear you, Jessica. I know what you're saying also.
Yeah.
When is,
obviously people we will give free stuff to, and me and him are very much like, oh, you bought this, take this too. Like, we both do that. But like, if this is your only gig, bro, like, you are a paranormal investigator, you are a lecturer, blah blah blah, what the fuck else do you think you're getting money from? Like, this is why you're here, this is why they're here. Every single event we do, Tenney is the best lecturer, Tenney's the best at this, Tenney sits with us the most, Tenney talks to us the most. Take the fucking $20.
Yeah, no, because at some point it's like, I still see it all as like seed work. And at some point it's like, it can't all be seed work.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Josh, when does Daphne come out?
Wow, in 16 days on September 20th. Here, I just got, and I'll give you guys these. I'll give you these for free.
Come on, see? Let's
Yes!
go for it.
This is what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Daphne in the mail. Oh, I love like why is it so fucking dark in here? Like, it's not as dark in this room as it looks like it is. But anyway, yeah. Oh, even the colors on like the wraparound, and this is gorgeous.
That cover is so sick. I don't know why it reminds me of like a Danzig album.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
You know what it reminded me when I first saw it? It reminded me of like a mid to late 70s, early 80s, like Dario Argento film.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what I think it is, man? I think it's the purple.
I think so too.
Yeah, because like, the font is, you know, we got with horror and the face and but there's something about this like slash of purple up here that changes like the whole vibe or something. We're doing a reading in a gymnasium.
I was gonna say, you're doing a basketball gymnasium reading. Yep. When is that?
September 20th, same night it comes out. You know, we've done like, for almost every book so far, we've done like a theatrical reading, and we had an amazing one planned for Mallory where we had rented out the Detroit Zoo train, because part of Mallory takes place on a train. So everyone that was going to be there was going to be blindfolded on the train, and I would be reading through like the train speakers.
Amazing.
That's amazing. And we had it all lined up and everything, and then it leads to you know, at the zoo that I don't know if it's where they show the movies or something, but there's kind of that one like community center-y part in the middle of it all. Yeah. Yep. So, and it all led to there, and everyone was going to drink thereafter. I'm like, and that was like March 2020 or something, when we are 19, or I don't know what, 20, I guess, whatever. No, I don't know what year it was.
A million years ago.
Right. And like 2 weeks later, the entire world shut down, and we were like, fuck, we can't do this. So I still want to do that one, but the point was that these theatrical readings, like, you know, this is going to be the newest one. And Allison, after reading the book, Allison, who does a lot of props, makes masks and stuff, she was like, let's let this one, like, let the gym do the work for us. Like, let's just get a spectacular setting, and let's just do a reading in that setting. And I get what she's saying. She's like, we don't need to put a bunch of tombstones in the gym, although that all of a sudden that sounds amazing to me right now. But she's like, we don't need to do that. We can just have the right atmosphere in a gym and let the gym speak for us. And I was like, yeah, that's good. You're right.
What city is the gym in?
Ferndale. It's the weird university high school.
Okay.
So it's, I don't know, you know, if you're going north through Ferndale, it's like you make a right on like Woodbridge or whatever, and it's back there somewhere.
Right.
Tenney.
What?
Go in the private chat and put his socials up.
Oh, where's the private chat?
On the side of over by the comments.
Oh, got it.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm bad at this, Josh.
I know I want to do the part that you're doing.
You should be doing. Next time you can do the part that I'm doing.
Okay. Josh, can we go to that thing or is it?
Oh yeah. Anyway,
Okay.
yeah. The one of the teachers there, well, actually, it was like the AD or something, but told us that they have a class at that school now that is American horror, and I was like, wow, really? And they're like, can we bring the class? I'm like, but of course, yes, of course. That sounds amazing. So there's gonna be like a class of high school kids there too. That's gonna be weird and interesting, and only add to the high school vibe.
Dude, I heard
high school vibe.
Woo.
Right? I heard. Oh, I'll have one too. Hold on.
Woo. Yeah. Not the best idea.
Ugh.
I didn't hear too much about it, but I heard you had a fucking insane party at your house. Chris Brown was telling me that the fucking Detroit party band showed up.
Yeah. So I wrote Lauren Mercury Roberts from the Detroit party band. I just wrote her because her birthday, it's on my birthday is July 24th. Hers is July 26th. And it was on the 26th, the party. So I was like, it's my birthday. Like, you should come by because it's your birthday. And she said, oh, we can't. I have practice that night. And I was like, oh, all right. And it didn't even cross my mind to ask her. She wrote me back later saying, plot twist. Our venue to practice fell through. Can we just play at your party? And I was like, yes. And I was like, best question ever. And the answer is yes.
Too funny.
Wait,
Well,
why was Allison in a bear costume?
Yeah, and it was really freaking hot out too, and she was like dancing around. And my dad
Was she in the Disney bear costume?
Yeah, she was. Yep, she was in the Disney bear costume. That's kind of my favorite. There's something like real subversive for me when people are like, "Oh, look at that amazing bear costume," and I'm thinking like, "You have no idea.
You have no idea what this movie is about." When is that getting an HD Blu-ray release?
So I put it on. Is it Vimeo or Vimeo? Right? Is that what it's called? Yeah. Not Vimeo, the fancy alternative Vimeo.
I think that's the Italian version.
Yeah, I put it on the Vimeo, and it's got like 5 views. I put it up there because at first, okay, the Bird Box comes out in 14, and then what's the first thing you do following your first like commercial breakthrough, is to write and direct Grizzly Bear, right? And so there was one side of me that was a little bit like, what are you doing, Josh? But as you know, it was like the time of our lives. And so there was a side of me that was like almost like afraid for my agent to see it or this kind of thing. And then finally one day I was like, the fuck are you worried about? In this day and age, are you kidding me? Put this out. So I put it on Vimeo. God, I almost said it again. Put it on Vimeo, and Allison, regularly says to me like, we need to get this out wider, and I don't know what that means, but I'm for it. If anyone watching wants to distribute Grizzly Bear, please let me know.
Did you have? Am I remembering this right? Didn't you have fake priests protesting out in front of it?
Yeah, Dave Fergali.
Yeah.
Fergali and Fergali. I didn't tell him to do it. He showed up with signs like Grizzly Bear is Satan's work, and
love it.
Yeah, it was great. It was that okay. I don't know if you two have ever had this kind of experience, and I never had till this. With a book, when you give it to someone, you don't sit there while they read it, right? So, and maybe with an album, you might play it for your friend, but typically there's more people around, that kind of thing. You're not like sitting there just listening to the album. This was crazy to play a movie and everyone is just quietly watching in the main art theater. And you're like, oh boy, like I'm literally real time experiencing their reactions. It was horrifying. Eric had to leave a couple times. I was like, I've never seen Allison so scared. We were like, I didn't do any questions or anything after. I was like too scared. Allison was like, we were like stunned to like, and when someone would laugh, we're like, okay, that was good, right? I mean, we were so self-conscious that night. And then I think we went to Gus's after. And I've written 36 books and 300 songs, and short stories and made a movie. Grizzly Bear is like top 5 like artistic experiences of my life.
Yeah.
Wait, you just reminded me. Tell people your song, your band. What is the show? Say what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. We have the theme song for that show, Shameless, on Showtime with William H. Macy. And that's an interesting thing because anytime a song of ours gets placed, which has only been a couple times, but that theme song is a huge deal to us, obviously. It's placed in a show where people are getting like wasted. And like we don't really think of ourselves as like a waste. Well, maybe I am. But the songs aren't like drinking songs or something, you know what I mean? And then but somehow our songs end up in shows and whatever where everyone's like
but didn't High Strung just have a record come out, or weren't you guys working on one?
Yep. So we had one come out. Hannah came out, and we recorded another one that I don't know what we're gonna do with yet. But I think we're just gonna like put it out next year sometime, and we don't know how or what, but we are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's such an amazing thing now. Jess and I talk about this all the time. I think you and I have talked about it before. Like, it is really amazing that you can just create things and and people will see them now. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like when 1980, you're trying to get one of like 5 record labels to put your record out. And now it's like, fuck it, I'll just put it out.
Okay. We can even go further. I think it's better to do what you're describing in today's world. Like because we are in our 40s, we're sort of like tied to this idea that Warner Brothers and Rolling Stone magazine and that would be like the end all goal or something. But it's not true. Like Burko in our band was discussing, he was like, us talking about this and being creative with it on like TikTok or Instagram or whatever, that is better for our album than a review in Rolling Stone.
For sure.
And when he said that to me, like the reality of that was so solid.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, you're fucking right. And there's something exciting about it because you just were talking about it. There's like in this landscape, there's room for everybody. You can imagine as a 60-year-old rock band breakthrough. You can imagine like scenarios that aren't like run how they were always run. You can imagine an album breaking through that just never would have broke through either who it's by or the type of music it is in like the 90s. And to me, that is exciting. Self-published authors are like killing it. You can make it.
I just read that. Did you see that thing that was today about the?
I did. I sent it to Robyn. I'm like, you're a great success according to this.
About the Penguin authors and the published authors. Did you read that story, Josh?
I did.
Like most authors don't even sell more than like a dozen copies.
It said, I got it. Even said something like over half the number, right? Like
yeah.
It even said over 90% don't sell more than like it was between 2,000 and 5,000 copies. And I was like, wow.
Yeah. Wow. And then I think about, because there'll be other authors who will tell me like, well, why do you self-publish your own books? First of all, I have complete and total creative control over it. And secondly, every time I sell a book, like I literally get $6 or $7 per book. Like that's crazy. Like people who have major publishing books and they're making, nickels on the dollar, for each book sale, not less.
It's when I started writing novels, so that was 2004. I think by the time I was on book like 3 or 4, Chad was like, you should self-publish these. Like, why you're starting to have a backlog. You have like 4 novels. And I was like, oh, I don't know, man. And I remember thinking when he said that felt like I would be like catapulting the books out into sort of a wasteland,
Right.
It really felt that way. And we're talking not that long ago. Well, that's pretty long ago, but you get what I'm saying. And like nowadays, if that in that same scenario, I would already like the minute I'm done, I would have like all 36 of these books would be out and whatever. And it's like, I don't know. You could be on one side, you could be overwhelmed by that and be like, there's so many TV shows, there's so many bands, there's so many this. On the other side, it's like there is room for everybody.
And there's a freedom to it too. Like you were talking about Brian Keene, right?
Yeah.
Like he had a UFO experience. So did you ever read his UFO book?
No, I didn't know he had a UFO experience.
Yeah, and he wrote a book about it and just self-published it and just put it out. Like it just appeared on Amazon one day. I had like a ping for it, and I was like, "What is that?" And like, here's like his book about his Black Triangle UFO experience, and it's only like 60 pages long. But I mean, like, there's no way else. How else am I going to know that story?
Yep. And birds of a feather like find each other in this whatever I keep saying landscape, but in this modern landscape. Like we like look at what we're doing right now, and whoever's watching, it's like. Despite all these, you can be like, oh my God, there's so much out there, but you still gravitate to what you're into. And by the way, what you're into isn't as constrained as you said by like the 5 labels or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. So it's a good moment, dude. You and I have talked numerous times, and we're going to do it, make a movie at my house. And that movie is going to have as much of a chance as any. It's going to be, you know what I mean? Like these kind of thoughts, like that is so exciting.
Yeah, it's super amazing when, I mean, I really do feel like for whether or not anybody wants to, I mean, I know there have been a ton of think pieces written about it, but now looking back with 22 years of hindsight, like the movie industry specifically was fucking shook by Blair Witch Project. Like it changed everything. Like you're going to make a movie for $15,000 that's going to make $200 million. Like the movie industry is like, what the fuck? Yeah, nobody, no stars, nothing. Like I think that's when things really started. I mean, I think that honestly, I think that that's what really shook the movie industry, and I think that punk rock really shook the music industry when kids were like, "I'm just going to put out fucking cassettes until everybody in the country knows about me."
Yep, Owen, Marco, and the other singer-songwriter in the High Strung, he was over last night, and we love our newest album, but it was like a produced album, and we used to, and Tenney, you'll know about these. We used to record everything on 4 tracks.
Yeah.
And last night we're sitting there getting drunk together, and we're like, why are we hearing about studios? Like, what are we trying to compete with, like Taylor Swift? The fuck are we doing? Let's make another 4-track album. And we were working on songs or whatever last night. And it's not just that like Blair Witch was 15 grand and made 200. It's like it's that the movie is as good as any horror movie you've ever seen. And that's that, and the punk album is as great as any album you've ever heard. That's the side of it where it's like that's what shakes the industry.
Right. When they see something that's made with passion and because people love it and wanted to make it.
Man, I have a cool Blair Witch like anecdote real fast. Is that so when the High Strung lived in New York, Derek Burke, the drummer, we worked at a place called Rafik, and Rafik was a place where like young filmmakers or actors would bring in their reels, which were on VHS, and they would ask for like a dozen or 20 copies to be made so they can send them out to agents and that kind of thing. People would bring in a movie they made, and Derek, my job was to take orders. Like I wrote down what people wanted, and Derek was in the back actually making the copies, right? So there was a master VCR, and then there were like 40 other VCRs and blah, blah, blah. But Derek had to watch the original tape because let's say there was a moment of static in the middle, and he would mark that down. If the people came in, they couldn't say there's static on the copies because he'd be like, it's on the master, right?
Right.
So before it came out and before there was any talk about it at all, when they were sending it to film festivals, whatever, the makers of the Blair Witch Project brought in the Blair Witch Project. So Derek Burke saw that movie in a back room of this like dismal, awesome, like, surrounded by 40, 50 VCRs. And he had to watch the whole movie and had no knowledge of it being fake or why would it be fake or that it was a horror movie. Nothing. He thought that he was watching someone's documentary.
Crazy.
And I'm like so jealous of that experience. I remember he came out and he's like, you really might want to watch this tape that came in the other day. And I was like, oh yeah, let's go drink.
I remember my Blair Witch. The only real memory I have I saw Blair Witch the opening night at the Main Art Theater.
Oh,
wow. And I remember walking out, and I can't remember what the girl's name was, the main girl, but she had somehow or another emailed me or
Heather.
Yes. Something about it was because it was a question she had about ghosts and witches or something like that. But I walked out, and I think that I was the only person that knew it was a movie. Like everyone that walked out was like, they absolutely 100% thought everything they just saw was real.
No, I thought it was real. Like that first couple of weeks it was in the theater, nobody knew it was fake.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I saw it at I can't remember the name of it. We were in New York, the Angelica or something. I think that's the name of the theater. I went alone. It was a midnight showing. Obviously the theater was packed, but I remember I was on an aisle seat, and I remember I was somewhere like near the middle. I can just still like remember just sitting there. And it was so riveting to me that afterwards I can still see the payphone that I called my bandmates from. I was like, I have to talk about what I just saw. Like it was, and it has to do more, or as just as much as like I'm a fan of horror and it scared me and all that. It had also just as much to do with what you were bringing up, that this was like, it felt like 5 people made it in the woods for like, you know, whatever money they found in the couch, and it's brilliant. And I felt like my boys like had to see this, but Derek, as I told you, already had. But I called the other guys like, this is the way to do things.
How segmenting, because it's been brought up twice now, dude. The main art theater is gone.
Yeah.
Like,
I know.
I just drove past it the other day, and it's just fucking flat lot.
Oh, I haven't seen it like that yet.
Yeah, it's just completely gone. The night they started to tear it down, I got drunk at Gus's and then hopped the fence and stole a bunch of bricks from inside because I wanted to. Allegedly, no. Allegedly, no.
No, listen, allegedly, if you want a piece, you can have some.
Yes, I have, but I took pieces of the main art theaters because I needed it, because so much fucking shit happened there. Grizzly Bear happened there. I saw Blair Witch there. My sister and brother-in-law went on their first date there. Like, so much stuff happened there. Going there for like midnight shows on Friday and Saturday nights to see like. I think the first time I had seen The Exorcist, but the first time I saw it on a big screen was at the main art theater.
Yeah, I saw Texas Chainsaw. I saw. I don't know why I went and saw it. I went and saw Cannibal Holocaust there, and while I posted like a thing on Instagram, I'm seeing this, and this girl wrote me on Instagram that said like Josh, what are you doing? Like animals were hurt in that movie, this kind of thing. And for whatever reason, if someone normally writes that, you might be like, oh, whatever, you know. But I was like, fuck, she's right. What am I doing here? I had this like, I suddenly had this like soul searching like typhoon watching.
Right.
Like, what am I doing here? Did I think it was like a badge of honor to be here right now? Like, what am I doing here? You know?
Yeah.
I also saw Zombie, Fulci's Zombie there. And a fun story from there was that I went to see Tree of Life with some friends, and we got super high, and it opened with Brad Pitt saying like, brother, father. And I was like, I have to get out of here. We have to leave right now. And they were like, okay. So we leave the theater, and as we're leaving, there's a sign on the counter that says, no refunds for Tree of Life.
I had a similar experience. I went to the main art theater and I was really drunk, and I was walking home and knew I wasn't going to make it home. And I was like, I'm going to go and I'll buy a ticket to whatever's playing and just fall asleep in this chair. And so I bought a ticket and I walked in. You know the movie The Fountain?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I walked in, and like 15 minutes in, I was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. I gotta walk home. Like something's happening. They're time traveling. He's in a bubble. I don't know what's going on. I had this massive just like moment where my mind was like, am I drunk? Is it this movie? Oh, I gotta get out of here.
That happened to me in Tree of Life and also The Hobbit. Allison and I went to see The Hobbit, and I was like, I gotta get the fuck out of this room. I can't be in here any longer. We gotta go. I'm too wasted. These guys are rolling in like barrels down the river, whatever. I was like, I have to get out of here.
I wasn't wasted and went and saw The Hobbit, and when they did like Hobbit in like 7 HD 3D, like it was.
That's what we saw. Yeah.
Yeah, and I went and saw it, and 15 minutes in, I was like, I can't fucking watch this. Like my brain doesn't know how to process what I'm looking at right now. Like I don't know if things are close or far. And like you said, the barrel scene began. I was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we left. We walked out. That's hilarious, man. But I You know, I even saw with the main, wasn't it true? Like they weren't even looking like to save it. Like it wasn't a matter of someone swooping in and buying it and keeping it alive. It was like a corporate like takeover. We want this land done, right?
Yeah, there's going to be a giant condo complex there.
Right.
And the thing is like the other thing is, for as much as I love the main art theater, like I don't know how this will sound to anybody listening, but like it just wasn't kept up. Like that's the other thing with old theaters too. Like they know that they can like the basement was always flooding. I knew people who worked there and like they were selling tickets and keeping it open, but I don't think anybody was really maintaining it. So then you get into like if someone buys it, they're going to have to restore it, and now you're into like tens of millions of dollars. Right. And I don't know.
You know,
I just think Royal Oak's last art theater go down.
There was in Marquette, and this is one of my favorite things about Marquette and the UP is that for a long time it felt like it was decades behind us, and the main theater there was like the main art theater. That was the movie theater in Marquette when Alice and I started dating. We saw that remake of Carrie there. We saw some other stuff there, but I'll never forget. I started to walk into that theater in Marquette, and I had like a Red Bull or something. And I was like, "Oh, you need me to like throw this out?" Or they're like, "No, just try not to spill it." What do you mean? Why can't you bring a drink in? You know? And I was like, "What year is it? Where are we right now?" Yeah. And it was like, you know, and I was like, "What's going on?" And then with the gas up there, it was like, you know, yeah, you can pay after you pump. I'm like, wait, what? Is this the 80s up here? Anyway, that then boom. Mega chain theater like thing moved in, and everyone was so excited that lives in Marquette. But for me, to see that it wasn't even an art theater, it was just the theater. To see it torn down, yeah, it's stung, man.
Yeah,
but I mean, is it just, you know, these things happen, and that's time? Because like I was talking to my brother, like if Royal Oak lost like Noir Leather or Gus's, it would be like what are we talking about? Like Birmingham now?
If Royal Oak loses. If Royal Oak lost those two things, like there's no reason to go to Royal Oak anymore.
Right. Like the soul of it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Josh, I can't, first of all, I sent out all of my links late. So Jessica was badgering me before you came on.
I was.
But I will just tell you right now, I can't believe that I didn't get invited to your birthday party.
No.
I didn't invite. I invited Laura Murky around. I just put it on Facebook though.
He doesn't have Facebook.
I'm not on Facebook.
Oh man, yeah, you're right. Oh shit, now I feel bad. No,
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I was trying to build a tense moment.
Oh man, now I do feel bad. Oh shit.
Oh well, looks like you gotta have another party. Oh
yeah.
well.
Oh shit.
Oh
no,
well.
You're right. No, but except for
you're gonna have to have another Halloween party, and I'm gonna have to come over.
Yeah.
All right. I'm sorry. I guess I should have thought of that. Now I feel bad.
I don't care, Josh. You're my friend, whether I go to your birthday parties or not.
Yeah, we'll always be friends.
No, but you're right though. I probably do need to think that way. Because I'm just
I don't think that way. Why should you have to think that way?
Well, I don't know. But I did invite Lauren, which and that yielded incredible results. An entire 20 band.
So you have Daphne. What are your other projects that you're working on right now? How many unpublished books do you have right now?
So Daphne will be the 11th book to come out, and I've written 36. So that means there are 25 more in this office that have not been published.
Oh my God.
Yep. 36. And guys, I'm not saying this to say this, like, you know, it's almost like pell-mell in terms of which one comes out. Like, is it a new one? Is it an old one? It's not like there's some rank of the books over here. Like what I'm trying to say is the ones that are unpublished, everything's as good as each other, as bad as each other, whatever.
Yeah.
We originally rewrote me and my manager with his notes, rewrote Barry Carroll for like a year and a half, with the intention to shop it to an agent. And then right when we were about to do that, I said to him, "Hey, I have this other one that I wrote. that feels like a better debut called Bird Box. And I think that it's more of like a single note on the synthesizer. It's more of a straight shot. If we put out Carol first, or if that ever happened, and people might mistake me for a Western writer, I don't know. Bird Box felt like a better like what's the right, like a debut episode of a series or something.
Right.
So I only say that to underscore how sort of random it is what's come out and what hasn't come out. And so
are you ever going to do a published version of Carpenter's Farm?
Oh yeah, I want it for sure. And I want a Ghoul in the Cape. I have a Ghoul in the Cape. You don't have that one, do you? Oh no, you do.
I have Ghoul in Cape.
Yeah, you do. We talked about it when you were at my house. Yeah.
Yeah, signed by you.
Yeah. I want that one to go wider. I want Carpenter's Farm to come out in a bigger way. But then recently we had a meeting with a director, this young guy who already has 6 features, and I felt I feel like kindred spirit to this guy. He's prolific, but in a I don't want to say manic way, but in like an impassioned way or something. He's like he's a go-getter in that way, not the business side and the art side. And so we have this meeting, me and this guy. And in the meeting, he is describing what kind of movie he wants to make. And it was me, him, and my manager, Ryan. And I'm thinking the whole time, man, this guy would pest this book of mine that hasn't come out yet. And I'm like, how do I pitch this guy pest? Like, it's not out, it's not rewritten, you know? But finally I just couldn't take it. I'm like, listen, I think you might like this one. And I tell him all about it, and I can almost feel Ryan like, what are you doing? Like, what are we gonna send him if, you know?
Right.
And the guy's like, that one sounds good. Like, well, like, can you send it to me? And I'm like, fuck, like, what do I do now? Like, I wanted you to say that, but now I don't know what to do. And I was like, yeah. So I was like, fuck it. I sent him the rough draft. The rough draft. Like, keep in mind, Bird Box was rewritten 11 times, once entirely from scratch. So to send someone a rough draft, I mean, this is like someone's like, you know, demo, right, like an acoustic guitar version of Money or something, right?
Right.
And the dude he already has written the script now. He has all the storyboards. He wants to, he's trying to get funding. So what I'm saying is something happened in that recent meeting where like a door opened where I was like, oh shit, wait, these 25 are in play also? Like, wow, these 25 books that are in the office, like, because it's easy to think of them. And I think that maybe a viewer right now or an artist that would feel the same way. It's easy to think of something that you haven't released yet as being like not as viable as something that you have.
Right.
But why? And again, this goes back to this is the modern era, and there's room for anything and anyone. And like, why not think differently? Why not shop him the fucking rough draft? And here we are. He may go ahead and make this.
Yeah, I think too, that's a good example of like, I have things that are written and ideas that are laying around, and over the course of maybe the past couple years, maybe because of quarantine and the way I think about it, I'm like, oh, this isn't a book, this is a song. Oh, right. So yeah, like, even though the story is written, I'm like, but this is actually more. And then I'll like start playing around with songs that deal with the thing that I'm writing about. Or I'll be like, oh, maybe this isn't a YouTube thing. Maybe this is a story I'm supposed to write. Maybe this like, and so I feel like sometimes when you have something and you think it's going to be this thing, like it's going to be a song, it's going to be a movie, it's going to be a book, you don't realize it can be all of those fucking things.
Yeah. And that also, all those things are available to you right now, right? Because you could record the song on GarageBand. Like, by the way, some of this shit we're talking about has like caught up to us. Like, GarageBand used to sound like GarageBand. Like a video or a movie you shot on your own kind of looked like a digital, like, you know, movie you shot on your own. And I'm talking like maybe 10 years ago even.
Yeah.
That shit has caught up where GarageBand sounds good. And like, you can like do this shit like on your own. And like you said, why not? In fact, it's even maybe better or more interesting for the song to have also been a story.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that started happening with Carpenter's Farm, right? Like you put it out, it wasn't a book, it became a web thing. And then people started writing music for it. Like it just became what it was supposed to be.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's cool. That is cool.
I'm just going to read a couple of comments since Tenney's not putting anything on the screen.
Sorry.
Somebody said Ghoul in the Cape is the best book I've ever read. And then somebody else said, Josh is truly one of the best writers of our time. If you haven't read his work, seriously go out tomorrow and buy one of them.
Wow. Thank you to both of those. I would feel amazing about that, but I still feel weird about this birthday thing. I
was just joking. Listen, I'm acting. I do it to Jessica on every fucking episode of our podcast.
Yeah. Yeah, like when literally I'm not allowed to get my own delivery food because they'll be like, where's mine? We don't live together. I don't buy you food every day.
I'm a crotchety old man. I have to play that role.
You are a freak. Our show is almost done.
Does it have to be that? I know that you guys have been going for 5 hours.
Well, listen, we're doing a Patreon only post show, so you could come on the Patreon part if you want to.
Sure.
Yeah. Just keep it going.
What
we need a break though, because I need to eat.
I know, me too. I ate one piece of pizza. I need more.
Yeah, I gotta feed.
I was going to ask you, Josh, what are you reading right now?
The Dead Zone.
Oh.
I know. It almost seems like too on point that this is what I'm reading. So this book has been in my life, like my whole life, and I've never read it. So it was on my childhood, bedroom bookshelf with Magickal and The Shining and a million other Dean Koontz horror. I just never read The Dead Zone. Don't know why. I think it was I just saw it as politics and ESPN. I'm like, I don't know, whatever. I don't care. And then I haven't seen the movie either. So it must be something to do, the elements of the story just never resonated with me. Then it's been in my office. I even have where are you? Oh, right here, a cooler looking version.
Yep.
Been in my office I've had this book on me my whole life. And the other day, I was like, just fucking read The Dead Zone. Just read it. You've read 20 of his other books or something, Just read it. I am 140 pages deep, and John, this might be the best horror novel ever written. It really might be.
The Dead Zone is probably Stephen King's best book.
Yeah, I cannot believe how good this book is.
As a person who has spent his life, Stephen King, whether or not he admits this, the last time I reread Dead Zone, which was probably a couple years ago, Stephen King, whether he admits it or not, loves the paranormal, not horror stories.
Yeah.
He loves ghosts and the supernatural. The way that he talks about his mom used to read Fate magazine and the way he discusses UFOs. There's all this stuff in the Dead Zone where it's oh, you grew up a fucking paranormal weirdo. Yeah. I love it.
So I was talking to Jonathan Jans about this and Jonathan brought up, he was like, the thing about the Dead Zone is that there's so much atmosphere. There's so much mood. There's so much. He's like, it's not necessarily a matter of a haunted car, which I love Christine, but in The Shining, he said in The Shining, you could pinpoint the hotel is the center of this horror. In the Dead Zone, what is?
Yeah. You don't.
And I was like, oh my God, you're so right. And that's what it is. And so I feel and look, everything we read, someone once told me never start a sentence with look or listen. And I totally agree. But okay. So everything we read is a lesson. But this one feels like it's reminding me, hey, dude, when you write, don't fucking forget, you can set the atmosphere. Don't as if you're going to light a room or you're going to put a fog machine at a reading or whatever. Remember those elements too. And I think the king of atmosphere is Poe. When you're reading Poe, it almost feels like you're reading mist, literal mist. And this has that to that.
It's funny that Stephen King is kind of a Fatone fun sink for Jess and I, because we were just up in Sault Ste. Marie and we went into a Goodwill, and there were literally every Stephen King book first edition hardcovers in this thrift store for $3 a piece.
Yeah.
Did you grab all of them?
I grabbed a couple of them.
Yeah.
I grabbed the ones I didn't have.
Yeah. Wow. Which one?
But just Sault Ste. Marie and just this Stephen King. The only ones that weren't there were Dark Tower series, but everything else was there. And I was like, someone either got kicked out of a house or somebody got abducted by aliens.
You know, I go into John King books. The one in I go to both, but the one in Ferndale, there was a fella there that I don't know his name, but you might know him. He rides a motorcycle, and on his motorcycle it said "fuck Trump." You don't know that guy? I figured I felt like you would know this guy. He's a really intelligent guy, and he works at this place. And one day I was like talking about their like horror collection, and he's like, listen, man, you know, what we need to happen is we need like, you know, someone with a great collection to die. He's like, I need you to die, Josh, and I need to have all your horror books here. I was like, wow, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thanks a lot. That's, you know, strangely enough, like that's what happens with like my paranormal books. That's what happens is like some weird like witch or some weird like magic practitioner passes away, and then I get a call from a friend of mine who's at an estate sale, and they're like, you have to come here fucking immediately, like come and buy all these books. And then I'll just go in and buy, you know, 300 books at a time.
Wow. I need to be on call for someone like that.
I love getting those calls. I love getting there was a naturopathic holistic medicine man from the 1940s who just died. He lived in Ohio. Come to Toledo. Now he's got every copy of the Rosicrucian instruction manuals. And then like, now I just pay people to buy them for me. But I used to drive there when I had a car before Jessica had to drive me everywhere.
What happened to your car?
Oh my God. That's just a fucking long story for another night.
Well, you know, with 5 minutes and 10 seconds to go.
Yeah. I'm getting my license back this year.
Yeah, you said that 5 years ago.
I know. She's going to be so fucking sad, Josh, when she doesn't have to drive me around anymore.
Yeah, I bet you will.
When she doesn't get a phone call from me going, take me to the dry cleaner.
Yeah, and then go pick it up.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to be in Florida. Go pick it up.
Oh my God.
What are you guys reading right now?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I'm reading. I got a while ago. My friend Chris and some other people got me stacks of Twilight Zone magazines.
Oh, dude, I have. I think all of them.
Yeah, so I'm tearing through those at a.
Oh my God, they're so great. Did you see? There's that. I love Stephen King, but we don't have to harp on him. But did you see that? It's like his review of The Evil Dead.
Yeah.
Now, did you see that one? Do you have that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like I have that one. I even have the original publication of Duel and Playboy. And you know, I'll be like, because like it kind of turns out that like collecting horror stories is in some ways like a cheap hobby. Like as opposed to you're like cars, classic cars, right? Like I'll be like, oh man, I need Duel was in Playboy. Okay, I need to fucking find this. And then I go and it's like, you know, $20. And then the selling it's like, this has a Richard Matheson. So I'm like, boom, I'll take it.
Yep. I did the same thing with Kurt Vonnegut. Like, this issue of American Sportsman has a short story by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. in it. Like,
yeah, and exactly. And like, and it's not that we're trying to like pull it over on someone, but it's not like, you know, that the person that has that isn't thinking the same way we are. Dude, have you read Bluebeard?
Oh yeah.
Oh my God, that guy, man. That guy is operating at a different level.
I don't have time to tell this story, but did I ever tell you about when I called Kurt Vonnegut?
No.
Oh yeah.
Wait, you talked to him?
Yeah, on the phone.
Holy shit.
I tracked him down. Long story short, I tracked him down through his wife had a gift shop in New York. I talked to someone who was working at the gift shop, told them I was a friend of Kurt's, lost his phone number, check her Rolodex. This is to show you how long ago this was, the 90s. They went through her Rolodex, found his vacation home number, gave it to me on the phone. So I called the number. He answered the phone. I told him, like, I don't mean to bother you. I'm just a huge fan, and I wanted to say thank you for everything you ever written. And he was like, thank you. That's really kind. I don't know how you got this phone number. I appreciate you call, but please never call me again.
Wow. I've had moments like that where I finish a book and I have to call. Have you read The Fisherman, John Langan?
No.
Oh, you both of you would love this book. And oh my God, it's right up your alley. And when I finished, I had to call him. I had to. I like wrote him a message. I'm like, hey, John, we've been friends like on Facebook, I guess, you know, but what's your phone number? And then we ended up talking for like an hour and a half. I literally just had to say like that was amazing. I needed to say it like to him in person, and that's all.
Yep, I'm
and
the
I
same
needed
way.
to go to his house and stab him, but before that, I just needed to tell him.
Right, just talk to him.
Yeah.
All right, gosh, I'm kicking you off so that Jess and I can spend the last minute yelling at each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we'll send you a link for the Patreon part in like a half hour.
Okay.
Okay.
Goodbye, you two.
Bye.
Oh my God, we did it.
Oh my God.
I'm so hungry.
I'm so hungry. I think I have a hangover.
I was gonna ask you if you were drunk. You look like you were fading a little bit during Josh.
No, I think I have a hangover.
Okay, well, get some aspirin or ibuprofen and then start drinking again.
Thank you, everybody, for watching.
Thanks, everybody. I hope you liked
I don't
it.
know. I don't know how you all pulled through this.
I told you it was gonna go by faster than it felt like. It did go
All
by.
right, you were right. You're right again, as always. Toad, you did an excellent job. No squeaks. Toady Monk, Toady Monk, Toady Monk, Toady Monk. You did a great job, my friend. Good baby.
Oh, he did a yawn.
And everybody will see you on the next, well, you'll hear us on the next episode of What's Up Weirdo Podcast, whenever that drops on your local podcast, whatevers. What is that called?
Your podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. And then, so yeah, this will be the ending of the free part. Free. It'll stay up forever. And then we're going to switch over to Patreon in about 30 minutes. I have another guest who's going to come by. And then we'll probably have Josh back. And then maybe Adam will come back. So it'll be a party. So maybe we'll see you there. Maybe we won't. But regardless, we'll do another one of these soon. Because
I'm going to make you big for the bye.
So fun.
I'm going to make you big for the bye. You ready?
No!